not with bolters and chainswords, but with whispered lies and false devotion. These are the battles waged in the shadows of hive cities, in the forgotten corners of industrial worlds, in the very hearts of imperial society itself. These are the wars fought by those who must become the enemy to destroy it. This is the story of the cult stalkers, the infiltrators, the spies who descend into the darkness of chaos, worship knowing they may never return. This is the story of those who must pretend to embrace damnation while clinging to their very souls. Welcome to the most brutal mission in the Imperium. Welcome to life as a spy within a chaos cult. The enemy is everywhere and nowhere. On any given Imperial world, hidden beneath the veneer of loyalty and devotion to the God Emperor, chaos cults fester like infected wounds. They hide behind legitimate organizations, masquerading as trade unions, charitable foundations, religious sects, even variants of the imperial cult itself. From blood-soaked sacrificial cults on feral worlds to philosophical secret societies on advanced civilized planets, the temptations of chaos can capture anyone from any walk of life. These cults are patient, growing slowly in the darkness, recruiting the desperate, the ambitious, the lost. They offer power to those who feel powerless, meaning to those who feel meaningless, belonging to those who have been rejected by imperial society. A factory worker facing starvation might be drawn to promises of strength. A mutant hunted by society might find acceptance only in the arms of chaos worshippers. A nobleman seeking greater political influence might be tempted by forbidden knowledge. The ruinous powers have something to offer everyone who is not completely satisfied with their lot, and that includes nearly all of humanity. The objective of every chaos cult is twofold: survive and dominate. Mere survival is challenging enough on imperial worlds where chaos worship is the greatest of heresies, and inquisitors remain ever vigilant. Discovery brings swift and merciless destruction, not just of the cult, but often of entire city blocks or even planetary populations. The Inquisition follows a simple maxim: better to sacrifice countless servants of the Emperor than allow a single heretic to escape and endanger even more lives. This creates an environment where paranoia is not just reasonable, but necessary, where every shadow might hide an informant, where every new recruit could be a spy sent to destroy everything. Yet cults persist. They grow. They spread their corruption through society like a virus moving through a body. As they expand in power and influence, they may eventually come to rule anything from a township to an entire planet. Some cults achieve this through legitimate political means, infiltrating governments so thoroughly that they effectively control society without ever revealing their true nature. Others wait until they grow too large to remain secret, then launch violent uprisings, calling upon their dark masters for aid. Demons tear through the veil between reality and the warp. Traitor legions answer the call. Entire worlds burn. This is why the cult stalkers exist. This is why the Inquisition recruits men and women willing to walk into hell itself, armed with nothing but lies and false devotion. Someone must infiltrate these organizations before they reach critical mass. Someone must learn their plans, identify their leaders, map their networks. Someone must become a cultist in all but soul, participating in blasphemy without being corrupted by it, witnessing horrors without succumbing to them. It is perhaps the most dangerous mission the Inquisition assigns. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to a cult stalker. Corruption is worse. Mutation is worse. Demonic possession is worse. Becoming the very thing you were sent to destroy is the ultimate failure, and it happens more often than the Inquisition cares to admit. But before we delve into the nightmares these agents face, we must first understand how they are chosen. Not everyone can be a cult stalker. The requirements go far beyond physical capability or tactical skill. What's needed is something more fundamental, more psychological, more spiritual. What's needed is the capacity to live a lie so completely that you almost forget it's a lie, while never actually forgetting, never truly giving in. That's where our story truly begins, in the selection and training of those who will walk in darkness. The Inquisition does not advertise for cult stalkers. There are no recruitment posters in the hive cities calling for volunteers to infiltrate heretical organizations. The nature of the work requires a specific type of individual, and finding them is an art unto itself. Some cult stalkers are former criminals, individuals who have lived their entire lives wearing masks and playing roles. Con artists who have perfected the art of becoming whoever their mark needs them to be. Smugglers who have learned to blend into any crowd, any social stratum, adopting the mannerisms and speech patterns necessary to survive. These individuals bring natural talents to the work, skills honed through years of deception. They understand instinctively how to read people, how to tell someone what they want to hear, how to make themselves trustworthy when trust should be impossible. The Inquisition typically recruits these criminals through the Adeptus Arbites, offering them a choice: serve as a cult stalker in exchange for a pardon, or face the full punishment of imperial law. It is not much of a choice, but those who accept understand they are trading one form of death sentence for another. At least this way, their death might mean something. At least this way, they die serving the Emperor rather than rotting in some prison hulk or being processed into servitor components. Others come from the ranks of the Adeptus Arbites themselves, judges and enforcers, whose underworld connections prove invaluable in identifying and infiltrating cults. These individuals combine street knowledge with formal training, understanding both the criminal networks that cults often hide within and the legal structures that protect imperial citizens. They know how to navigate the grey areas of hive city politics, how to work informants, how to build cases that will hold up under inquisitorial scrutiny. A smaller number are drawn from other imperial organizations. Failed Adeptus Ministorum priests who showed aptitude for deception rather than devotion. Low-level adepts of the Adeptus Administratum whose analytical minds can process the complex social dynamics of cult structures. Even occasional members of planetary noble houses who have fallen from grace but retain connections that might prove useful. The Inquisition casts a wide net, always searching for individuals with the right combination of skills, psychology, and desperate circumstances. But skills alone do not make a cult stalker. The selection process goes much deeper, probing into the very soul of the candidate. Inquisitors and their interrogators subject potential cult stalkers to extensive psychological evaluation. They must determine if the candidate possesses sufficient mental fortitude to resist corruption. This is not merely a question of faith or loyalty, though both are important. It is a question of psychological resilience, of the capacity to maintain one's core identity while submerging it beneath layers of falsehood. The candidate must be able to lie so convincingly that even they almost believe it, yet must retain some inviolable core of self that remains untouched by the lies. This paradox is difficult to achieve. Most people who are skilled at deception eventually begin to lose track of what is real and what is performance. They become their masks, forgetting the face beneath. This is disastrous for a cult stalker because the mask they will wear is that of a chaos worshipper. If they truly become their cover identity, they become damned. The Inquisition uses various methods to test psychological resilience. Candidates are exposed to mild chaos corruption under controlled conditions, watched carefully to see how they react. They are shown forbidden texts and blasphemous symbols, their responses measured and analyzed. They are placed in situations where betrayal would be easy and profitable, to see if they remain loyal when loyalty costs them. They are subjected to torture, not out of cruelty, but to determine if they can maintain their cover, even under extreme duress. Many fail these tests. Some break under torture, revealing everything. Others show signs of corruption after even brief exposure to chaos imagery, their minds proving too susceptible to the warp's influence. Still others demonstrate the wrong kind of psychological profile, showing either too much empathy, which would make them vulnerable to manipulation, or too little, which would make them unreliable and potentially dangerous. Those who pass the initial selection face an even more daunting challenge: preparation. Being naturally talented at deception is not enough. Being psychologically resilient is not enough. To infiltrate a chaos cult, one must understand chaos itself, must know the signs and symbols, the rituals and practices, the beliefs and philosophies that drive different types of cults. This knowledge is dangerous. Simply learning about chaos can corrupt the unprepared. Yet without this knowledge, infiltration is impossible. The preparation process varies depending on the type of cult the stalker is being prepared to infiltrate. Different chaos gods attract different followers and create different organizational structures. A cult devoted to Khorne, the blood god, operates very differently from one serving Tzeentch, the changer of ways. A Nurgle cult, spreading plague and celebrating decay, requires different infiltration tactics than a Slaanesh cult, pursuing forbidden pleasures and dark sensations. For infiltrating political cults, those that hide among the ruling classes and seek power through manipulation rather than overt violence, the preparation focuses on social conditioning. The cult stalker must spend weeks or even months memorizing the intricate relationships between noble families, learning the names and positions of powerful planetary governors and their cabinet advisors, understanding the hierarchies of local military personnel. They must be able to navigate high society gatherings, speaking the language of politics and power convincingly enough to fool those born into that world. This type of preparation often includes physical transformation as well. The cult stalker's appearance must match their cover identity. They may undergo cosmetic surgery, receive expensive clothing and jewelry, have their manners and speech patterns refined by tutors who teach them how to move and speak like nobility. Every detail matters. A single misplaced word, an inappropriate gesture, a failure to recognize an important name could blow their cover and result in their death. For infiltrating heretic cults, those formed around corrupted members of the Adeptus Mechanicus who have turned their technological knowledge toward forbidden purposes, the preparation is entirely different. The cult stalker must spend countless hours alongside loyal tech priests, learning their ways and examining their mannerisms. They must understand the cult Mechanicus's rituals and beliefs well enough to convincingly portray someone who has fallen away from orthodox teachings. They must learn enough about technology to speak credibly about machines and their mysteries, to engage in the binary cant that tech priests use, to recognize the signs of corrupted technology versus blessed machinery. This preparation sometimes includes augmentation. Many heretic cults require members to possess certain cybernetic enhancements, both as proof of their technical skill and as demonstration of their willingness to transcend human limitations. The cult stalker may need to receive implants and mechanical replacements, changing their very body to match their cover identity. These augmentations are carefully chosen and blessed by loyal tech priests, but they still represent a permanent alteration, a sacrifice of flesh that can never be fully reversed. The most dangerous preparation, however, is reserved for those who must infiltrate infestation cults, organizations that seek to create demon hosts, individuals possessed by warp entities. These cults require years of training and extensive surgery to prepare an acolyte to become a plausible candidate. The cult stalker must undergo extensive psychic conditioning to strengthen their mental defenses, learning techniques passed down from the most experienced Ordo Malleus demon hunters. They must be trained to recognize the signs of impending possession, to understand the vulnerabilities that demons exploit, to know how to resist if they are actually subjected to a possession ritual. Perhaps most disturbingly, they must learn to fake the signs of possession convincingly without actually being possessed. This requires them to study recordings of possessed individuals, to memorize the ways their speech patterns change, the movements they make, the things they say. They must be able to convincingly portray someone whose soul is being devoured by a warp entity, while retaining complete control of their own mind. It is a horrifying tightrope to walk, and the training alone drives some candidates to madness. Regardless of the specific type of cult being infiltrated, all cult stalkers undergo certain universal preparations. They are trained in observation and memory techniques, learning how to gather and retain vast amounts of information without arousing suspicion. They learn dead-drop protocols and coded communication methods, ways to pass intelligence to their handlers without being detected. They are taught survival skills, methods of escape and evasion in case their cover is blown. They learn how to kill quickly and quietly, how to make deaths look like accidents, how to eliminate threats without drawing attention. Most importantly, they are indoctrinated, not in the traditional sense of having beliefs instilled in them, but rather having certain core convictions reinforced until they become psychologically unshakable. The cult stalker must believe, with absolute certainty, that the Emperor protects. They must believe that their mission serves humanity's survival. They must believe that whatever horrors they witness, whatever acts they must pretend to participate in, they are not truly compromised as long as they maintain their inner faith. This indoctrination often includes extensive prayer and meditation, sessions with ecclesiarchy priests who help the cult stalker build mental defenses against corruption. Some are given holy relics to carry secretly, small icons or prayer strips hidden somewhere on their person, physical reminders of their true allegiance. Others undergo hypno-indoctrination, having certain protective mantras and prayers implanted so deeply in their subconscious that they automatically surface whenever chaos influence is encountered. The preparation period can last anywhere from weeks to years, depending on the complexity of the infiltration mission and the type of cult being targeted. By the end, the cult stalker is no longer quite who they were before. They have been shaped, molded, transformed into a weapon aimed at the heart of chaos. They know things that most Imperial citizens never learn, have seen images and texts that would be enough to condemn them as heretics if discovered. They carry burdens that cannot be shared, secrets that isolate them from normal human interaction. And then, finally, they are ready. Ready to descend into the darkness. Ready to become something they are not. To live a lie that could last months or years. Ready to infiltrate a chaos cult. The actual moment of infiltration varies wildly depending on circumstances. Some cult stalkers are inserted directly into organizations, their cover identities carefully constructed to make them attractive recruits. They might pose as desperate workers looking for meaning, or nobles seeking forbidden knowledge, or criminals fleeing from imperial justice. They have backstories, documentation, sometimes even false memories implanted through psycho-conditioning to make their lies more convincing. Others take a more gradual approach, embedding themselves in the communities where cults operate and waiting for recruitment to occur naturally. Chaos cults are always looking for new members, always proselytizing in subtle ways to those who seem receptive. The cult stalker positions themselves to appear receptive, dropping hints of dissatisfaction with imperial rule, expressing interest in forbidden knowledge, showing signs of the desperation or ambition that makes someone vulnerable to corruption. One of the most common infiltration vectors is through existing criminal networks. Many chaos cults hide within the criminal underworld of hive cities, using gangs and smuggling rings as both cover and recruiting grounds. The cult stalker might join a gang, prove their value through various illegal activities, and gradually work their way into contact with the cult elements hidden within the organization. This approach has the advantage of being relatively natural, following paths that criminals already travel, but it requires the cult stalker to actually engage in criminal activity, to build genuine trust through shared law-breaking. The psychological impact of this initial infiltration cannot be overstated. From the moment the cult stalker makes first contact, they are living a double life, every word measured, every action calculated, every friendship, false. They must appear genuine while being completely artificial. They must seem to believe things they find abhorrent. They must react with enthusiasm to suggestions that make them sick inside. Early recruitment by cults typically follows predictable patterns. The cult does not immediately reveal its true nature. Instead, it presents itself as something benign, even positive. A workers' collective fighting for better conditions. A religious study group seeking deeper understanding of the universe. A philosophical society discussing the nature of reality and humanity's place within it. Only gradually, through careful vetting and assessment of new recruits, does the cult begin revealing its true nature. The cult stalker must navigate this process carefully. They must show enough interest to be deemed worthy of advancement, but not so much enthusiasm that they seem suspicious. Cults are paranoid by necessity, always watchful for infiltrators, always testing the loyalty and commitment of new members. The cult stalker must pass these tests, must prove themselves worthy of being trusted with deeper secrets, all while gathering information and preparing for the cult's eventual destruction. This often means participating in activities that border on heretical. Early cult meetings might involve discussions that, while not openly blasphemous, dance around forbidden topics. They might include rituals that seem like harmless ceremonies, but carry darker undertones. The cult stalker must engage with these activities convincingly, showing curiosity and receptiveness, slowly being drawn deeper into the organization's confidence. The psychological toll of this constant performance is immense. The cult stalker cannot truly relax, cannot truly be themselves. Every moment is a performance, every interaction a potential test. They must remember every lie they've told, every detail of their false backstory, every opinion they've expressed. A single inconsistency could raise suspicion. A moment of genuine reaction, showing disgust at something they're supposed to embrace or enthusiasm for something they're supposed to reject, could be fatal. Sleep becomes difficult. The cult stalker's dreams are haunted by the day's performances, by the things they had to say and do. They replay conversations endlessly, analyzing whether they responded correctly, whether they showed the right level of interest, whether they might have aroused suspicion. The stress is constant, grinding, slowly eroding their psychological defenses even before they encounter genuine chaos corruption. And always, there is the isolation. The cult stalker cannot confide in anyone within the cult, obviously, but they also cannot typically confide in anyone outside it. Their mission is classified at the highest levels. Even friends and family, if they have any, cannot know what they're doing or why they've changed. The cult stalker is utterly alone, trapped inside a web of lies with no one to share the burden. Contact with handlers provides some relief, but also brings its own stresses. These meetings must be conducted in absolute secrecy, often in the dead of night, in locations chosen to minimize the chance of observation. The cult stalker must slip away from their cult associates without arousing suspicion, meet their handler, report on everything they've learned, receive new instructions, and return without anyone noticing their absence. It is an exhausting addition to an already overwhelming burden. During these meetings, the handler assesses not just the intelligence gathered, but the cult stalker's psychological state. They look for signs of corruption, of the cult's influence beginning to take hold. They watch for changes in speech patterns, in beliefs expressed, in emotional reactions. If they detect signs that the cult stalker is beginning to succumb to chaos, the mission may be aborted. The cult stalker may be extracted immediately and subjected to extensive examination and purification. Or, in some cases, they may simply be eliminated, a bolt round to the back of the head, serving as the Inquisition's mercy to one who was about to fall. This knowledge adds another layer of stress. The cult stalker must not only resist corruption, but must also hide any signs of struggle from their handlers. showing too much psychological distress might be interpreted as the beginning of corruption, but showing too little might suggest they're becoming too comfortable in their role, too accepting of the cult's teachings. It is yet another impossible balance to maintain. As the cult stalker advances within the organization, as they prove themselves worthy and are initiated into deeper mysteries, the true horror of their mission begins to reveal itself. Because now they must not merely pretend to believe in chaos, now they must witness it. Now they must participate in rituals that go far beyond philosophical discussions or symbolic ceremonies. Now they must face the reality of what chaos truly is. The nature of this horror depends entirely on which type of cult they have infiltrated. Each of the 4 major chaos gods attracts different followers and creates different organizational cultures. The experiences of infiltrating these different cults are distinct, each bringing its own unique psychological challenges and physical dangers. A cult devoted to Horn, the blood god, is perhaps the most straightforward in its horror, but no less devastating for that simplicity. These cults celebrate violence, viewing bloodshed as sacred, treating murder as worship. They often begin as warrior societies, martial training groups, or fight clubs where skilled combatants gather to test themselves. The transformation from legitimate martial organization to blood cult happens gradually, as sparring matches become bloodier, as injuries that would have been treated become viewed as badges of honor, as the first kill is made and celebrated rather than condemned. The cult stalker infiltrating such a group must participate in this escalating violence. They must fight in ritual combats, must draw blood and shed their own blood, must gradually become inured to the sight of death. They must cheer as others kill. They must smile when handed weapons for the purpose of murder. They must watch as captured prisoners are brought before the cult and slaughtered in elaborate ceremonies, their blood collected in skulls and offered to Khorne. The physical danger is immediate and constant. The cult stalker must be a capable fighter just to survive the ritual combats. But they must also be careful not to be too skilled, not to stand out too much, not to make themselves a target for those seeking to prove themselves against a strong opponent. They must blend into the crowd of murderers, neither too weak nor too strong, just another devotee of the blood god. But the physical danger, horrific as it is, pales compared to the psychological impact. The human mind is not meant to participate in systematic murder without consequence. Every killing, even when done in self-defense or as part of a false persona, leaves psychological scars. The cult stalker must commit acts of violence that they find morally abhorrent, must see themselves as a killer, must live with the knowledge of lives taken, and they cannot allow themselves to show remorse, cannot seek forgiveness or comfort, because to do so would break their cover. Some cult stalkers cope by emotionally disconnecting, treating the violence as a role they are playing rather than actions they are truly performing. They create psychological distance between themselves and their actions, viewing everything as if they were watching someone else commit these acts. This dissociation can be effective in the short term, allowing them to function without being overwhelmed by guilt. But it carries its own dangers, potentially leading to lasting psychological damage, to an inability to reconnect with normal human emotions, even after the mission ends. Others attempt to justify each act of violence, finding reasons why each killing was necessary for the mission's success. They tell themselves they are saving lives by gathering intelligence, that their participation in a few murders prevents the cult from committing genocide later. These rationalizations may be technically true, but they still require the cult stalker to become something they never wanted to be, to cross lines that should never be crossed. The question of whether participation in cult rituals constitutes actual heresy is one the Inquisition wrestles with constantly. Officially, actions taken under deep cover for the purpose of infiltrating and destroying heretical organizations are not considered heretical in themselves. The cult stalker is given dispensation, a sort of temporary forgiveness for sins committed in the service of the Emperor. But this dispensation is never absolute. If the cult stalker, appears to be taking too much pleasure in their role. If they seem to be genuinely embracing the cult's philosophy rather than merely pretending, then they have crossed from infiltration into actual heresy. The line is subjective, drawn differently by different inquisitors, and the cult stalker often has no clear sense of where it lies. They simply hope that their handlers will understand, will recognize that they did what was necessary, will not judge them too harshly for the things they had to do. Infiltrating a Tzeentch cult presents entirely different challenges. The changer of ways attracts those who seek knowledge and power through understanding. His cults are often formed around philosophical study groups, secret societies dedicated to uncovering hidden truths, organizations of psychers seeking to develop their powers beyond the limitations imposed by the Imperium. These cults are intellectually rather than physically dangerous, at least initially. The cult stalker infiltrating such a group must be able to engage in complex philosophical discussions, must be knowledgeable enough about forbidden topics to contribute meaningfully without revealing ignorance that would mark them as an outsider. They must demonstrate curiosity about the nature of reality, about the warp and its mysteries, about the limits of human understanding and how those limits might be transcended. They must appear to be genuinely seeking forbidden knowledge, not out of malice, but out of intellectual hunger. Tzeentch cults often have elaborate hierarchies based on levels of understanding. New members are introduced to increasingly complex and dangerous concepts as they prove themselves worthy. The cult stalker must advance through these ranks, learning ever darker secrets, being exposed to increasingly corrupting knowledge. They must study texts that should never be read, must contemplate philosophical concepts that twist the mind, must witness demonstrations of sorcerous power that violate the natural order of reality. The corruption here is subtle but insidious. Unlike the immediate horror of cornate violence, Tzeentch's influence works slowly, gradually changing how the cult stalker thinks. They begin to see patterns where none exist, to believe they understand hidden truths about the universe. The boundaries between infiltrator and believer begin to blur as the forbidden knowledge they've been studying starts to make a terrible kind of sense. Many Tzeentch cult stalkers report experiencing the sensation of their thoughts no longer being entirely their own. Ideas appear in their minds that they don't remember thinking. They find themselves making connections between concepts that they intellectually recognize as dangerous but emotionally feel are profound insights. They dream of impossible geometries, of futures that branch infinitely, of themselves transformed into something more than human. This mental corruption is perhaps the most difficult form to resist, because it attacks the very tool the cult stalker relies on for resistance, their mind. They cannot simply disconnect emotionally as one might with physical violence. They cannot tell themselves it's just an act, just a performance, because the act requires them to genuinely engage with corrupting ideas, to think thoughts that poison from within. The only defense is constant vigilance, continuously checking themselves against the baseline of their beliefs, forcing themselves to remember what they thought before the infiltration began. But memory becomes unreliable. Did they always think the Imperium's restrictions on knowledge were excessive? Or is that a new belief, planted by weeks of cult indoctrination? Were they always curious about the nature of chaos? Or has that curiosity been artificially enhanced by exposure to Tzeentch's influence? The cult stalker loses the ability to trust their own mind, never certain which thoughts are authentically theirs and which are corruption wearing the mask of their own consciousness. Nurgle cults present yet another form of horror. The Plague Lord attracts the desperate, the sick, the dying, those who have lost hope and seek meaning in decay. His cults form among populations ravaged by disease, in quarantine zones, in Medicese facilities where death is commonplace. They offer acceptance of suffering, even celebration of it, teaching that decay is natural and beautiful, that corruption of the flesh is a kind of transcendence. The cult stalker, infiltrating such a group, must participate in rituals of deliberate infection. They must expose themselves to diseases, must allow their body to be corrupted, must pretend to find joy in the rot spreading through their flesh. This is not merely psychological horror, it is immediate physical danger. The diseases spread by Nurgle cults are often supernatural in nature, plagues that conventional medicine cannot cure, infections that rot flesh and bone in ways that defy natural biology. To maintain their cover, the cult stalker must refuse treatment, must allow themselves to become visibly diseased. They must develop the same sores, the same mutations, the same physical deterioration as genuine cultists. Only at the deepest level of cellular structure, through extraordinary medical interventions performed before the infiltration, are they protected from the worst effects. Augmented immune systems work constantly to keep them alive, fighting a silent war against supernatural plagues, while the cult stalker pretends to embrace their own decay. The psychological impact of watching your own body fall apart cannot be overstated. The cult stalker looks in mirrors and sees a stranger, sees flesh bubbling with infection, sees skin sloughing away, sees the early stages of mutation beginning. They smell their own rot, feel the constant pain of tissue breaking down, experience the weakness that comes with disease ravaging their body, and they must smile through all of it, must act as though this is desirable, must participate in celebrations of decay while privately fighting to survive. Nurgle cultists are often paradoxically cheerful, finding a twisted joy in their grandfather's gifts. They laugh at their own deformities, delight in their sores, treat their diseases as blessings to be shared. The cult stalker must mimic this cheer, must laugh when they want to scream, must celebrate when they want to weep. They must attend rituals where cultists deliberately infect each other, where new diseases are created through sorcerous combinations of existing plagues, where prisoners are infected and their suffering studied as if it were entertainment. Perhaps most disturbing are the recruitment tactics of Nurgle cults. They often present themselves as caregivers, as organizations that help the sick and dying, offering comfort when the Imperium has abandoned them. They infiltrate Medicae facilities, replace doctors with their own members, slowly transform centers of healing into centers of corruption. The cult stalker must participate in this perversion, must help lure desperate people into the cult's embrace, must watch as hope is twisted into despair and despair into diseased acceptance. The question of culpability weighs heavily on cult stalkers in these situations. They tell themselves they are preventing greater harm, that by infiltrating the cult, they will ultimately save more lives than are lost in the process. But they must live with the knowledge of specific individuals they helped corrupt, people who might have been saved if the cult stalker had broken cover and intervened. The mathematics of the greater good offer cold comfort when you remember the faces of those you helped damn. Slaanesh cults, devoted to the dark prince of pleasure, might seem less immediately horrifying than those serving the other chaos gods. But this is deceptive. The horror of Slaanesh lies in the gradual erosion of all moral boundaries, the corruption of desire itself, until normal pleasure becomes insufficient, and ever more extreme sensations are sought. These cults often begin innocuously, as groups seeking aesthetic experience or philosophical exploration of beauty and sensation. They might gather to appreciate art, to discuss the nature of desire and fulfillment, to explore the boundaries of human experience. Only gradually do these pursuits become darker, as the quest for novel sensations leads to experiences that would be considered degenerate, then illegal, then actively harmful. The cult stalker infiltrating such a group must participate in this gradual descent. They must attend gatherings that begin as normal social events, but slowly transform into orgies of excess. They must witness and seemingly approve of practices that violate every moral standard, that use other human beings as objects for gratification, that blur the line between pleasure and pain, between consent and violation, between experience and harm. The psychological danger here is perhaps subtler than with other chaos gods, but no less real. Slanesh's corruption works by making the forbidden seem appealing, by making excess seem like enlightenment, by gradually shifting what the cult stalker finds acceptable. Activities that initially seem disturbing begin to seem merely unusual, then interesting, then appealing. The cult stalker finds themselves wondering what it would be like to truly let go, to abandon restraint, to pursue experience without limits. This is compounded by the fact that Slanesh cults genuinely do offer pleasure, at least initially. The experiences are designed to be appealing, to activate reward centers in the brain, to create genuine feelings of satisfaction and even euphoria. The cult stalker must resist these physiological responses, must recognize that they are being deliberately manipulated, that the pleasure is a trap leading to eventual corruption and damnation. The requirement to maintain cover means the cult stalker cannot simply refuse to participate. They must attend the rituals, must appear to engage in the excess, must convince other cultists that they are genuinely seeking the same pleasures. This requires an excruciating level of self-control, participating just enough to maintain cover, while not so much that they actually risk corruption. They must fake enthusiasm for experiences they find morally repugnant, must pretend to be satisfied by practices they refuse to genuinely engage in. Some cult stalkers develop techniques for creating the appearance of participation while minimizing actual involvement. They learn to seem more intoxicated than they are, using this as excuse for reduced participation. They develop trusted partners within the cult who will cover for them. They time their attendance at rituals to arrive late or leave early, reducing exposure. But all these tactics carry risks. Too much distance makes them seem uncommitted, potentially untrustworthy. The balance is agonizingly difficult to maintain. Across all types of cults, regardless of which chaos god they serve, certain elements remain constant. The cult stalker must witness and participate in rituals of sacrifice. They must watch as prisoners, sometimes innocent people, who simply wandered into the cult's territory, are brought before gathered worshippers and murdered in elaborate ceremonies. The methods vary by cult and by deity worshipped, but the end result is always the same: a human life ended for the purpose of empowering entities that should not exist. These sacrifices are not metaphorical or symbolic. They are real murders, often carried out with extraordinary cruelty, designed to generate suffering that feeds the chaos gods. The cult stalker must stand among the worshippers, must chant the appropriate prayers, must appear to derive satisfaction from the victim's agony. They must suppress every natural human instinct toward empathy and mercy, must silence the voice inside them that screams to intervene. Perhaps the most psychologically difficult moments come when the cult stalker recognizes someone among the sacrificial victims. A person from their real life before the infiltration, a neighbor from their childhood, a fellow officer from their time in the Arbeits, someone they knew as a human being, not just an anonymous victim. They must watch this person die, must participate in the ritual that kills them, all while maintaining their cover. Any sign of recognition, any hint of emotional response beyond cultist satisfaction could expose them. The cult stalker learns to dissociate during these moments, to create psychological distance between themselves and what is happening. They focus on technical details, on gathering intelligence about the ritual's purpose and structure, on noting which cultists hold positions of authority, on anything except the human being whose life is ending before them. This dissociation becomes a survival mechanism, but it also represents a form of damage, a piece of their humanity sacrificed to maintain their cover. Many cult stalkers report a persistent sense of guilt that they cannot shake. They understand intellectually that intervening would doom their mission, would allow the cult to survive and potentially murder hundreds or thousands more people. They know that maintaining cover and gathering intelligence is necessary to eventually destroy the entire organization. But this knowledge does not eliminate the feeling that they are complicit in murder, that by standing and watching, they become accessories to atrocity. This guilt intensifies as the infiltration continues. The cult stalker accumulates more experiences, more rituals witnessed, more victims whose faces they remember. They dream about them, wake in the night with those final screams echoing in their memory. They wonder how many people have died because they maintained their cover. How many lives could have been saved if they had simply drawn their concealed weapon and started shooting? The mathematics of greater good versus immediate evil become not an abstract philosophical question, but a constant source of torment. Communication with handlers provides little relief. The meetings are too brief, too focused on intelligence gathering, too aware of the constant danger of discovery. The cult stalker delivers their reports, describing what they have witnessed and learned, but they cannot truly express the psychological cost. Their handler reads between the lines, watches for signs of impending breakdown or corruption, but there is little they can do except note the deterioration and hope the cult stalker can hold together long enough to complete the mission. Meanwhile, the cult stalker must maintain their cover identity continuously, not just during cult gatherings, but in every moment of their daily life. Many cults require members to live together in communal settings, in compounds or shared housing, where surveillance is constant. The cult stalker shares rooms with genuine cultists, eats meals with them, spends hours listening to their conversations and participating in their activities. There is no private space, no moment of respite where the mask can be dropped. This constant performance is exhausting in ways difficult for those who haven't experienced it to understand. Every conversation requires calculation. Every reaction must be measured. Every opinion expressed must align with the cult's beliefs rather than the cult stalker's actual views. The strain accumulates day by day, hour by hour, until the cult stalker feels as though they are losing track of who they really are beneath all the lies. Some develop elaborate internal rituals to maintain their core identity. They recite the litany of protection in their minds during cult rituals, using the familiar words as an anchor to their true self. They perform devotions to the emperor in secret, finding moments when they are briefly alone to offer quick prayers or trace the sign of the Aquila across their chest. They carry concealed holy relics, small enough to hide but physical reminders that they serve the Imperium, not chaos. These rituals help, but they are not sufficient to prevent the slow erosion of identity that comes with deep cover work. The cult stalker finds their speech patterns changing, adopting the cult's terminology even in their thoughts. They catch themselves reacting to situations the way their cover identity would, rather than how they actually feel. They begin to understand the cult's reasoning, to see the logical progression that leads from legitimate grievances to heretical solutions. They do not agree with it, not exactly, but they comprehend it in ways they did not before, and that comprehension feels like the beginning of corruption. The physical environment of cult operations adds another layer of horror. Many cults operate from spaces that have been deliberately corrupted, locations where the barrier between reality and the warp has been weakened through repeated rituals. The cult stalker can feel this corruption, a sensation like a constant pressure against their mind, a subtle wrongness that never fully goes away. The air feels thick, hard to breathe. Shadows seem to move when not directly observed. Sounds echo strangely, and occasionally voices can be heard whispering from nowhere. These are not imagination or psychological deterioration, though both of those are real concerns as well. These are genuine effects of chaos corruption, of reality itself becoming unstable in spaces where the ruinous powers hold influence. The cult stalker learns to navigate these spaces, to function despite the constant psychic pressure, to ignore the whispers and the moving shadows. But functioning is not the same as being unaffected. Every moment spent in such places leaves marks, subtle changes in perception and thought that accumulate over time. And then, there are the mutations. Exposure to chaos inevitably causes physical changes, especially for those who spend extended time in corrupted environments or participate in empowered rituals. The cult stalker watches as fellow cultists begin to show signs of mutation. Extra fingers sprouting from hands, eyes appearing in unexpected places, skin developing scales or fur, limbs elongating or twisting into unnatural shapes. These mutations are often viewed as blessings by the cultists, physical proof of their god's favor. But to the cult stalker, they represent horror and danger. The danger is not merely the disturbing nature of the mutations themselves, though that is significant. The real danger is that the cult stalker will also begin to mutate. Despite all precautions, despite the protective rituals and medical interventions, prolonged exposure to chaos corruption can cause physical changes. The cult stalker must constantly monitor themselves, checking for signs of mutation, reporting any changes to their handlers immediately. Some mutations are minor and can be hidden or managed. A slight discoloration of the skin, an extra tooth growing in the back of the mouth, a subtle change in the texture of hair or nails. These can be lived with, at least temporarily, though they represent a countdown to extraction. More severe mutations require immediate action. The cult stalker may need to be extracted from the cult for emergency medical treatment, the mission aborted before its objectives are fully achieved. But extraction is not always possible. If the cult stalker has penetrated deep enough, if they have access to high-level information, or are positioned to witness critical rituals, their handlers may decide the mission must continue, despite the mutations. In these cases, the cult stalker must accept that they are being permanently changed, that the corruption affecting their body may not be fully reversible even after the mission ends. They must live with the knowledge that they are becoming something other than fully human, sacrificing not just their psychological well-being, but their very physical form in service to the Imperium. The question of when corruption has gone too far is never clear-cut. The Inquisition uses various guidelines and protocols, but ultimately, the decision is subjective, made by handlers who may be thousands of miles away, operating on incomplete information. The cult stalker may feel they are still in control, still resisting effectively, while their handlers see signs of compromise in their reports and behavior, or the cult stalker may be certain they are failing, that they can no longer maintain their resistance, while their handlers see no cause for concern. This uncertainty adds yet another burden. The cult stalker must constantly evaluate their own mental and spiritual state, must be both infiltrator and monitor, must watch themselves for signs of corruption while simultaneously trying to function as a spy. It is a level of self-awareness that can border on paralyzing self-consciousness, making it difficult to react naturally to situations because every reaction is being analyzed for signs of compromise. And always, there is the knowledge that if they do fall, if the corruption takes hold too completely, their handlers will not hesitate to eliminate them. The cult stalker has been briefed on this possibility, has given their consent to being killed if they become compromised. But knowing this intellectually does not eliminate the fear, the awareness that their own organization may execute them not for failure, but for being too successful, for penetrating so deep into the cult that they themselves became corrupted in the process. This creates a perverse pressure to limit one's own effectiveness. The cult stalker must be good enough at their role to gather valuable intelligence and maintain cover, but not so good that they genuinely begin to be corrupted. They must penetrate the cult's inner circles without penetrating so deep that they lose themselves. It is yet another impossible balance, another tightrope stretched over an abyss. Some cult stalkers cope by setting personal limits, internal boundaries they swear never to cross. They tell themselves they will participate in rituals, but never initiate them. They will witness sacrifices, but never personally perform one. They will chant the prayers, but never truly mean them. These boundaries help maintain a sense of moral integrity, a line that separates pretending from doing. But situations arise where these boundaries must be crossed to maintain cover. The cult stalker finds themselves in circumstances where refusing to act would expose them, where they must choose between their personal limits and mission success. Most choose the mission. They cross their own boundaries, justify it as necessary, and add another weight to the burden of guilt they carry. And once one boundary is crossed, the next becomes easier, until they look back and realize They no longer remember where their original lines were drawn. The transformation is gradual but inexorable. The cult stalker who enters an organization as a loyal imperial agent, determined to resist corruption at all costs, slowly becomes something else. Not necessarily corrupted in the traditional sense, not genuinely devoted to chaos, but changed nonetheless. They are no longer quite the person they were, no longer quite able to relate to normal human experiences, no longer quite capable of returning to their old life even if extraction occurs. This is the hidden cost of infiltration operations, the price that is rarely discussed in mission briefings. The Inquisition will tell cult stalkers that their service is temporary, that they will eventually return to normal life, that appropriate mental health support will be provided. But everyone involved knows this is a comforting lie. There is no real recovery from this work. The things witnessed cannot be unseen. The things done cannot be undone. The person who goes undercover into a chaos cult is not the same person who emerges, assuming they emerge at all. Many cult stalkers are rotated into other forms of inquisitorial service after extraction, precisely because they cannot return to civilian life. They become interrogators or acolytes, continuing to serve the Inquisition in roles that utilize their hard-won knowledge of chaos cults, while keeping them in an environment where their experiences are understood and their psychological damage can be monitored. They are valuable assets, walking repositories of information about how cults operate, what tactics work for infiltration, what signs indicate genuine corruption versus performance. But they are also wounded, sometimes broken in ways that never fully heal. They suffer nightmares, flashbacks, episodes where they lose track of which identity is real. They struggle with relationships, unable to be fully honest about their past, unable to trust that anyone who shows them affection isn't somehow deceiving them. They exist in a strange twilight space between the Imperium they serve and the chaos they spent so long pretending to embrace, never quite belonging to either world. And yet, despite all this horror, despite the psychological and physical costs, there is something noble about what cult stalkers do. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, where humanity is beset on all sides by threats that seek its extinction, someone must be willing to descend into darkness. Someone must be willing to sacrifice not just their life, but their very soul, or at least risk its sacrifice, to gather the intelligence needed to keep humanity safe. Cult stalkers rarely receive recognition for their work. Their missions are classified at the highest levels, their identities often scrubbed from records even within the Inquisition. They cannot tell anyone what they have done or what they have endured. They cannot seek honor or glory, cannot expect their names to be remembered or their sacrifices acknowledged. They simply do the work, bear the burden, and hope that somehow it makes a difference. As the infiltration continues, as days become weeks become months, the cult stalker must find ways to pass information to their handlers without compromising their position. This is one of the most technically difficult aspects of the mission, requiring a combination of tradecraft, patience, and improvisation. Dead drops are the most common communication method. The cult stalker identifies secure locations where they can leave messages. Hollow spaces in walls, specific trees in forests, particular sewage pipes, anywhere that provides concealment and is unlikely to be disturbed. They establish a schedule with their handlers, leaving information at predetermined times that allow their contact to retrieve messages without direct interaction. The cult stalker might be gathering intelligence in the evening, writing their report late at night when other cultists sleep, then depositing it at 0300 hours in the morning, knowing their handler will check the location at 0400. These dead drops must be extremely sophisticated because cults are paranoid organizations, constantly watching for signs of infiltration. The cult stalker cannot simply write out information on paper and leave it somewhere. The message must be encoded, disguised as something innocuous, protected against discovery. They might use microdots, reducing entire pages of intelligence to points invisible to the naked eye, hidden on mundane objects that are left at the drop location. They might use book codes, marking specific words in publicly available texts that combine to form messages. They might use chemical indicators, seemingly random patterns that reveal information only when treated with specific compounds. The preparation required to make these drops is extensive. The cult stalker must find opportunities to create their messages without being observed, must possess the tools necessary for encoding, must have memorized the schedule and protocols so thoroughly that they can execute them while exhausted and stressed. And they must do all this while maintaining their cover identity, somehow finding time and privacy in an environment where they are constantly surrounded by other cultists. Physical meetings with handlers do occur, but are rare and dangerous. They require the cult stalker to separate from the cult without arousing suspicion, meet their contact at a secure location, conduct their business, and return before their absence is noted. Every such meeting is a risk, a potential exposure point that could compromise the entire mission. They are reserved for circumstances where the intelligence is too complex for dead drops, or where the handler needs to assess the cult stalker's condition directly. These face-to-face meetings are often emotionally difficult. For the cult stalker, they represent a brief moment of connection with their real identity, a chance to drop the mask and speak honestly about what they are experiencing. But the handler cannot allow the meeting to become a therapy session. Time is limited, and the danger of discovery is constant. The handler must extract maximum intelligence in minimum time, assess the cult stalker's condition for signs of corruption or breakdown, provide new instructions, and terminate the meeting. The cult stalker often leaves these encounters feeling even more isolated than before, having been reminded of their connection to the Imperium only to have it immediately severed again. The intelligence gathered through infiltration is extraordinarily valuable, but also incredibly specific. The cult stalker learns the identities of cult members, maps their organizational structure, identifies their bases of operation, documents their rituals and practices. They provide information that allows the Inquisition to understand not just that a cult exists, but exactly how it functions, who leads it, what its goals are, and most importantly, when and where it can be most effectively destroyed. This last point is crucial. The Inquisition rarely strikes against cults immediately upon discovering them. Instead, they use infiltrators to gather comprehensive intelligence, waiting until they understand the full extent of the organization before moving. A premature strike might destroy the visible elements of a cult while missing hidden cells that would then go deeper underground. Better to wait, to map the entire network, to identify every member and sympathizer, and then strike with overwhelming force that eliminates the threat completely. But this strategic patience creates additional psychological burden for the cult stalker. They watch the cult grow stronger, recruit more members, perform more rituals, sacrifice more victims, all while knowing they have already gathered enough information for a strike. They must trust that their handlers understand the strategic situation better than they do, that the delay serves a larger purpose, that the additional suffering is justified by the more complete victory that will eventually come. Sometimes that trust is misplaced. Sometimes missions go wrong. Sometimes cults discover their infiltrators. The moment of exposure when a cult stalker's cover is blown is one of absolute terror and desperate violence. It might happen suddenly, a slip of the mask at a critical moment, a handler captured and forced to reveal their agent's identity, a psychological assessment that concludes the suspect is not genuinely devoted to chaos. Or it might happen gradually, suspicions accumulating until the cult leadership decides to test the suspected infiltrator with trials that no loyal Imperial agent can pass. These trials are designed to force the cult stalker to either genuinely commit heresy or reveal themselves as a spy. They might be required to personally torture and kill an Imperial citizen, with the cultists watching carefully to see if they show any hesitation or mercy. They might be exposed to chaos corruption so intense that genuine corruption would be immediate and obvious. with the expectation that a true devotee would embrace the change while an infiltrator would resist. They might be subjected to demonic scrutiny, psychic examination by entities that can see into the soul and detect loyalty to the Emperor as clearly as humans see light. If the cult stalker is clever and well-trained, they might be able to pass these tests, might find ways to maintain their cover even under extreme pressure. But more often, these tests are designed to be impossible, and the cult recognizes the spy for what they are. What follows is nightmare. The cult does not simply execute infiltrators. That would be too quick, too merciful. Instead, they make examples of them, using their capture to reinforce the cult's power and demonstrate what happens to those who betray the dark gods. The cult stalker is subjected to torture that goes beyond physical pain, incorporating elements of psychological horror and spiritual torment. They are shown the consequences of their mission, forced to watch as other captured agents are killed, told that their efforts were futile, that the Inquisition cannot save them. Many cult stalkers are equipped with suicide devices for exactly this scenario. A poison tooth that can be bitten to induce immediate death. A subcutaneous implant that can be triggered to destroy the brain. Anything that allows them to deny the cult the satisfaction of their torture and prevent them from being forced to reveal information about other operatives or inquisitorial operations. The decision to activate such a device requires extraordinary courage, the willingness to end one's own life to protect the mission and spare oneself suffering that would be beyond endurance. But cults anticipate this possibility. They search captured spies thoroughly, remove suicide devices, bind them in ways that prevent self-harm. The cult stalker who is caught must face what comes next without the mercy of a quick death. What they endure in those final hours or days is horror beyond description, suffering that serves as a warning to any other infiltrators and as entertainment for chaos cultists who delight in the pain of those who oppose them. The Inquisition makes efforts to extract compromised cult stalkers when possible. They maintain rapid response teams specifically for this purpose, assets positioned to strike quickly if an infiltrator signals that their cover is blown. But extraction is not always possible. Sometimes the cult stalker is captured too quickly to signal. Sometimes they are held in locations that are too well defended to assault without massive casualties. Sometimes the strategic situation dictates that the Inquisition cannot reveal the full extent of their knowledge about the cult by conducting an extraction that would demonstrate they had an infiltrator in place. In these latter cases, the cult stalker is abandoned. The Inquisition simply ceases contact, allows the agent to be sacrificed, and uses whatever intelligence was gathered before exposure to plan their strike against the cult. It is a cold, calculated decision, but one that preserves operational security and maximizes the chances of destroying the entire organization. The cult stalker understands this possibility from the beginning, has accepted that they may be sacrificed, but understanding intellectually does not make the reality any less horrifying when it occurs. Some cult stalkers, facing exposure and unable to escape or commit suicide, make a final choice that is perhaps the most controversial in all inquisitorial operations. They stop pretending. They embrace their rage, drop all pretense of being a cultist, and attack with everything they have. They know they will die, probably within minutes, but they take as many cultists with them as possible. They turn their intimate knowledge of the cult against it, targeting leaders, destroying cult resources, doing whatever damage they can in their final moments. This final resistance serves multiple purposes. It denies the cult the satisfaction of torture. It causes immediate damage to the organization. And it sends a message to other cult stalkers who might later learn of the event. Better to die fighting as a loyal Imperial agent than to die screaming as a captured spy. But it also compromises operational security, potentially revealing tactics and capabilities that the Inquisition would prefer to keep secret. Handlers have mixed feelings about these last stands, respecting the courage while lamenting the strategic costs. For those cult stalkers who successfully complete their missions, who gather their intelligence and survive until extraction, the experience of leaving the cult is disorienting in its own way. After months of living a lie, maintaining constant vigilance, seeing themselves as a cultist, the sudden return to imperial identity is jarring. They are extracted from the cult either gradually, with a carefully constructed reason for their departure, or suddenly, during the inquisitorial strike that destroys the organization they infiltrated. Either way, the transition is abrupt and psychologically difficult. The immediate aftermath of extraction focuses on medical treatment and debriefing. The cult stalker is examined for mutations, tested for corruption, treated for any diseases or injuries sustained during the mission. They are questioned extensively about everything they witnessed, every detail they can remember about the cult's structure and operations. This debriefing can take days or weeks, with the cult stalker repeating their story again and again, describing events from multiple angles, clarifying details until every piece of actionable intelligence has been extracted. Only after the medical and intelligence priorities are satisfied does the Inquisition address the cult stalker's psychological state. They are offered counseling, opportunities to speak with ecclesiarchy priests about their experiences, access to mind-cleansing procedures that can help reduce the trauma of particularly horrifying memories. Some of these interventions are genuinely helpful, providing tools for managing the psychological aftermath. Others are simply exercises in documentation, assessments of whether the cult stalker is fit for further service, or whether they are too damaged to continue. Many cult stalkers are found to be permanently unsuitable for return to normal life. They have seen too much, done too much, changed too fundamentally to blend back into civilian populations. These individuals are retained in inquisitorial service in various capacities. Some become instructors, training the next generation of cult stalkers. Others serve as analysts, using their first-hand knowledge of cult operations to interpret intelligence gathered by others. A few are deemed valuable enough to be transformed into interrogators, apprentice inquisitors who may eventually rise to full inquisitorial status. But many others simply disappear. They are given quiet postings in remote locations, assigned to monitor activities in areas where little happens, essentially retired without the official designation. They are paid, housed, kept under observation to ensure their corruption does not manifest in dangerous ways. But they are no longer considered truly useful. They exist in a strange limbo, neither fully part of the Inquisition nor released from service, carrying their secrets until death finally grants them rest. A small percentage of cult stalkers are determined to be compromised despite successfully completing their missions. The signs of corruption they display are subtle but unmistakable to experienced inquisitors. Perhaps they speak too enthusiastically about certain cult practices. Perhaps they show too much understanding of chaos philosophy. Perhaps psychological testing reveals thought patterns that suggest the beginning of genuine conversion. These individuals are not punished, exactly. They fulfilled their mission parameters and provided valuable intelligence. But neither can they be allowed to remain free, potentially spreading their corruption to others. Their fate varies depending on the severity of corruption and the Inquisitor's philosophy. Some are subjected to intensive purification rituals, combinations of prayer, psychic cleansing, and in extreme cases lobotomy that removes the corrupted portions of their memory. Others are simply executed, a bolt round to the head, serving as the Emperor's mercy to a faithful servant who did their duty but was damaged beyond recovery. A few are transformed into specialized servitors, their knowledge preserved while their free will is destroyed, turned into living databases that can be consulted without risk of them spreading corruption. The Inquisition maintains careful statistics on cult stalker outcomes, tracking survival rates, mission success rates, and corruption rates. The numbers are sobering. Less than half of all cult stalkers survive their first deep cover assignment. Of those who survive, less than half are deemed fit for further infiltration missions. Of those who complete multiple missions, the vast majority show signs of psychological damage that prevents them from ever returning to normal life. The attrition rate is staggering, yet there is never a shortage of volunteers or conscripts. The Imperium has billions of citizens, and only a small fraction need to possess the necessary combination of skills and psychology to maintain a steady supply of cult stalkers. Some inquisitors question whether this form of operation is worth the cost. They argue that the intelligence gained could be obtained through other means, by turning captured cultists into informants, by using surveillance technology, by relying on psychic investigation. They suggest that the human cost of cult infiltration operations is too high, that the Inquisition should not be in the business of deliberately placing agents in situations where corruption is not just likely, but almost inevitable. But other inquisitors counter that there is no substitute for human intelligence, for having an agent inside the cult who can observe its workings directly. Technology can be countered, psychic investigation can be deceived, captured cultists have limited knowledge and may be feeding false information. Only an embedded infiltrator can provide the comprehensive, real-time intelligence needed to truly understand and ultimately destroy a cult. The costs are high, yes, but the alternative is allowing chaos cults to operate without effective opposition, to grow until they are too powerful to be eliminated, to corrupt entire worlds before the Inquisition even realizes the scope of the threat. This debate will never be truly resolved because both positions have merit, and because the nature of the threat requires extreme measures. Chaos cults are extraordinarily dangerous, capable of destroying worlds, summoning demons, causing suffering on scales that defy comprehension. If cult stalker operations prevent even a fraction of these catastrophes, if the intelligence they gather saves even a few worlds from corruption, then perhaps the terrible costs are justified. But this is cold comfort to the individual cult stalkers, to the men and women who live through these missions and carry the scars forever after. For them, the abstract arguments about necessity and greater good mean little compared to the memories that haunt their dreams, the guilt that weighs on their souls, the knowledge of what they did and what they became in service to the Imperium. The life of a cult stalker represents one of the darker aspects of the Imperium's eternal war against chaos. It demonstrates that sometimes, to fight monsters, one must employ methods that seem themselves monstrous. It shows that the Imperium is willing to sacrifice not just lives, but souls, not just soldiers, but innocent civilians caught in the crossfire, all in pursuit of survival against existential threats. Whether this makes the Imperium itself a kind of horror, different in degree, but not entirely in kind from the chaos it opposes, is a question each observer must answer for themselves. What is undeniable is the courage, or perhaps the desperation, of those who accept cult stalker assignments. They walk into situations that would break most people, knowing the odds of survival are low, and the odds of emerging psychologically intact are even lower. They make sacrifices that will never be publicly acknowledged, suffering that will never be memorialized. They are heroes in the truest sense, yet their heroism must remain secret because its very nature is shameful. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, these are the wars fought in whispers and shadows. These are the battles won not through righteous fury, but through deception and endurance. These are the victories paid for not in blood, though blood is certainly spilled, but in pieces of souls gradually eroded away. This is the price of survival in a universe where humanity is beset on all sides by forces that seek its annihilation. The cult stalkers pay this price. They descend into darkness so that others might live in light, or at least in the lesser darkness of normal imperial existence. They become the enemy so that the enemy might be destroyed. They walk the path between damnation and salvation, maintaining impossible balance, hoping that when the mission finally ends, they will still remember which side they are truly on. And in the depths of hive cities, in the forgotten corners of industrial worlds, in the hidden spaces where chaos cults gather and plot, the work continues. New cult stalkers are deployed, new missions begun, new sacrifices made. The Inquisition's shadow war against chaos never stops, never slows, never grants respite. As long as humanity exists, as long as the ruinous powers seek to corrupt and destroy, there will be need for those willing to infiltrate, to spy, to live the brutal life of an agent embedded in a chaos cult. This is their story. This is their sacrifice. This is the price they pay in darkness so that the Imperium might endure. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the life of a chaos cult spy in Warhammer 40k, please like this video and subscribe to the channel for more lore explorations from the grim darkness of the far future. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But within that endless night, there are shadows deeper still. Shadows that move with purpose. Shadows that hunt. Shadows that remember. The galaxy of the 41st millennium stands on the precipice of annihilation, beset on all sides by horrors that would drive lesser civilizations to madness. The Imperium of Man, that sprawling monument to human endurance, fractures under the weight of 10,000 years of warfare, bureaucracy, and faith, twisted into fanaticism. The Great Rift tears reality itself asunder, splitting the galaxy in two and bathing half of human space in the raw energies of the warp. Demon Primarchs walk among the stars once more, leading their corrupted legions in orgies of destruction. And yet, in response to this darkness, light begins to flicker. Not the harsh, sterile light of the Astronomicon that guides ships through the warp, but something more primal. The sons of the Emperor, those demigods crafted in his image, begin to stir from their long sleep or emerge from their self-imposed exiles. Roboute Guilliman, the Lord of Ultramar, awakened from his 10,000-year slumber to take up the mantle of Lord Commander of the Imperium, desperately trying to hold together an empire that teeters on the edge of collapse. Lion L. Johnson, the Dark Angel's master, rose from his hidden rest within the rock to once again lead his sons in battle. His presence, a stark reminder that the heroes of old have not entirely abandoned humanity. But there is another Primarch whose fate remains shrouded in mystery and speculation. Another son of the Emperor who ventured into the darkest places of the galaxy, not in search of glory or conquest, but driven by guilt, shame, and an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. His name was Corvus Corax, the Liberator, the Deliverer, the Raven Lord. Master of the 19th Legion, the Raven Guard, he was a Primarch who understood the oppressed, who fought not for dominion, but for freedom. Where others sought to conquer in the Emperor's name, Corax liberated. Where others led from the front with overwhelming force, he struck from the shadows with surgical precision. His was a legion of ghosts and shadows, masters of infiltration and covert warfare, who could dismantle enemy forces before they even knew they were under attack. The story of Corvus Corax is one of tragedy and transformation. It begins with revolution and ends, if indeed it has ended, somewhere in the twisted realm of chaos itself. Unlike Guilliman, who was awakened by others, or the lion who simply emerged from his rest, Corax's return would be something altogether different. For the Raven Lord did not simply disappear. He did not fall in battle or enter stasis. No, Corvus Corax walked willingly into the Eye of Terror, that wound in reality where the immaterium bleeds into the material universe, where demons are made flesh, and where the laws of physics bow before the whims of dark gods. He entered that hell dimension with a single purpose: to hunt down and destroy those who had betrayed the Emperor, to make the traitor Primarchs pay for their treachery, and to atone for his own perceived failures through an eternity of bloody vengeance. What happened to him there, in that realm where dreams and nightmares take physical form, has only recently come to light through whispered accounts and fragmentary records. The Corvus Corax, who entered the Eye of Terror, was still recognizably the Primarch who had led the Raven Guard during the Great Crusade. Alabaster skin, raven black hair, eyes like shards of solid shadow, clad in his distinctive sable armor, with its articulated pinions that served as both flight system and deadly weapon. But the warp changes all who spend too long in its embrace. It strips away pretense and reveals what lies beneath. For demons and those corrupted by chaos, this means revealing the twisted reflection of their deepest depravities. But for Corvus Corax, loyal son of the Emperor, it meant something else entirely. The warp revealed what the Emperor had always known, but what Corax himself had perhaps never fully understood. The Primarchs were never simply enhanced humans, never merely the product of genetic engineering, no matter how sublime. They were beings born of the warp itself, consciousness and power given form and bound within vessels of flesh. Each Primarch was a fragment of the Emperor's own essence, shaped and molded to embody specific aspects of warfare and leadership. And in the eye of terror, far from the stabilizing influence of real space, that warp nature could no longer be contained. Corvus Corax underwent a transformation, not corruption, mind you. He did not pledge himself to any of the dark gods. He did not become a demon prince in service to chaos. No, what happened to Corax was something different, something that even the demon Primarch Lorgar could not quite comprehend when he encountered it. The mortal shell that the Emperor had created fell away, revealing the true nature of what lay beneath. Corax became a being of living shadow and darkness, a creature that could dissolve into smoke and reform at will, that could become a murder of ravens or coalesce into a humanoid shape bristling with blades. He became, in essence, the pure embodiment of his nature as the master of shadows, the hunter in darkness, the blade that strikes unseen. This transformation has profound implications. For if Corvus Corax could unlock this power through nothing more than exposure to the warp and force of will, what does that say about the other Primarchs? What might they become if they too were to fully embrace their warp nature? And more importantly, what would happen if Corax were to return to the Imperium in his current state? Would he be hailed as a savior, a Primarch returned to lead humanity in its darkest hour? Or would he be branded as something corrupted and dangerous, a thing to be destroyed despite his continued loyalty to the Emperor and the Imperium? These questions hang over any discussion of Corvus Corax's potential return. They are questions without easy answers, questions that touch on the very nature of the Imperium itself and what it has become in the 10 millennia since the Emperor was entombed upon the Golden Throne. To understand these questions, to truly grasp what the return of Corvus Corax might mean, we must first understand the man he was. We must trace his path from the mining moon of Lycaeus to the Eye of Terror. We must walk through the moments that defined him, the betrayals that broke him, and the transformation that remade him. Only then can we begin to imagine what it might mean if the shadow that hunts in the dark were to step back into the light. The tale of Corvus Corax begins, as do all Primarch tales, with the Emperor's grand design and the intervention of the Chaos Gods. In the gene laboratories deep beneath the Himalaysian mountains on Terra, the Emperor of mankind labored to create his ultimate weapons in the Great War against the darkness. 20 sons, each a genetic masterwork, each designed to embody specific virtues and capabilities that would be needed in the conquest and unification of the galaxy. These were to be the Primarchs, generals and leaders without peer, beings of such power and charisma that entire civilizations would bend knee before them. But the Chaos Gods, those dark entities that dwell in the warp and feed upon the emotions of sentient beings, were not content to allow the Emperor's plan to proceed unhindered. They reached through the barriers between reality and the immaterium, seized the gestating Primarchs, and scattered them across the galaxy. Some Primarchs landed on worlds of enlightenment and culture. Others crashed onto planets of violence and strife. Each world would shape the Primarch who arrived there, molding their personality and worldview in ways that the Emperor could never have fully anticipated. The infant who would become Corvus Corax arrived on Lycaeus, a desolate moon orbiting the forge world of Kievar. This was no paradise. Lycaeus was a prison, a place where the tech guilds of Kievar sent criminals, political dissidents, and workers who had failed to meet their quotas. These unfortunates were put to work in the vast mining operations that honeycombed the moon, extracting the minerals and rare elements that fed Kievar's immense factories. The conditions were brutal beyond measure. The guards were armed and ruthless. Escape was impossible. Death was commonplace. It was into this hell that the infant Primarch fell, discovered by miners pursuing a valuable seam deep beneath the surface. They found him in a lightless chamber, pale as death, with hair as black as the void between stars. Even as an infant, his presence was remarkable. The miners who found him knew that this was no ordinary child. They concealed him from the guards, raising him in secret, as best they could, teaching him the ways of rebellion and resistance. The young Corax, for that was the name they gave him, meaning deliverer in their tongue, grew with supernatural speed, as all Primarchs did. But more than physical growth, he absorbed knowledge and experience at an incredible rate. The miners taught him everything they knew about mining, about explosives, about the layout of the facilities, about the routines of the guards. More importantly, they taught him about tyranny, about the casual cruelty of those with power over others, about the dignity that could be maintained even in the most degrading circumstances. These lessons would shape Corax's entire worldview, instilling in him a deep and abiding hatred for oppression in all its forms. As he matured, Corax began to develop abilities that even he did not fully understand at first. He discovered that he could move through shadows as if they were physical places, slipping from one patch of darkness to another in ways that defied conventional physics. This shadow-walking ability, which he would later learn to call his Wraith Slip, made him nearly impossible to track or capture. Combined with his growing mastery of guerrilla warfare tactics, it made him the perfect revolutionary leader. Corax did not simply rage against his captors. He planned, he organized. He built a network of resistance cells throughout the mining facilities, carefully recruiting those who could be trusted, eliminating those who might betray them. He taught his followers the arts of sabotage, of psychological warfare, of hitting the enemy where they were weakest and vanishing before reinforcements could arrive. He conducted a campaign that stretched over years, gradually eroding the guards' morale and effectiveness, building stockpiles of weapons and explosives, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When that moment came, the revolution was sudden and total. Key security points fell in coordinated attacks. The guards, spread thin and demoralized by years of random violence and sabotage, collapsed. Corax's forces swept through the facilities, liberating the prisoners and seizing control of the moon. But victory on Lycaeus was only the beginning. The tech guilds of Kievar would not simply accept the loss of their mining operations. They prepared to retake the moon by force, marshalling their private armies for an assault that would have crushed the rebellion. Corax anticipated this. He had been planning for it. The mining operations had given him access to something far more valuable than simple explosives: nuclear mining charges, devices designed to shatter asteroids and crack open seams of precious minerals deep underground. Corax had secreted away several of these weapons. When the tech guilds launched their assault, they found the revolutionaries better prepared than expected, but still no match for professional soldiers with superior equipment. The tech guild forces pushed forward, confident in Hus, their eventual victory. And then 5 of Kievar's largest cities simply ceased to exist. The nuclear mining charges, delivered via cargo shuttles through the gravity well that connected Lycaeus to Kievar, detonated simultaneously. The devastation was total. Millions died in the initial blasts. More perished in the fires and radiation that followed. The tech guild's power structure collapsed instantly. Their forces on Lycaeus, suddenly cut off from support and facing the reality of fighting an enemy willing to use nuclear weapons, surrendered. The revolution was complete. It was a victory, yes, but one purchased with an enormous price in lives. Corax had freed his people, but in doing so, he had killed countless innocents on Kievar. This weight would stay with him always, a reminder that even just causes require terrible choices. The freed prisoners of Lycaeus, grateful for their liberation, renamed their home Deliverance. They looked to Corax as their leader and liberator. But Corax knew that their freedom was fragile. Sooner or later, the wider Imperium would learn of the revolt. Sooner or later, forces would come to bring Deliverance to compliance with Imperial rule. He prepared his people for war, training them in the tactics that had won their freedom, building defenses and stockpiling weapons. He did not know that the Emperor himself was already aware of what had happened. The Master of Mankind had been searching for his lost sons, using his psychic powers to locate them across the vastness of the galaxy. When he found Corax on Deliverance, he did not come with armies and threats of destruction. He came alone. The meeting between the Emperor and Corvus Corax lasted a day and a night. What passed between them is not recorded. We know only that at the end of that time, Corax agreed to accept command of the 19th Legion of Space Marines, the Raven Guard, and to lead them in the Great Crusade to reunify humanity under Imperial rule. But that acceptance came with conditions. The Emperor agreed to help stabilize Kievar, to rebuild what had been destroyed, to ensure that the people of Deliverance would never again be slaves. The Adeptus Mechanicus would establish proper facilities on Kievar, bringing it into compliance with Imperial law while respecting the freedoms that Corax had fought to secure. It was, in many ways, an unusual arrangement. Most Primarchs simply took command of their legions and led them without negotiation or condition. But the Emperor recognized in Corax something valuable, a genuine commitment to justice and liberation rather than mere conquest. He accepted Corax's conditions because he knew that this Primarch would need that moral foundation to remain loyal in the trials ahead. Thus began Corvus Corax's service in the Great Crusade. He took command of the Raven Guard, a legion that had already established a reputation for stealth and covert operations, and he refined their tactics to a razor's edge. Under his leadership, the Raven Guard became masters of infiltration, of surgical strikes, of hitting the enemy where they were weakest and withdrawing before the enemy could respond. Where other legions might batter down the walls of a fortress with overwhelming firepower, the Raven Guard would insert a small team to sabotage the fortress's power grid, eliminate its leadership, and open the gates from within. Where other legions left behind shattered worlds and traumatized populations, the Raven Guard specialized in decapitation strikes that removed enemy leadership while minimizing collateral damage. This approach put Corax at odds with some of his brother Primarchs, particularly Horus Lupercal, the War Master. Horus believed in the application of overwhelming force in shows of strength that would cow potential enemies into submission. He saw Corax's methods as weak, as unnecessarily complicated. For his part, Corax viewed Horus's approach as wasteful and counterproductive. Why destroy a world when you could conquer it intact? Why slaughter millions when precise action against a few key targets would suffice? The two Primarchs argued frequently when the Raven Guard served under Horus's command. The arguments grew heated enough that they nearly came to blows on at least one occasion. After that incident, Corax requested and received permission to operate independently rather than under Horus's direct command. This decision would have far-reaching consequences. Had Corax remained closer to Horus, he might have detected the War Master's corruption earlier, or he might have been drawn into the conspiracy himself. We can never know. What we do know is that when Horus's rebellion burst into the open with the virus bombing of Istvan III, Corvus Corax was among those Primarchs who remained unquestionably loyal to the Emperor. When Rogel Dawn issued the call for loyal forces to assemble and bring the traitors to justice, Corax and his Raven Guard answered without hesitation. They would be part of the force that would descend upon Istvan V to destroy Horus's forces and end the rebellion before it could spread. It was a decision made in good faith, with complete confidence in the loyalty of their brother legions. It was a decision that would lead to one of the greatest tragedies in Imperial history. But Corax also faced internal challenges within his own legion. The Raven Guard had been recruited from Terra long before Corax was discovered. and many of these Terran-born Marines had developed their own interpretation of what the Legion should be. Some had embraced terror tactics, using fear and intimidation as weapons in ways that made them uncomfortably similar to the Night Lord's Legion under Konrad Kurz. Korax found these methods abhorrent. They reminded him too much of the guards who had terrorized the prisoners of Lycaeus. He believed that fear, born of cruelty, was a tool of tyrants, not liberators. So he began a quiet but steady purge of these elements within his legion. He assigned Terran-born Marines who used terror tactics to forgotten crusades on the galactic rim, to exploration missions in uncharted space, anywhere that would keep them away from the main body of the Legion. It was not a kindness. Many of these assignments were effectively death sentences, missions from which return was unlikely. But Korax convinced himself that it was necessary to preserve the soul of his Legion. This decision would haunt him later, another weight added to the burden of guilt he carried. The drop site massacre of Istvan V stands as one of the darkest moments in the history of the Imperium. It was betrayal on a scale almost incomprehensible, orchestrated with cold precision by the War Master Horus and executed by his traitor legions. The plan was elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its execution. 7 legions had been called to bring Horus to justice. 3 would make up the first wave of the assault: the Iron Hands under Ferrus Manus, the Salamanders under Vulcan, and the Raven Guard under Corvus Corax. 4 more would follow as reinforcements: the Word Bearers, the Night Lords, the Iron Warriors, and the Alpha Legion. What none of the Loyalists knew, what they could not have suspected, despite all their strategic brilliance and tactical acumen, was that the second wave had already turned traitor. They were waiting not to reinforce the assault, but to spring the trap that would destroy the Loyalist forces. The first wave landed in the Urgol Depression on Istvan V, a killing ground that Horus had chosen carefully. The terrain funneled the attackers into predetermined approaches, forcing them through carefully prepared defensive positions, bristling with weapons emplacements and fortified bunkers. The traitor forces were dug in and ready, but the Loyalists were Space Marines, each one a superhuman warrior worth 100 normal men. They were led by Primarchs, beings of almost godlike power and strategic genius. The assault pushed forward, despite horrific casualties. The Iron Hands drove straight into the center of the traitor position, Ferrus Manus at their head, his fury at Fulgrim's betrayal lending him terrible strength. The Salamanders took the left flank, Vulcan's unstoppable advance crushing everything in his path. And on the right flank came the Raven Guard, Corvus Corax, using every trick in his considerable arsenal to disrupt the enemy's command structure and sow chaos behind their lines. For a time, it seemed that the assault might actually succeed despite the unfavorable terrain. The Loyalists were winning. They pushed the traitors back, meter by meter, paying for every centimeter of ground in blood, but steadily advancing nonetheless. And then, exhausted and battered, dragging their wounded and dead, they fell back to the drop site where the second wave was landing. They expected medical support, resupply, reinforcements to help them finish the job. What they got was betrayal. A single red flare shot up from Horus's fortress. At that signal, the 4 legions of the second wave opened fire on their supposed allies. The Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, Night Lords, and Alpha Legion revealed their true allegiance, catching the Loyalists in a devastating crossfire. The slaughter was immediate and total. Marines who moments before had thought themselves on the verge of victory found themselves dying under the guns of their brothers. The killing fields of Istvan V ran red with Loyalist blood. In the chaos of that betrayal, Corvus Corax found himself face to face with Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the Word Bearers. The two had never been close. Corax had little patience for Lorgar's religious devotion and philosophical musings. But this was different. This was personal. Lorgar had betrayed the Imperium. He had betrayed the Emperor. He had led his sons into damnation. Korax attacked with a fury born of righteous anger and betrayal. His lightning claws tore through Wordbearer's marines, leaving a trail of dead and dying in his wake. When he finally reached Lorgar, he did not hesitate. The two Primarchs clashed in brutal melee combat. Korax was the better fighter. He always had been. While Lorgar had spent his time in contemplation and study, Korax had honed his skills in actual combat. The Raven Lord's claws found their mark again and again, tearing through Lorgar's armor, spilling Primarch blood onto the black sand of Istvan. Korax impaled Lorgar with both claws, driving the crackling energy blades deep into his brother's torso. He prepared to end it, to rip Lorgar's head from his shoulders and at least claim one traitor Primarch's life. But before he could deliver the killing blow, Conrad Kersey intervened. The Night Haunter, another Primarch who shared Korax's preference for stealth and darkness, but twisted it into something monstrous, attacked from the shadows. Kersey was as skilled a fighter as Korax, and he had the advantage of surprise. The two Shadow Masters fought viciously, but Kersey was not trying to win. He was buying time for Lorgar to escape, buying time for the trap to close completely. Korax realized too late that he was surrounded. His Raven Guard were dying around him, cut down by the thousands under the combined firepower of 8 traitor legions. He had to choose between pursuing Lorgar and trying to save what remained of his legion. The choice tore at him, but in the end, he was still the liberator. He could not abandon his sons. Korax disengaged from Kurz and began fighting his way toward the surviving Raven Guard, calling for a withdrawal, trying to organize some semblance of order in the chaos. The casualties were catastrophic. The Salamanders were virtually wiped out. The Iron Hands lost their Primarch when Ferrus Manus fell to Fulgrim's blade, and the Raven Guard, already one of the smaller legions, was reduced to a mere handful of survivors. Korax himself was gravely wounded, his armor breached in a dozen places, blood streaming from wounds that would have killed a normal Space Marine instantly. But Primarchs are not easily killed. He survived through sheer force of will and the desperate courage of his remaining sons, who formed a shield wall around their fallen Primarch. When his flagship crashed down into the killing fields, damaged but still functional, the survivors fought their way aboard, but they could not break orbit. The traitor fleets controlled the space around Istvan V. Any attempt to leave the planet would result in their destruction. So Korax made the only choice available to him. The Raven Guard would go to ground. They would do what they did best. They would wage guerrilla war against an enemy that outnumbered them thousands to one, and they would survive until rescue arrived, or until they died to the last man. For 98 days, Korax and his surviving Raven Guard fought on Istvan V. They ambushed supply convoys. They sabotaged equipment. They assassinated officers. They struck from the shadows and vanished before the enemy could respond. It was everything they had trained for, every tactic they had perfected, pushed to its absolute limit. They lived in the wastes, scavenging equipment from the dead, eating field rations stripped from traitor corpses, drinking water from contaminated sources. They fought with injuries that would have sent normal men into shock. They endured hardships that would have broken lesser warriors. And through it all, Korax led them, his guilt over the disaster gnawing at him, but his determination to save as many of his sons as possible driving him forward. He had failed to detect the trap. He had led his legion into a massacre, but he would be damned if he let the traitors finish the job. Rescue came in an unexpected form. Captain Bran Anev, who had been left in command of the Raven Guard forces on Deliverance, began experiencing strange visions. Prefector Marcus Valerius, commander of a loyalist Imperial Army regiment, was plagued by dreams that showed the Raven Guard stranded and dying on Istvan. The dreams were vivid enough, compelling enough, that Branna made the decision to take a small fleet and investigate, despite lacking explicit orders to do so. When they arrived at Istvan V, they found the traitor fleets had withdrawn, drawn away to other conflicts. They were able to make contact with Korax and evacuate the survivors. Of the nearly 80,000 Raven Guard, who had deployed to Istvan, fewer than 3,000 escaped. The legion had been effectively destroyed. As Korax looked at the remnants of his once proud force, as he saw the haunted eyes of Marines who had watched their brothers die by the thousands, he knew that the Imperium was in desperate need. The Emperor faced the greatest threat since the founding of the Imperium. Horus's rebellion was not a minor insurrection, but a galaxy-spanning war that would determine the fate of humanity itself. And the Emperor needed warriors. The Raven Guard could not provide them. Not anymore. Not at their current strength. The process of creating new Space Marines normally took years. Aspirants had to be carefully selected for genetic compatibility. They had to undergo the surgical implantation of 19 separate gene seed organs, each one potentially fatal if rejected. They had to be trained, indoctrinated, tested. Even under the best circumstances, a chapter might recruit perhaps a handful of new Marines per year. At that rate, it would take decades to rebuild the Raven Guard to even a fraction of their former strength, decades that the Imperium did not have. So Korax made a decision. He would go to Terra. He would seek audience with the Emperor himself and beg for the means to rebuild his legion more quickly. It was a desperate gambit, but desperation was all that Korax had left. The journey to Terra was fraught with danger. The warp storms that Horus's allies had conjured made travel treacherous. Korax's ship had to navigate currents in the Immaterium that could tear a vessel apart or cast it through time itself. But the Raven Lord's determination saw them through. When they finally reached Holy Terra, Korax discovered that he could not simply walk in and demand an audience with the Emperor. The Master of Mankind was engaged in a project of critical importance, working to create a human pathway into the Eldar Webway that would free humanity from dependence on warp travel. The guards at the Imperial Palace turned Korax away, despite his status as a Primarch. But the Emperor, even consumed with his great work, was aware of his son's presence. He sensed Korax's desperation, his guilt, his desperate need to make amends for his perceived failures. The Emperor could not abandon his work to speak with Korax directly. The breach into the Webway was at a critical juncture. Any distraction could doom the entire project, but he could offer something else. Using his immense psychic power, the Emperor reached out across the vast distances that separated him from his son and made contact mind to mind. It was not conversation in any conventional sense. It was a transfer of knowledge, memory, and understanding. The Emperor showed Korax where to find what he needed. Deep beneath the Imperial Palace, in vaults that had remained sealed since before the Great Crusade, lay the Emperor's original laboratory. This was where the Primarchs themselves had been created, where the Emperor had performed the gene work that elevated them beyond mere humanity into something approaching divinity. And within that laboratory, still preserved after all these years, was the original genetic material from which all the Primarchs had been crafted. The Emperor granted Korax access to these vaults. He psychically implanted in Korax's mind the knowledge needed to navigate the deadly traps and security measures that guarded the laboratory. This was a gift beyond price. This was the fundamental genetic code that had been used to create the Space Marine legions, uncorrupted and pure. With this template, with the Emperor's own genetic material, Korax believed he could accelerate the process of creating new Space Marines. He could take the Geneseed development that normally required years and compress it into weeks or even days. He could turn untrained aspirants into fully functional Astartes in a fraction of the usual time. The Raven Guard would rise from the ashes of Istvan stronger than ever. Korax returned to Deliverance with his precious cargo and set to work immediately. He assigned his chief apothecary, Vincente VI, to work with the loyal Mechanicum Genitor, Nexin or Landriaz, to unlock the secrets contained in the Emperor's genetic template. The two worked tirelessly, examining the template from every angle, running countless tests and experiments. And slowly, they began to achieve results. They isolated the key genetic sequences that controlled the growth and development of space marine organs. They developed techniques to accelerate cellular division without introducing dangerous mutations. They created what they called raptor gene seed, a modified form that could turn an aspirant into a full space marine in mere weeks. The first batch of raptors was everything Corax had hoped for. 500 new space marines, each one stronger, faster, and more capable than normal Raven Guard. They matured with incredible speed, their bodies accepting the implants without rejection, their minds adapting to the hypno-indoctrination with ease. They were given the latest Mark VI Corvus pattern power armor, designed specifically for the Raven Guard's stealth operations. They were organized into new squads and sent on their first mission, a strike against a word-bearer's listening post on the moon of Cruciax. The mission was a complete success. The Raptors performed flawlessly, demonstrating the skill and power that Corax had envisioned. It seemed that the Raven Guard's resurrection was at hand, but success breeds confidence, and confidence can blind even the most careful planners to hidden dangers. What Corax did not know, what he could not have known, was that the Alpha Legion had been watching and waiting. That most insidious of traitor legions had managed to infiltrate the Raven Guard even before Istvan, inserting operatives who had taken on the genetic markers and appearances of fallen Raven Guard Marines. These infiltrators had accompanied Corax back to Deliverance. They had observed the Raptor program from its inception, and they had reported everything back to their true masters. The Alpha Legion had their own designs on the Emperor's genetic secrets. If they could steal the template that Corax had recovered, they could use it to vastly expand their own legion. But more than that, they saw an opportunity to cripple the Raven Guard permanently by corrupting the very tool that Corax planned to use to rebuild them. With the help of renegade Mechanicum forces under Magos Unithrax on Kievar, the Alpha Legion infiltrators managed to compromise the genetic template. They introduced a viral mutagen based on demonic blood, a subtle corruption that would not manifest immediately, but would express itself in subsequent generations of raptors. The corruption was introduced with such skill that neither Corax nor his apothecaries detected it. The second batch of raptors, 2,000 strong, was implanted with the compromised gene seed. At first, everything seemed normal. The aspirants accepted the implants. They grew and developed at the accelerated rate. They trained and prepared for war. But as the weeks passed, something began to go wrong. The first sign was behavioral. Some of the new raptors began displaying increased aggression, uncontrolled bloodlust during training exercises. Then came the physical changes. Scales began to appear on skin. Horns erupted from foreheads. Fangs grew where human teeth should be. Tails sprouted from spines. Muscles grew grotesquely oversized. The mutations varied from individual to individual. Some raptors remained relatively unchanged, displaying only minor alterations that could be surgically corrected. Others transformed into monstrosities, barely recognizable as human, creatures of nightmare that howled and raged in the confinement cells where they were held. Corax was devastated. His great hope for rebuilding the Legion had become a horror beyond imagining. He had created monsters. He had inflicted suffering on aspirants who had trusted him to make them into heroes. The guilt that he had carried since Istvan multiplied 1,000-fold. But even in his despair, Corax tried to do right by those he had failed. He did not simply order the mutated raptors destroyed. He declared them to be as much a part of the Raven Guard as any other Marine. He promised them that he would find a way to reverse the mutations, that he would appeal to the Emperor himself for the knowledge to cure them. He kept them in the depths of Ravendelv, the fortress where the gene work had been conducted, where apothecaries could monitor their condition and try to slow the progression of their mutations. The mutated raptors understood the reality of their situation better than Corax wanted to admit. Most of them knew that there would be no cure. They had been exposed to demonic corruption. The Emperor himself might not be able to undo that kind of damage, but they remained loyal. They saw themselves as still Raven Guard, still servants of the Emperor, even if their forms had been twisted into something horrible. When the Alpha Legion made their move, attempting to destroy the Raven Guard's remaining gene seed stocks to permanently cripple the Legion, it was the mutated raptors who stopped them. Despite their deteriorating mental state, despite the pain and confusion caused by their mutations, they fought with savage determination to protect the future of the Assassin Legion. Many died in that battle, but they accomplished their mission. The gene seed was saved. The Alpha Legion infiltrators were killed or driven off. In that moment, the mutated raptors proved that loyalty and honor were not determined by physical form, but by choices and sacrifice. Corax continued to use the raptors, both mutated and unmutated, throughout the remainder of the Horus Heresy. They fought in countless engagements, always from the shadows, always striking at the enemy's weak points. The Space Wolves encountered them during one campaign and were horrified by what they saw. The mutated raptors looked like beasts, barely controlled monsters that nonetheless fought with the discipline and tactics of Space Marines. The Wolves' reaction was one of disgust and anger. They believed that Corax had dabbled in forbidden technology and had been punished for his hubris. They did not understand the desperation that had driven the Raven Lord to take such risks. They did not know about the Alpha Legion's sabotage. To them, the mutated raptors were evidence of Corax's failure. The confrontation between the Space Wolves and the Raven Guard nearly came to blows. Only the intervention of other loyalist forces prevented open conflict between the two legions. But the damage was done. Corax's shame was now known beyond his own legion. The mutated raptors became an open secret, whispered about in hushed tones, used as an example of the dangers of trying to rush the sacred process of Space Marine creation. As the heresy ground on toward its inevitable conclusion, Corax led his remaining forces in a series of campaigns designed to strike at the traitors from unexpected angles. He aided the Space Wolves when they were on the verge of destruction at the Battle of Yarant. He refused to commit his full forces to the Lion's crusade of vengeance, seeing it as a waste of resources driven more by spite than by strategic necessity. He sent small expeditionary forces to eliminate key targets ahead of major attacks, sparing entire worlds from destruction. Through it all, the knowledge of what he had done, what he had created, weighed on him. When word finally came that Horus had been defeated, that the Emperor had slain the War Master but had been mortally wounded in the process, Corax felt no joy. The Imperium had survived, but at such cost. The Emperor, that shining beacon of hope and progress, was now entombed on the Golden Throne, kept barely alive by the sacrifice of thousands of Psykers daily. Billions had died in the Civil War. Entire star systems had been scoured of life, and Corax's own legion remained broken, unable to rebuild because of his own mistakes. In the aftermath of the heresy, Robert Guilliman proposed his Codex Astartes, a massive document that would restructure the Space Marine legions into smaller chapters to prevent any one individual from wielding the kind of power that Horus had commanded. Many Primarchs objected, seeing it as a betrayal of their father's vision. But Corax supported the measure. He saw the wisdom in ensuring that no future rebellion could command the resources that Horus had brought to bear. The Raven Guard was divided into smaller chapters, each one carrying on the traditions and tactics of the original legion. This should have been a time of rebuilding, of looking toward the future. But Corax could not move forward. The mutated raptors continued to degenerate. Their mutations worsened. Their minds deteriorated. They went from being warriors who happened to be deformed to mindless beasts that could no longer be controlled. Corax had promised them that he would find a cure. He had promised that they would be restored. But he had failed. There was no cure. There would never be a cure. The only mercy he could offer them now was death. Corax granted them the Emperor's peace. One by one, he personally ended the lives of the raptors who had sacrificed so much in service to the Legion. He did not delegate this task to his apothecaries or chaplains. This was his responsibility. These were his sons whom he had failed. The least he could do was end their suffering with his own hands. Some of the raptors fought back, driven by the madness that consumed them. Others submitted willingly, grateful that their ordeal was finally over. All of them died, and with each death, another piece of Corvus Corax died as well. When the last of the mutated raptors had been laid to rest, when the terrible work was finally complete, Corax emerged from the depths of Ravendelve, a changed man. He had always been grim and serious, but now there was a hollowness to him, a distance in his eyes that even his closest advisors could not bridge. He no longer spoke of the future. He no longer made plans for the Raven Guard's campaigns. He simply existed, going through the motions of leadership without passion or purpose. His sons tried to reach him, tried to draw him back from whatever dark place his mind had gone. But Corax had made a decision, one that he shared with no one. He had failed the Emperor. He had failed his legion. He had created abominations when he should have created heroes. He had killed his own sons when he should have led them to victory. There was no redemption for him in the Imperium. There was no path forward that did not involve living with the shame of what he had done. But there was another path, a darker path, one that offered not redemption, but the possibility of atonement through suffering. 1 year after the end of the heresy, Corvus Corax locked himself in his chambers in the Ravenspire. He refused all contact with his sons. He did not eat. He did not sleep. He simply sat in the darkness, wrestling with the decision he had already made, but could not yet bring himself to execute. When he finally emerged, he went straight to his personal ship, Deliverance. His sons tried to stop him, tried to ask where he was going, tried to understand what had driven their Primarch to such isolation. Corax said only one word to them, a single word that would echo through Raven Guard history for the next 10,000 years. Nevermore. It was a quote from ancient poetry, from a time before the Age of Strife, before humanity had even reached the stars. It was the refrain of a poem about loss and despair, about grief that could never be eased. It was, in its way, Corvus Corax's final goodbye to his sons. Then he boarded Deliverance, set course for the Eye of Terror, and departed. He never came back. For 10,000 years, the Raven Guard believed their Primarch dead. They assumed that he had ventured into the Eye of Terror on a suicidal quest for vengeance and had perished in that realm of madness. They honored his memory. They carried on his traditions. They became masters of covert warfare just as he had trained them to be. But they never expected to see him again, and they were wrong. Corvus Corax did not die in the Eye of Terror. He transformed. The Eye of Terror is not simply a region of space. It is a wound in reality, where the materium and the immaterium bleed together. It is a place where the laws of physics are suggestions at best, where time flows backward or loops in on itself, where thoughts can become real and reality can dissolve into dreams, where demons walk freely and the chaos gods themselves can exert their influence directly on the physical universe. It is, in short, the last place any sane individual would willingly enter. But Corvus Corax was beyond sanity by that point. He was driven by guilt, by shame, by a desperate need to make amends for his failures. He entered the Eye with a purpose, to hunt down the traitor Primarchs who had orchestrated the drop site massacre, Lorgar especially, the word-bearer who had fallen to Corax's claws and survived only through Kurz's intervention. Corax would find him, he would end him, and then he would move on to the next traitor and the next, until either they were all dead or he was. It was a quest that could have no true end, but it was the only path forward that Corax could see. The Eye of Terror changed all who entered it. For those who served chaos, it granted power in exchange for their souls. It twisted them into demon princes, beings of immense power, but utterly enslaved to the dark gods they served. For those who remained loyal, but spent too long in the Eye, it drove them mad, exposing them to sensations and experiences that the human mind was never meant to endure. But Corvus Corax experienced something different. He did not fall to chaos. His loyalty to the Emperor remained absolute. He did not go mad, at least not in any conventional sense. Instead, the constant exposure to warp energies began to strip away the physical form that the Emperor had crafted for him. All the Primarchs, it must be understood, were never simply genetic constructs. They were warp entities, fragments of the Emperor's own essence, given form and bound within vessels of flesh. The Emperor had created a human shell for each Primarch, a physical body that would allow them to exist in real space and interact with normal humans. But that shell was always just a vessel. The true nature of each Primarch was something else entirely, something that existed partially in the warp and partially in real space. In the Eye of Terror, where the boundaries between warp and real space no longer existed, that shell began to break down, not through corruption, but through simple exposure. The mortal facade fell away, revealing what had always been underneath. And what lay underneath Corvus Corax was a being of living shadow, pure darkness given form and purpose, the shadow that slips between worlds, the blade that strikes unseen, the death that comes from nowhere. In the Eye, Corax no longer needed his physical form. He became his true self, a warp entity that embodied the very essence of stealth, of hunting, of striking from the darkness. He could dissolve into shadow and reform at will. He could become a flock of ravens, each bird a fragment of his consciousness, able to see and strike from 1,000 different angles. He could manifest as a humanoid shape, bristling with blades of solidified darkness that could cut through even demon flesh. This transformation was not corruption. Lorgar himself, when he encountered Corax in this new form, was forced to admit that this is no demon. Corax had not pledged himself to any of the Chaos Gods. He had not become a creature of the warp in the way that demon princes were. He had simply unlocked the potential that had always existed within him. The Emperor had known all along what each Primarch truly was beneath their mortal shell. The Emperor and Malcador both referred to Corax's true form as the Shadow Concealed, a name that suggested they had always known this transformation was possible. What they perhaps had not anticipated was the sheer power that Corax would wield once fully manifested in his warp form. Free from the limitations of a physical body, able to move as pure shadow, Corax became perhaps the deadliest hunter in the entire galaxy, and he turned that power toward a single purpose: the destruction of greater legions. The Wordbearers were his primary target. They had been instrumental in the drop site massacre. Lorgar had been the one Corax nearly killed before Kersey's intervention, and so Corax tracked them to their demon world in the Eye of Terror, a place called Sicarus, that the Wordbearers had claimed as their own in the aftermath of the Great Scouring. Sicarus was a nightmare made real. It was a world built on slave labor, ritualistic sacrifice, and sustained human suffering. Vast temples dedicated to the Chaos Gods dominated the landscape. Dark apostles led their congregations in prayers that were blasphemies, in rituals that summoned demons and worse. The entire planet pulsed with warp energy, a beacon of corruption that drew cultists and traitors from across the galaxy. And it was here that a dark apostle named Kalta R was attempting to raise a grand edifice in honor of his gene father, Lorgar. The construction was proceeding on schedule until something began killing the Wordbearers under Kalta R's command. At first, it seemed like simple accidents. A worker would fall from a great height. A piece of equipment would malfunction, crushing a marine beneath tons of debris. But then the deaths became more violent and more frequent. Marines disappeared from their posts. Entire squads went missing during patrol. The few survivors who made it back spoke of a shadow that moved through the darkness, a thing that struck without warning and killed with impossible efficiency. Kalta R tried to fight back. He deployed more guards. He activated ancient wards meant to detect demon presence. He conducted rituals to identify what manner of creature was hunting his forces. Nothing worked. The shadow continued its work, and the word-bearers continued to die. The slaves whispered that it was a shadow that rose up and tore the heretics to shreds. They said it with a mixture of terror and hope. These broken souls, who had been subjected to the word-bearers' cruelty for so long, they dared not speak too loudly, but in their hearts, some of them prayed that this shadow would be their deliverance. When the shadow finally came for Kulta'ar himself, the Dark Apostle knew he could not hope to fight it. He retreated to Lorgar's sanctum with his surviving forces, barricading themselves behind wards and defenses that had taken centuries to construct, calling out to their Primarch for aid. And Lorgar answered. The being that emerged to confront the shadow was immensely different from the Lorgar who had fallen before Korax's claws on Istvan. That Lorgar had been physically powerful, but relatively weak in personal combat compared to his brothers. He had been a scholar and a priest, not a warrior. But ascension to demonhood had changed him utterly. The Lorgar who stepped through the portal was a golden-skinned giant wrapped in a cloak of writhing chaos runes. He carried a spiked mace that radiated malevolent power. His very presence seemed to warp reality, causing the air to shimmer with heat and the ground to crack beneath his feet. But Korax had changed as well. When he manifested before Lorgar, the demon Primarch saw not a warrior in armor, but a towering form of living darkness, a thing of blades and shadow that seemed to drink in the light around it. It could shift and flow, becoming solid one moment and dispersing into smoke the next. Ravens swirled around it, extensions of its consciousness, eyes and talons that could strike from any angle. This was Korax unbound, no longer constrained by physical limitations, the pure essence of the hunter and the killer given form. The two beings hurled themselves at each other in combat that shook the very foundations of Lorgar's sanctum. They traded blows that would have annihilated lesser beings. Lorgar wielded his mace with skill born of millennia of warfare, each strike channeling the power of chaos itself. Korax flowed around the attacks like water, his form dissolving and reforming, his blades slashing at Lorgar from impossible angles. The demon Primarch found himself fighting not one opponent, but dozens, as the ravens swarmed around him, tearing at him with beaks and claws, even as the central form pressed the attack. Despite his demonic power, despite the blessings of the Chaos Gods, Lorgar found himself losing. Korax dominated the battle with a skill and ferocity that the Word-Bearer could not match. Every strike Lorgar landed simply passed through shadow. Every opening he created was immediately exploited by Korax's relentless assault. The Raven Lord was not toying with him. This was not a measured duel between warriors testing each other's abilities. This was an execution, delayed only by Lorgar's supernatural resilience. The demon Primarch realized with growing horror that he was going to die. Not banished back to the warp to reform over centuries as demons did, but truly destroyed, his essence scattered beyond any hope of return. In desperation, Lorgar called upon his dark patrons. He poured every ounce of power he could muster into a massive psychic attack, not trying to harm Korax, but simply to buy himself time to escape. The effort succeeded, barely. Lorgar managed to tear open a portal and hurl himself through it, retreating to some deeper recess of the eye, where even Korax could not immediately follow. As the portal closed, cutting off pursuit, Korax's voice echoed through the chamber, a promise that chilled even the hardened word-bearers who heard it. The shadow spoke, and its words were simple. I have your scent now. You will never be safe. The word-bearers who survived the encounter spread word of what they had witnessed. The story traveled through the traitor legions, passed from one warband to another, growing in the telling but never losing its essential truth. Something was hunting them in the eye of terror. Not a demon, not another traitor legion. Something worse, a loyal Primarch transformed into a being of pure vengeance, hunting the betrayers through the very realm they had made their own. Lorgar himself was said to be terrified, refusing to leave his most heavily warded sanctuaries, constantly surrounded by his most powerful champions, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, Corax was hunting him still. And this brings us to the question that hangs over any discussion of Corvus Corax. Will he return? Can he return? And if he does, what would that mean for the Imperium and the Raven Guard? The question is complicated by the very nature of what Corax has become. He is not the Primarch who left Deliverance 10,000 years ago. That being, however guilt-ridden and broken, was still recognizably human, still operating within the parameters of physical reality. The Corax who hunts, who, in the Eye of Terror, is something else entirely. He is warp entity manifested in a realm where the warp and real space merge. Whether he could even exist in normal space in his current form is unclear. There are precedents, of course. Magnus the Red exists in real space despite being a demon Primarch. So do Mortarion, Fulgrim, Angron, and the other traitor Primarchs who ascended. They maintain physical forms through the power granted by their dark patrons. But Corax is not a demon. He did not pledge himself to any god. His transformation was not a gift from chaos, but a revelation of his own true nature. Could he manifest in real space without the corrupting influence of the Eye of Terror? Would he simply dissolve back into pure warp energy if he left that cursed realm? Or could he learn to take physical form again, as he presumably did before the Emperor found him on Deliverance? These are questions without clear answers. What we can say with more certainty is what Corax's return would mean politically and spiritually for the Imperium. The current Imperium is very different from the one that Corax knew. The Emperor, once the guiding light of secular reason and the imperial truth, is now worshipped as a god by trillions upon trillions of faithful. The ecclesiarchy, that vast church built around the worship of the god Emperor, wields immense temporal power. The very idea that the Emperor was not divine, but simply a supremely powerful human, is now considered heresy, punishable by death. Corvus Corax fought for a vision of the Imperium that no longer exists. He believed in liberation, in justice, in the fundamental dignity of human beings, regardless of their station. The Imperium he would return to is built on oppression, on cruel hierarchies, on the grinding exploitation of countless billions who live and die without ever knowing anything beyond their assigned function in the vast machinery of state. Corax would be appalled. He would see in the Imperium much of what he had fought against on Kievar. The question then becomes, would he accept this Imperium as a necessary evil in the face of the galaxy's manifold threats? Or would he, like Reboot Guilliman before him, attempt to reform it, to turn it back towards something more closely resembling the Emperor's original vision? Guilliman's experience suggests how difficult such a task would be. The Lord Commander of the Imperium, despite his authority and legitimacy as a returned Primarch, constantly struggles against entrenched interests, against the dead weight of 10,000 years of tradition and doctrine, against the simple inertia of an empire too vast to change quickly. And Guilliman at least returned in a form that the Imperium could accept. He is a warrior in armor leading armies. He fits into the existing power structures, even as he works to change them. Corax would not have that advantage. If he returned in his shadow form, the Imperium's first instinct would likely be to brand him as some kind of demon or warp entity to be destroyed. The Inquisition would mobilize. Grey Knights would be dispatched. Even if Corax could prove his identity and loyalty, there would be those who argued that his transformation made him too dangerous to be allowed to exist. That exposure to the warp had corrupted him, regardless of his intentions. It would take the intervention of other Primarchs, perhaps even a proclamation from the Emperor himself, if such a thing were possible, to legitimize Corax's return. And even then, he would forever be viewed with suspicion by those who see any kind of warp manifestation as inherently tainted. But there is another possibility, one that is perhaps more likely given what we know of Corax's character and his current mission. Perhaps he will not return, not in any permanent sense. Perhaps his crusade in the Eye of Terror will continue indefinitely, a one-man war against the traitor legions that can never truly be won, but equally can never be lost. Korax hunting eternally through the shadows of that cursed realm, striking at the followers of chaos wherever he finds them, never resting, never stopping, driven by guilt and the need for atonement. There is a certain poetry to such a fate. The liberator, once the champion of the oppressed, now the eternal hunter, the master of shadows, forever dwelling in the greatest shadow of all, the Primarch who spoke one word, nevermore, living up to that vow by never returning to the realm he left behind. And yet there are signs that Korax's story may not be over. The current timeline of Warhammer 40,000 has seen the return of multiple Primarchs. Raboot Guilliman awoke from his long sleep and now leads the Imperium's forces as Lord Commander. Lionel Johnson emerged from his rest within the Rock and has begun his own crusade to cleanse the galaxy of threats. On the traitor side, Magnus the Red, Mortarion, and Angron have all returned to real space to lead their legions in new campaigns of destruction. The pattern is clear. The Primarchs are returning to the stage, their roles in the galaxy's fate not yet concluded. Why would Korax be any different? There are practical reasons why Games Workshop might choose to bring Korax back. The Raven Guard are a popular chapter among players. Korax himself is a compelling character whose story resonates with many fans. His transformation into a shadow being opens up interesting modeling possibilities and unique gameplay mechanics. And narratively, having a loyalist Primarch who has been fundamentally changed by his experiences could create fascinating conflicts and storylines. Imagine Korax returning and having to explain to his sons what he has become. Imagine the Raven Guard's reaction to seeing their Primarch manifested as a being of living shadow, more monster than man to mortal eyes. Would they accept him? Would they fear him? Would some see his transformation as a blessing, proof that their Primarch has transcended mortal limitations? Would others view it as a curse or a corruption to be pitied, if not condemned? The divisions within the Raven Guard's successor chapters could provide rich narrative material. Or imagine Korax having to work alongside Guilliman and the Lion, his brother Primarchs, who have returned in more conventional forms. The dynamics between them would be fascinating. Guilliman, the pragmatist, who accepts the Imperium as it is while working to improve it. The Lion, the warrior who seeks to destroy threats through force of arms and personal combat. And Korax, the hunter who has spent 10,000 years stalking the darkest places of the galaxy, who has seen what chaos truly is, who has become something that blurs the line between loyalist and the very forces they fight. How would they interact? How would they cooperate? What conflicts would arise between their differing philosophies and methods? There is also the question of what Korax might know that his brothers do not. He has spent millennia in the Eye of Terror. He has walked the demon worlds. He has witnessed the traitor legions in their strongholds. He has fought demon princes and survived. He understands the warp in ways that few other beings can claim. His knowledge could be invaluable in the current war against chaos. But would that knowledge come at a cost? Would Korax's understanding of the warp make him dangerous in the eyes of those who believe that any contact with chaos inevitably leads to corruption? There is precedent for this fear. Magnus the Red sought to understand the warp and was damned for it. The Thousand Sons fell to chaos because they delved too deeply into forbidden knowledge. The Imperium has learned, perhaps overlearned, the lesson that the warp is not to be studied or understood, but simply to be feared and destroyed wherever it manifests. Korax's transformation and his knowledge might make him suspect even among those who recognize his loyalty. And then there is the matter of his ongoing hunt. If Korax were to return, would he abandon his pursuit of the traitor Primarchs? The mission that has driven him for 10,000 years, the quest for vengeance and atonement that took him into the Eye of Terror in the first place? It seems unlikely. More probable would be that Korax would continue his hunt, but perhaps coordinate his efforts with the wider Imperium's campaigns. He could serve as a shadow operative, striking at Chaos forces from unexpected angles, eliminating key targets, sowing confusion and fear among the traitor legions. He could be the blade in the darkness that the Imperium desperately needs, the weapon that strikes where conventional forces cannot go. Such a role would play to all of Corax's strengths. It would allow him to continue his mission of vengeance while also serving the Emperor's larger goals. It would let him operate independently, free from the political maneuvering and bureaucratic constraints that bog down other Imperial forces. And it would mean that the shadow that hunts in the warp could begin hunting in real space as well, bringing that same terror to Chaos forces, operating outside the Eye of Terror. The impact on Chaos morale could be significant. Knowing that a loyalist Primarch hunts them, that nowhere is truly safe, that they might be struck down at any moment by a being they cannot predict or prepare for, would undermine the confidence of traitor forces. It would force them to expend resources on additional security measures. It would make their leaders paranoid and fearful. In essence, Corax could become for Chaos what the Night Lords once were for the Imperium's enemies during the Great Crusade, a force that wins battles through fear and psychological warfare as much as through direct combat. But perhaps the most compelling reason to believe that Corax will return is thematic. The story of Warhammer 40,000 has always been about hope, struggling against hopelessness, about heroes fighting impossible odds, about humanity's refusal to surrender even when extinction stares them in the face. Corvus Corax embodies that struggle in a unique way. He is a hero who was broken by failure, who committed what he saw as unforgivable sins, who exiled himself from everything he loved. But he did not give up. He did not fall to despair and let darkness consume him. Instead, he took his pain, his guilt, his need for redemption, and he turned it into purpose. He became what he needed to be to continue the fight. Yes, he was transformed. Yes, he is no longer entirely human. But his loyalty never wavered. His dedication to destroying the enemies of humanity never faltered. In a setting where corruption is everywhere, where falling to chaos is depicted as almost inevitable for those who spend time in the warp, Corax stands as proof that strength of will and clarity of purpose can resist even the most intense temptations. His story is one of redemption, not through forgiveness or acceptance, but through relentless action. He cannot undo what he did. He cannot bring back the raptors he destroyed or the brothers who died on Istvan, but he can ensure that their deaths meant something. He can make the traitors pay for their betrayal. He can protect the Imperium from the darkness that seeks to devour it. That is the path Corvus Corax has chosen, and it is a path that can only end in one of two ways. Either he will hunt until he himself falls, dying as he lived in service to a cause greater than himself, or he will complete his quest and then must decide what comes next. If he does complete his mission, if he somehow manages to eliminate every traitor Primarch, if he cleanses the Eye of Terror of the most dangerous threats, then what? Does he simply fade away, having fulfilled his purpose? Does he return to the Imperium and try to find some new role in a galaxy that has changed beyond recognition? Does he continue hunting, finding new targets, new threats, new reasons to remain in the shadows? Or does he finally allow himself to rest, to lay down the burden he has carried for 10 millennia, to find whatever peace a being like him can know? These questions remain unanswered, and they may remain unanswered for years to come. Games Workshop tends to dole out Primarch returns slowly, building anticipation, using each return as a major event that shakes up the setting and drives new narrative developments. Corax's return, if it happens, will not be a small thing. It will be momentous, an event that reshapes the balance of power in the galaxy and forces every faction to reassess their strategies and positions. The timing of such a return matters greatly. Bringing Corax back too soon, before the current storylines involving Guilliman and the Lion have been fully explored, would risk diluting their impact. Bringing him back too late, when interest in Primarch returns has waned, would be a missed opportunity. The ideal timing would be when the narrative has reached a point where Korax's unique skills and perspective are needed, where his return would not overshadow other developments, but would complement them and drive the story in new and interesting directions. One could imagine, for instance, a scenario where the forces of chaos launch a major offensive that requires unconventional responses, where the direct approach favored by the Lion and the strategic planning preferred by Guilliman prove insufficient, where what the Imperium needs is someone who understands chaos intimately, who can fight it on its own terms, who can go places and do things that others cannot or will not. That would be the perfect moment for the shadow to emerge from the darkness. The actual mechanics of how Korax might return are also worth considering. Would he simply appear one day on Deliverance, manifesting from the shadows to address his sons? Would he send some kind of message or sign, letting the Raven Guard know that he is still alive and still fighting? Would he be drawn back by some crisis that requires his intervention? Or would he be forced back against his will, perhaps by the Emperor himself calling his sons home for one final battle? Each possibility offers different narrative potentials. A voluntary return would suggest that Korax has found some resolution to his guilt, some acceptance of what he has become, and is ready to rejoin the wider conflict. A return triggered by crisis would emphasize his role as the Imperium's shadow defender, the weapon deployed when all else fails. A forced return would highlight the tension between Korax's desire to continue his personal crusade and the Imperium's need for his service. It would raise questions about duty versus personal mission, about whether a Primarch's obligations to the Imperium supersede their own goals and desires. There is also the question of what form Korax would take if he returned. Would he manifest in his shadow form, this entity of living darkness that can become ravens or coalesce, into a blade-wielding humanoid? Or would he reconstruct a more conventional physical body, either because real space requires it, or because he chooses to, for political and practical reasons? The choice would have significant implications. Remaining in shadow form would mark Korax as fundamentally different from his brother Primarchs, a being operating by different rules, unpredictable, and potentially frightening even to allies. Taking physical form would make him more accessible, more conventionally useful in command and leadership roles, but would also perhaps diminish what makes his story unique. Perhaps the answer is that Korax would be capable of both, shifting between physical and warp forms as needed. This would give him maximum tactical flexibility. He could appear as a Primarch in armor when dealing with Imperial officials and commanding forces, presenting a familiar and acceptable face. But when hunting the enemies of mankind, when striking at chaos forces in their strongholds, he could assume his true shadow form and unleash the full extent of his power. This duality would itself be narratively interesting, a constant reminder of what Korax has become and the price he paid for his power. The reactions of other Imperial forces to Korax's return would vary widely. The Raven Guard and their successor chapters would likely be overjoyed at their Primarch's return, regardless of his form. They have waited 10,000 years for this moment. They would see his transformation not as corruption, but as ascension, proof that their Primarch's dedication was so great that he transcended mortal limitations. Other chapters might be more skeptical. The Space Wolves, who had witnessed the horror of the mutated raptors, might view Korax's transformation with suspicion. The Black Templars and other zealous chapters might see any kind of warp manifestation as inherently tainted. The Grey Knights, specialists in fighting demonic threats, would need to satisfy themselves that Korax was not some elaborate trick by chaos. The Inquisition would be divided between those who saw Korax as a weapon to be used against chaos, and those who saw him as a threat to be contained or eliminated. The Ecclesiarchy would face a theological crisis. How does one reconcile the worship of the God Emperor with the return of his son in a form that seems more demonic than divine? Would they embrace Korax as an angel of the Emperor, a holy warrior granted special powers to fight the enemies of mankind? Or would they denounce him as a false idol, a warp creature pretending to be a Primarch to lead the faithful astray? The answers to these questions would determine how smoothly Corax could reintegrate into Imperial command structures. And what of Corax's fellow Primarchs? Guilliman would likely be pragmatic about the situation. He has his own burdens to bear, his own struggles with what the Imperium has become. He would recognize Corax's value, regardless of his form, and would work to integrate him into the Imperium's war effort. But there would be tension. Guilliman is a builder, an administrator, someone who believes in structure and order. Corax is now something wild and untamed, a hunter who has operated independently for millennia. Their approaches to warfare and leadership differ significantly. Reconciling those differences while maintaining a united front against the Imperium's enemies would require patience and compromise from both. The Lion's reaction is harder to predict. El Johnson has always been enigmatic, hard to read even by Primarch standards. He might view Corax's transformation with distrust, seeing it as evidence that spending time in the warp inevitably leads to corruption. Or he might simply accept it as a reality to be dealt with, focusing on practical concerns rather than theological or philosophical debates. The Lion is a warrior first and foremost. If Corax can fight and can be trusted, that might be all that matters to him. The dynamic between these three returned loyalist Primarchs would be one of the most interesting aspects of any potential Corax return story. On the traitor side, Corax's return would be greeted with fear and anger. Lorgar, assuming he survived their encounter, would redouble his defenses, knowing that Corax is not just alive, but actively hunting him. Other demon Primarchs would take note, realizing that a loyalist Primarch has found a way to operate in the Eye of Terror, to hunt them in their own strongholds. They would have to divert resources to guard against this new threat. Some might try to corrupt Corax, to turn him as they turned so many others. They would fail, as they have presumably been failing for 10,000 years, but they would try nonetheless. Others might seek to eliminate him, viewing him as too dangerous to be allowed to continue his hunt. This could lead to direct confrontations between Corax and demon Primarchs, battles that would be legendary in scope and ferocity. Imagine Corax confronting Fulgrim, the twisted perfection seeker who now embodies all the excesses of Slaanesh. Or facing Mortarion, the Death Lord who commands plagues and disease. Or matching wits with Alfarius or Omegon, the duplicitous masters of the Alpha Legion who helped create the disaster of the Raptor program. Each confrontation would be unique, shaped by the personalities and powers of the combatants. But perhaps the most poignant confrontation would be between Corax and Conrad Kersey, if Kersey were ever to return. The Night Haunter has been dead for millennia, killed by an assassin, as he predicted. But death is not always permanent in the grimdark future. If Kersey were to somehow return, the meeting between these two masters of fear and darkness would be intensely personal. They were always similar in many ways. Both used stealth and terror as weapons. Both were shaped by cruel circumstances in their formative years. Both struggled with the morality of their actions. But where Corax chose to fight for liberation and justice, Kersey embraced nihilism and sadism. Where Corax was broken by his failures but continued fighting, Kersey surrendered to his visions of a dark future and allowed himself to be killed. A confrontation between them would be as much philosophical as physical, a debate about choice and fate, about whether one's circumstances determine one's nature, about redemption and damnation. The outcome of such a confrontation is impossible to predict, but it would undoubtedly be one of the defining moments of Corax's story if it happened. There is also the matter of what Corax might teach the Imperium about fighting chaos. His 10,000 years in the Eye of Terror have given him insights that few others possess. He understands how demon worlds function, how warp entities think, how the traitor legions operate in their home territory. This knowledge could prove invaluable in planning offensive operations into chaos-held space. Corax could train specialists in how to survive and fight in the Eye of Terror. He could identify weak points in chaos defenses that conventional forces would never find. He could serve as a guide for other operations, using his knowledge to give the Imperium crucial advantages in battles where every advantage matters. But sharing that knowledge would require Corax to articulate things that he has experienced on an instinctive level, to translate the lessons learned in a realm where normal logic does not apply into forms that can be understood and used by others. It would require patience and teaching skills that Corax may or may not possess, especially after millennia of operating alone. And there would always be the risk that in trying to teach others how to fight chaos, he might inadvertently expose them to the very corruption he is trying to help them fight. This is the paradox that the Imperium has struggled with for 10,000 years. To effectively fight chaos, one must understand it. But to understand chaos is to risk being corrupted by it. Corax has managed to walk that line successfully, but can that success be replicated? Or is Corax unique, a singular being whose particular combination of loyalty, guilt, and transformation has granted him a resistance that others cannot match? These are the questions that would surround any return of Corvus Corax to the Imperium. They are questions without easy answers, questions that go to the heart of what the Imperium is and what it believes. They are questions that would generate conflict and drama, exactly the kind of narrative tensions that make for compelling stories in the Warhammer 40,000 setting. Whether Games Workshop chooses to explore these questions by bringing Corax back, or whether they leave him in the shadows, continuing his eternal hunt, remains to be seen. What we can say with certainty is that the possibility exists. The groundwork has been laid, the character has been developed, the transformation has been revealed, the stage is set. All that remains is for someone to decide that now is the time for the shadow to step back into the light. In the meantime, Corvus Corax continues his work. In the darkest places of the galaxy, where even light fears to go, where demons dance and traitors plot, a shadow moves. It has been moving for 10,000 years. It will continue moving for as long as there are enemies to hunt. It knows no rest, no peace, no satisfaction. It knows only purpose, only mission, only the eternal hunt. The word-bearers still fear the dark. They tell stories to each other of the shadow that stalks them, the avenger that will not relent, the ghost of Istvan that still seeks payment for ancient debts. They fortify their strongholds. They conduct ever more elaborate rituals of protection. They surround themselves with demon guards and warp wards. None of it matters. The shadow comes anyway. Other traitor legions have learned to fear it too. The Night Lords, who once prided themselves on being the masters of terror, now know what it is to be terrified. The Alpha Legion, for all their cunning and deception, cannot hide from something that exists partially outside of real space. Even the powerful demon Primarchs, beings of immense warp power, who command legions and reshape reality with their will, know that somewhere in the darkness, something is hunting them. Something that does not tire, does not negotiate, does not stop. This is the legacy of Corvus Corax. Not the broken Primarch who fled into the Eye of Terror in shame. Not even the master of the Raven Guard who fought so brilliantly during the Great Crusade. His legacy is the shadow that refuses to die, the hunter that cannot be escaped, the loyalty that cannot be corrupted. He has become a myth, a legend, a cautionary tale told by traitors to explain why they jump at shadows. And legends, as the saying goes, never die. They simply wait for the right moment to return. The Imperium in the 41st millennium faces existential threats on every front. The Great Rift divides the galaxy. Chaos pours through the wound in reality. Tyrannid hive fleets devour entire sectors. Orc wargs grow to unprecedented size. The Necrons awaken from their million-year sleep. The Tau expand their empire. The Elder play their incomprehensible games. And in the midst of all this, humanity struggles to survive, holding the line against infinite darkness with determination, faith, and the sacrifice of billions. The Imperium needs heroes. It needs the Primarchs, those larger-than-life figures who can inspire hope, lead armies, and tip the balance in battles where the fate of worlds hangs by a thread. Roboute Guilliman has returned to provide strategic leadership and administrative genius. Lionel Johnson has awakened to provide martial prowess and uncompromising dedication. But the Imperium still needs something else. It needs someone who understands the enemy in ways that others cannot. Someone who can go where others cannot go, do what others cannot do. Someone who has seen the worst that chaos has to offer and remained uncorrupted. Someone who can be the blade in the darkness, the shadow that fights shadows, the weapon deployed when conventional forces are insufficient. That someone is Corvus Corax. The question is not whether he is needed. The question is whether he will come when called, or whether he will remain in the eye of terror, continuing his personal crusade until the end of time itself. Perhaps the answer is that Corax will come when the need is greatest, when the Imperium faces a threat so terrible that only a shadow can stop it, when chaos launches an offensive that conventional forces cannot counter, when a demon Primarch emerges into real space and must be hunted across the stars. At that moment, when hope seems lost, the shadow will move. It will manifest from the darkness. It will take the field. And the enemies of mankind will remember why they learned to fear the dark. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Corvus Corax and the potential for his return, please consider liking this video and subscribing to Stories of Hammer for more explorations of Warhammer 40,000 lore. The universe of the far future is vast and filled with stories waiting to be told. Together, we will continue to explore the shadows, to uncover the secrets, and to understand the heroes and monsters that shape humanity's desperate struggle for survival. Until next time, remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But in that darkness, there are also shadows. And sometimes, those shadows fight for humanity. In the grim darkness of the far future, death is not always the end of service. For the greatest heroes of the Adeptus Astartes, those warriors who have given everything in battle yet still draw breath, there exists a fate that some call honor and others call curse. This is the story of what happens when a dreadnought awakens after centuries of sleep, when consciousness returns to a mind trapped in steel, when ancient warriors rise once more to face enemies they may no longer recognize in a galaxy that has moved on without them. The dreadnought represents one of the most profound contradictions in the Imperium of man. These towering war engines, standing 12 to 15 feet tall and bristling with enough firepower to level fortifications, are both revered relics and walking nightmares. Inside each adamantium shell lies not a machine spirit or artificial intelligence, but the broken remnants of a space marine hero, a warrior whose body was so catastrophically damaged that even the advanced medical arts of the apothecaries could not restore it. Instead of granting them the mercy of death, the chapter chooses to preserve these fallen brothers, sealing what remains of their shattered forms into life support sarcophagi and integrating them directly into the neural systems of these combat walkers. But the dreadnought is not meant to be awake continuously. The strain of maintaining consciousness while interfaced with such a massive and complex war machine creates immense psychological pressure. Extended neural connection causes lethargy, confusion, temporal disorientation, and eventually senility. The human mind, even one enhanced by space marine implants and conditioning, was never designed to perceive the world through Auspex arrays and weapon targeting systems for years on end. So the chapters practice a form of mercy that might seem cruel to outsiders. Between battles, these ancient warriors are sealed away in stasis vaults, deep within fortress monasteries, their consciousness suspended in a darkness that can last decades, centuries, or in the case of the most ancient, millennia. And then comes the awakening. A call goes out across the Vox networks, emergency protocols activate, and somewhere in the depths of a chapter's sacred halls, systems begin to hum with renewed power. Life support fluids warm from their near-frozen state. Neural interfaces pulse with renewed energy, and a consciousness that has been suspended in the void between sleep and death begins the long, agonizing climb back toward awareness. This is not the gentle waking of natural rest. This is resurrection, a forced return to a reality that the awakening warrior may not remember clearly, may not recognize, and may not wish to face again. The physical reality of awakening. The first sensation is always the cold. Not the cold of winter air or icy wind, but the profound chill of amniotic fluid that has been kept just above freezing for preservation purposes. This fluid fills the sarcophagus surrounding what remains of the dreadnought pilot's organic body, keeping tissues viable and preventing decay. As the awakening sequence begins, heating elements activate and the temperature slowly rises, but the sensation is far from pleasant. The pilot's nerve endings, some of which have been directly spliced into mechanical interfaces, register this change not as warming comfort, but as a creeping sensation of pins and needles that spreads through every remaining inch of flesh. Many dreadnought pilots no longer possess much of their original bodies. Some are reduced to little more than a torso and head, their limbs lost to catastrophic wounds. Others retain more, but it hardly matters. What flesh remains is webbed with cables, punctured by neural shunts, and suspended in fluid like a specimen in a laboratory jar. As consciousness returns, the pilot must reconcile the phantom sensations of limbs long lost with the reality of their current state. The human brain is remarkably adaptable, but even space marine neuroplasticity has limits. The sensation of having arms and legs that are actually weapon mounts and hydraulic struts never becomes entirely natural. Then comes the flood of sensory data. A human being perceives the world through eyes that detect a specific range of light wavelengths, ears that register sound waves, skin that feels pressure and temperature. A dreadnought pilot perceives reality through a bewildering array of technical sensors. Optical feeds come online first, but these are not simple cameras. They provide thermal imaging overlays, motion tracking, range-finding data, threat assessment markers, and tactical information all simultaneously. The visual field of a dreadnought is not the narrow cone of human vision, but a comprehensive 360-degree awareness of the surrounding environment. For a pilot awakening after decades or centuries of sensory deprivation, this deluge of information can be overwhelming. Audio sensors activate next, but these do not hear as humans hear. They detect sound across a far wider frequency range, can triangulate the precise origin of noises, and automatically filter out background interference while enhancing tactically relevant sounds. The crackling of power systems charging up, the hydraulic hiss of servos testing their range of motion, the distant echo of footsteps approaching the stasis chamber. All of these reach the pilot's awareness with crystalline clarity. But there is also the constant hum of the dreadnought's own systems, a mechanical susurrus that becomes the soundtrack to every waking moment, a reminder that the body they now inhabit is fundamentally inhuman. The sense of touch, perhaps the most fundamentally human of all senses, has been transformed into something alien. Pressure sensors distributed across the dreadnought's armored hull relay information about impacts, but these register not as pain, but as data points. Temperature monitoring systems detect environmental conditions, but the pilot no longer feels heat or cold in the way they once did. The amniotic fluid maintains their organic tissues at a constant temperature regardless of external conditions. When a dreadnought's massive power fist closes around an enemy vehicle, crushing it to scrap metal, the pilot feels the resistance through force feedback systems, but it is a distant, attenuated sensation, more like reading a report than experiencing a tactile event. And there is pain. Not always and not for everyone, but pain is a common companion to dreadnought pilots. The neural interfaces that allow them to control their mechanical bodies require direct connection to their nervous systems. These connections can become inflamed, can develop scar tissue, can simply ache from the strain of channeling so much information. Some describe it as a headache that never fully fades, a pressure behind the eyes that intensifies during combat, when reflexes must be lightning fast and targeting calculations must be made in fractions of seconds. Others speak of phantom limb pain, magnified to nightmarish proportions, the sensation of wounds in body parts they no longer possess, ghost injuries that cannot heal because the flesh they inhabit is long gone. The awakening process itself typically takes hours. It is not instantaneous. Systems must be brought online in sequence to avoid overloading either the mechanical systems or the pilot's neural capacity. First come basic life support functions, ensuring that the organic components are being properly sustained. Then sensory systems activate gradually, allowing the pilot's consciousness to adjust to each new stream of input. Motor control comes last, with movement capabilities unlocked only after extensive diagnostic checks confirm that the pilot's mental state is stable enough to handle controlling several tons of adamantium and weaponry. During this slow return to consciousness, many dreadnought pilots experience disorientation that borders on existential terror. They may not immediately remember who they are, where they are, or what has happened to them. The mind, emerging from centuries of stasis, does not wake with full clarity. Memories surface slowly, fragmentarily, like debris floating to the surface of dark water. A pilot might remember their name before they remember their chapter. They might recall specific battles with crystalline clarity while having no idea how much time has passed since those engagements. The awakening mind grasps for context, for meaning, for anything that will explain the sensations flooding through neural pathways that have been dormant for so long. And then there are the voices. Tech Marines monitoring the awakening process, chaplains performing ritual blessings, chapter commanders providing briefings on whatever crisis has necessitated this resurrection. These voices come through Vox speakers, filtered and distorted by mechanical translation. The dreadnought pilot's own voice, when they finally speak, emerges not from a throat and mouth, but from speakers embedded in their chassis. The sound is harsh, crackling with static, a mechanical approximation of human speech that strips away the subtle nuances of emotion and intonation. Many pilots describe the horror of hearing themselves speak for the first time after internment, of realizing that even their voice, that most personal form of expression, has been taken from them and replaced with something synthetic. The physical awakening is only the beginning. Once the systems are fully online and the pilot has regained enough control to operate the dreadnought's basic functions, they must confront a reality that is often far more painful than any physical sensation. They must face the fact that time has moved on without them, that the world they knew has changed, and that they are no longer the person they were when they last walked among their brothers as a flesh and blood space marine. Mental disorientation and time loss. Perhaps the cruelest aspect of dreadnought existence is the relationship with time. For the pilot sealed in stasis, no time passes. There are no dreams, no thoughts, no consciousness at all during the long sleep. One moment, they are being shut down after a battle. The next moment, they are awakening to a new crisis. But between these two subjective moments, decades or centuries might have elapsed. The galaxy has turned, wars have been fought and won or lost, brothers have lived full lives and died, and the awakening pilot has missed all of it. This temporal displacement creates profound cognitive dissonance. Imagine closing your eyes for what feels like a single night's sleep, then waking to discover that everyone you knew is dead, that the world has moved on by generations, that you are now considered an ancient relic rather than a contemporary warrior. this is the reality facing every dreadnought pilot with each awakening. The psychological impact cannot be overstated. Human beings, even augmented space marines, construct their sense of self through continuity of experience. We understand who we are by remembering who we were yesterday, last week, last year. But when those intervals are measured in centuries rather than days, the very concept of personal identity becomes unstable. Many pilots experience severe dyschronometria, a clinical term for the inability to accurately perceive the passage of time. A dreadnought awakening, after 200 years of stasis, might insist that only a few months have passed since their last deployment. They ask after brothers who have been dead for a century, expect to see familiar faces that have long since been laid to rest in the chapter's mausoleums. When informed of how much time has actually elapsed, their reactions range from denial to grief to a kind of numb acceptance that slowly erodes their sense of connection to the present. This confusion is compounded by the nature of memory itself. The human brain does not store memories like data files on a cogitator. Memories are living things, constantly being reconstructed and reinterpreted based on context and emotional state. But dreadnought pilots are not fully human anymore. Parts of their brain have been augmented or replaced with mechanical systems designed to help them process the sensory input from their new bodies. These augmentations can interfere with memory formation and recall. Some pilots find that their memories of life before internment fade with each awakening, becoming increasingly hazy and dreamlike. Others experience the opposite problem. Certain memories become fixed and immutable, playing over and over with perfect clarity, while everything around those frozen moments becomes fog. The chapters try to help. When a dreadnought awakens, there are usually protocols in place to reorient the pilot to current reality. A tech marine or chaplain will provide a briefing covering essential information: the current date, major events that have occurred since the last awakening, the status of the chapter and its current campaigns. But this is like trying to catch up on centuries of history through a few minutes of explanation. The details are lost, the nuance is absent, and the awakening pilot is left with a sense of fundamental disconnection from the timeline they now inhabit. Some dreadnoughts develop coping mechanisms. They stop trying to maintain continuity with their past selves and instead embrace each awakening as a new beginning. They accept that they are no longer brother Captain so-and-so who fought in the wars of their youth, but are now ancient so-and-so, a being apart from the flow of normal time. This psychological adaptation allows them to function, but it comes at a cost. It requires letting go of the person they once were, accepting that their identity is now defined more by their role as a dreadnought than by their memories of life before the sarcophagus. Others resist this dissolution of self with desperate intensity. They cling to their memories, rehearsing them mentally during their brief periods of wakefulness, trying to maintain the thread of continuity that defines them as individuals. But this too has its costs. The more energy they spend trying to remember who they were, the less they have available for adapting to who they must be now. And with each awakening, the gap between past and present widens. The chapter they served may have evolved new traditions, adopted different tactical doctrines, reorganized its command structure. The enemies they fight may be new threats or old foes returned in unfamiliar forms. The galaxy itself may have changed in ways both subtle and profound. The confusion extends beyond mere dates and names. Many dreadnought pilots experience a phenomenon that might be called memory compression, where decades or centuries of real time feel like they should only be days or weeks. This creates a profound sense of unreality, as if they are living in a dream or hallucination. They might remember a particular battle brother as a young neophyte, then wake to find him serving as a company captain, or perhaps already dead and buried. The emotional impact of discovering that someone you remember as young and vital is now old, or worse, has been dead for generations, is devastating. It creates a profound sense of loss, compounded by guilt at having missed the intervening years. Some pilots report experiencing something even stranger: overlapping memories from multiple awakenings that blur together in confusing ways. A dreadnought who has been awakened dozens or hundreds of times over the centuries might struggle to distinguish between different campaigns, different battles, different versions of similar events. Was it the war on Armageddon or the defense of Cadia where they saw that particular tactical pattern? Was that brother who fought beside them part of the first company or the third? The memories exist, but their temporal organization breaks down, creating a kind of experiential palimpsest, where layers of different moments overlay each other until it becomes impossible to separate them clearly. This temporal confusion is made worse by the fact that many dreadnoughts are awakened specifically for battles or situations that echo past conflicts. The Imperium is locked in eternal war, and history tends to repeat itself with grim regularity. A dreadnought who fought orcs on one world might wake centuries later to fight orcs on another world, and in the heat of battle, might not be entirely clear on which war they are currently fighting. The result can be a kind of combat fugue, where past and present merge, where the pilot is simultaneously fighting a battle from centuries ago, and the current engagement, their awareness, flickering between different temporal moments like a pict screen with bad reception. The chapters are aware of this problem, which is why most ancient dreadnoughts are kept in stasis for increasingly long periods. The longer the sleep between awakenings, the more stable the pilot's mental state tends to be when they do wake, though paradoxically, this also means greater temporal displacement and confusion about how much time has actually passed. It is a balance with no good solutions, only varying degrees of psychological trauma that must be managed as best as possible. For some pilots, the realization of how much time has passed brings an unexpected emotion: grief. Not just for lost friends and fallen brothers, but for their own lost time. Every moment spent in stasis is a moment of life that did not happen, experiences that were not had, relationships that could not develop. A space marine's lifespan is already extended far beyond normal human years through genetic modification and the senescent membrane that can place them in healing hibernation. But a dreadnought's existence stretches this even further, granting a kind of cursed immortality where centuries of life are compressed into brief windows of consciousness, separated by vast voids of nothingness. Some pilots begin to develop a strange relationship with the concept of age. Chronologically, they might be 500, 1,000, even 10,000 years old. But in terms of conscious experience, they have lived far less. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, the most ancient of all loyalist dreadnoughts, is over 10,000 years old chronologically, but has been awake for only a tiny fraction of that time. How old is he really? The question has no simple answer. He has existed for millennia, but experienced only centuries of that existence. He is simultaneously the oldest, and yet somehow still young, a paradox that defies easy comprehension. This temporal discontinuity affects not just personal identity, but tactical effectiveness. Modern warfare doctrine may have evolved significantly since a dreadnought's last awakening. Weapons technologies change, enemy tactics adapt, strategic priorities shift. An ancient warrior's knowledge and experience are invaluable, but only if they can successfully contextualize that knowledge within current circumstances. Many chapters maintain extensive debriefing protocols for awakened dreadnoughts, bringing them up to speed on current situations before deploying them. But there is only so much that can be conveyed in a briefing, and the subtle nuances of how warfare has evolved are often learned only through direct experience. The psychological literature on extended stasis and its effects on consciousness is limited, mostly because the only beings who regularly undergo such experiences are dreadnought pilots themselves, and their accounts are often fragmentary and confused. But what records exist paint a picture of minds struggling to maintain coherence across temporal gaps that would shatter lesser beings entirely. The fact that Space Marine psychology and the mental conditioning they undergo during their transformation help them survive this ordeal at all is remarkable. That some pilots maintain their sanity and sense of self for centuries or even millennia of this existence is nothing short of miraculous. That many do not is hardly surprising. The weight of centuries. When a dreadnought awakens, they do not wake into the chapter they remember. They wake into a chapter that has moved on without them, filled with unfamiliar faces and sometimes unfamiliar traditions. For many pilots, this is the most painful aspect of awakening, the realization that they have become strangers in what was once their home. The first thing many notice is the faces. As a flesh and blood space marine, even one who had served for a century or more, you would have known your battle brothers. You would have fought alongside them, trained with them, shared meals in the chapter's halls. You would have known their habits, their quirks, the particular way each one moved and spoke. But after a century or two in stasis, most of those brothers are gone. Some have died in battle, their gene seed harvested to create new recruits. Others have succumbed to age, for even space marines are not truly immortal, and even their enhanced lifespans have limits. A few might have been elevated to command positions where the dreadnought pilot no longer has regular contact with them, but the vast majority are simply gone. In their place are new faces, young warriors who were not even born when the dreadnought pilot last walked among his brothers. These new space marines look upon the ancient warrior with reverence, treating them as a living relic rather than as a contemporary. They speak to the dreadnought with formal respect, addressing them by honorifics and titles rather than as a fellow brother in arms. The casual camaraderie that once existed is gone, replaced by something more akin to worship. The dreadnought has become an object of veneration, and while this might seem like an honor, it is also profoundly isolating. Many dreadnought pilots report feeling disconnected from the younger generations of space marines. These new warriors are well trained and motivated, certainly, but they lack the shared history that creates true bonds of brotherhood. They did not fight alongside the dreadnought pilot in past campaigns. They do not share the same formative experiences. To them, the ancient warrior is a figure from history, someone they have heard about in chapter legends, but never actually known as a person. And to the dreadnought pilot, these young marines are strangers, unfamiliar faces in armor that looks almost but not quite like what they remember. This isolation is compounded by the physical reality of being a dreadnought. The ancient warrior cannot share a meal with their brothers, cannot clasp hands in greeting, cannot engage in the small physical interactions that build and maintain social bonds. They experience the chapter's communal life at a remove, observing but never truly participating. When the company gathers for a feast after a victory, the dreadnought cannot join them at the table. When warriors train in the practice cages, the dreadnought cannot spar alongside them. They are present but separate, included but apart. Some chapters try to maintain connections between ancient dreadnoughts and the current generation of space marines. Young warriors might be assigned to serve as attendants or escorts for awakened ancients, learning from their wisdom and experience while providing companionship and context for the current state of the chapter. These relationships can be meaningful, but they are not friendships between equals. The power dynamic is too imbalanced, the age gap too vast. The young marine is always aware that they are speaking to a legend, and the ancient is always aware that this youth was not even a possibility when they entered their sarcophagus. The chapter itself may have changed in ways both subtle and profound. Traditions evolve over centuries, new heroes arise, and their deeds become the subjects of new sagas and rituals. Old enemies are defeated, and new threats emerge. The very culture of the chapter, the unspoken assumptions and shared understandings that bind warriors together, shifts gradually with each passing generation. A dreadnought awakening after several centuries might find that their chapter has developed new battle cries, modified its heraldry, adopted different tactical preferences, or even reinterpreted its founding principles in ways that seem alien to the ancient warriors' memories. This cultural drift can be deeply disorienting. The chapter is still recognizably itself, still bearing the same name and gene line, still fighting for the Emperor and the Imperium. But the details have shifted. References the ancient makes might go unrecognized by younger Marines who lack the historical context. Jokes that would have brought laughter centuries ago fall flat because the shared experiences they referenced are long forgotten. The dreadnought pilot finds themselves speaking a cultural language that has evolved beyond their understanding, using idioms and references that mark them as being from another time. Some chapters are better than others at maintaining institutional memory and helping awakened dreadnoughts feel connected to the current generation. The Space Wolves, for instance, have strong oral traditions and place great emphasis on storytelling and saga keeping, which helps maintain continuity across the centuries. When Bjorn the Fell-Handed awakens, even young Bloodclaws know his stories and can engage with him through that shared narrative tradition. Other chapters might be less successful at maintaining these connections, particularly if they have suffered severe losses or undergone dramatic reorganizations in the intervening years. The loss extends beyond just people and culture. Physical spaces change too. The dreadnought might remember a particular training hall or meditation chamber, only to discover it has been repurposed or destroyed. The view from the fortress monastery's ramparts might have changed as the surrounding landscape was developed or devastated by war. Even small things, like the arrangement of trophies in a trophy hall or the placement of memorial stones in a garden of remembrance, might have been altered in ways that disorient the awakening ancient. And then there are the dead. Oh, the dead. Every awakening brings a new accounting of losses. Brothers who were vital and strong at the last awakening are now nothing but names carved on memorial walls. Officers who once commanded companies are now dust and memory. Friends, rivals, subordinates, superiors, all of them gone into the Emperor's embrace while the dreadnought slept. Some pilots request full accounting, wanting to know who has fallen and how. Others prefer not to know, finding the accumulated weight of loss too crushing to bear. But ignorance is not truly possible. The dead are everywhere, present in their absence, their loss written in the unfamiliar faces and the changed traditions, and the way younger Marines speak of the past as ancient history. This grief is complicated by guilt. Many dreadnought pilots feel that they have somehow failed their brothers by not being there, by sleeping while others fought and died. This is irrational, of course. The pilot had no choice in when they were awakened or how long they slept. But grief and guilt are not rational emotions. The survivor's burden weighs heavily, made worse by the knowledge that more will die, that the next awakening will bring news of new losses, and the cycle will continue until either the dreadnought is finally destroyed or everyone they once knew has passed into history. Some ancient warriors cope by deliberately limiting their emotional investment in the current generation. They maintain a professional distance, fulfilling their function as war engines and tactical advisors without forming close bonds that will inevitably lead to more grief. This is a survival mechanism, a way of protecting what remains of their humanity against the endless erosion of loss. But it comes at a cost, further isolating them from the chapter they serve and accelerating their transformation from person into thing, from brother Marine into relic. Others go the opposite direction, trying desperately to forge new connections with each awakening, to learn the names and faces of the current generation, to participate in chapter life as much as their physical limitations allow. These pilots often experience the most acute grief, but they also maintain the strongest sense of self and purpose. They remain people rather than becoming mere weapons, but the price is constant heartache, as each new sleep brings the certainty of more losses to grieve upon awakening. The weight of centuries is not just emotional, it is also tactical and strategic. An ancient dreadnought carries within their memory banks knowledge of campaigns fought long ago, of enemies defeated and lessons learned. This wisdom is invaluable, one of the primary reasons chapters go to such lengths to preserve their fallen heroes. But accessing this wisdom requires the pilot to sort through centuries of accumulated experience, to find relevant knowledge amid vast stores of information that may no longer apply to current circumstances. It requires bridging the gap between then and now, between how wars were fought in the past and how they are fought in the present. Many chapters hold counsel with awakened ancients before major campaigns, seeking their advice and perspective. These counsels can be profoundly valuable, with the ancient warrior's experience providing insights that help avoid costly mistakes or identify opportunities that less experienced commanders might miss. But they can also be frustrating for both parties. The ancient might offer advice based on how similar situations were handled centuries ago, not realizing that circumstances have changed in ways that render that advice obsolete. The current commanders might lack the historical knowledge to properly understand what the ancient is trying to communicate, missing nuances that would be obvious to someone who had lived through the original events. This is the burden of being a living repository of history. Your value lies in your knowledge of the past, but your effectiveness depends on your ability to apply that knowledge to a present that may be radically different from what you remember. It is a constant negotiation between continuity and change, between honoring what was and adapting to what is. And underlying it all is the awareness that with each awakening, the gap widens, the connections weaken, and the ancient warrior becomes more alien to the chapter they serve, and more isolated in their existence as something between hero and relic, between warrior and memorial. Different patterns, different experiences. Not all dreadnoughts are created equal, and the pattern of the chassis has a profound impact on what the pilot experiences during and after awakening. Each design represents different compromises between functionality, preservation, and the toll taken on the pilot's physical and mental well-being. Understanding these differences is crucial to understanding why some dreadnoughts maintain their sanity for millennia, while others degrade rapidly into madness or physical collapse. The Castroferrum pattern is the most common dreadnought chassis in the 41st millennium. It is the workhorse of the Adeptus Astartes, the design most people picture when they think of a Space Marine dreadnought. The Castroferrum is relatively compact compared to some ancient patterns, standing roughly 12 feet tall, with a boxy, utilitarian design that prioritizes reliability and ease of maintenance. For the pilot, the Castroferrum provides a reasonably stable platform. The neural interface technology is well understood and has been refined over millennia of use. The amniotic sarcophagus provides adequate life support, and the sensory systems, while overwhelming at first, can be adapted to with practice. Pilots of Castroferrum pattern dreadnoughts report that the awakening process is typically the smoothest of all chassis types. Systems come online in predictable sequence, and the flood of sensory data, while still intense, is manageable for a properly trained Space Marine consciousness. The Castroferrum's controls are intuitive, at least as intuitive as piloting a several-ton walking war machine can be, and the weapon systems are straightforward to operate. This doesn't mean it's pleasant, but it does mean it's survivable, at least in the psychological sense. The trade-off is that the Castroferrum is not the most powerful or advanced design. Its weapons, while formidable, are not as devastating as those mounted on larger patterns. Its armor, though thick, is not impenetrable. Its mobility is adequate, but not exceptional. The Castroferrum is a reliable, solid platform that will serve for centuries if properly maintained, but it will never be the most impressive dreadnought on the battlefield. For many pilots, this is acceptable. They did not seek glory in their new existence. They sought only to continue serving, and the Castroferrum allows them to do exactly that. The Contemptor pattern represents an older, more sophisticated technology from the Great Crusade era. These dreadnoughts are taller and more graceful than the Castroferum, with articulated limbs that move with surprising fluidity. The Contemptor's design incorporates atomantic shielding technology and advanced sensory suites that make it a superior weapons platform in almost every respect. For the pilot, this means enhanced capabilities but also increased complexity. The neural load required to operate a Contemptor is significantly higher than that of a Castroferum. The pilot must process more information, make faster decisions, and maintain tighter control over more sophisticated systems. Awakening in a Contemptor can be a more jarring experience. The sensory input is richer and more detailed, which means more for the emerging consciousness to process and integrate. The controls are more responsive, requiring finer mental discipline to avoid jerky or excessive movements. But for pilots who successfully adapt, the Contemptor offers a sense of empowerment that few other chassis can match. You are not just a walking weapons platform. You are a sophisticated war machine that can go toe-to-toe with the deadliest enemies the Imperium faces. The rarity of functional Contemptor chassis means that they are typically reserved for the most honored and ancient warriors. To be placed in a Contemptor is a mark of exceptional respect, a recognition that your service and sacrifice merit the chapter's most precious resources. This can be a source of pride for the pilot, but it also increases the burden of expectation. You are not just any dreadnought, you are one of the ancients, piloting technology that cannot be replaced if destroyed, expected to perform at the highest level in the most critical situations. The Redemptor pattern, developed by Archmagos Belisarius Cawl as part of his Primaris Space Marine project, represents the bleeding edge of dreadnought technology. These massive war machines are larger and more powerful than standard Castroferum dreadnoughts, with devastating firepower and the ability to move at speeds that seem impossible for something so massive. The Redemptor is built for aggressive warfare, designed to charge into the heart of enemy formations and tear them apart with overwhelming violence. But the Redemptor's power comes with a terrible price. The neural interface is so intensive, the power draw so immense, that it literally burns out the pilot. The awakening process for a Redemptor pilot is described as agonizing, with the machine systems placing enormous strain on the pilot's consciousness and physical form, even in the moments of coming online. Once operational, the Redemptor pilot must endure a level of neural stress that would be unsustainable in any other chassis. Every movement, every weapon firing, every combat maneuver drains life force from the pilot in ways that are not fully understood, but are undeniably real. Many Redemptors have already required replacement pilots after just a few decades of service, their original occupants burned out to nothing but desiccated husks. For a Redemptor pilot, each awakening might be their last. The knowledge that your existence is being consumed by the very machine that was supposed to preserve it creates a psychological burden unique to this pattern. Some embrace it, throwing themselves into combat with abandon, knowing that they will not survive long enough to face the slow degradation that afflicts pilots of older patterns. Others find it horrifying, a betrayal of the promise that internment in a dreadnought would allow them to serve for centuries or millennia. Instead, they are being used up and discarded, their sacrifice measured in years or decades rather than centuries. The awakening experience in a Redemptor is thus colored by urgency and desperation. There is no luxury of taking time to reorient to current reality, no gentle reintegration into chapter life. The Redemptor pilot wakes knowing that the clock is ticking, that every moment of consciousness brings them closer to final dissolution, and that they must make every battle count, because there might not be many left. This creates a kind of frantic intensity that can be tactically valuable, but is psychologically exhausting. The Leviathan pattern, another relic from the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy era, represents perhaps the most extreme expression of dreadnought design philosophy. These behemoths are larger even than Redemptors, mounting weapons systems powerful enough to threaten Titan-class war engines. The Leviathan was designed for siege warfare, for breaking through fortifications that could withstand lesser forces. Its adamantic shielding can shrug off hits that would cripple other dreadnoughts, and its firepower is truly apocalyptic. But the price for this power is madness. The neural strain of piloting a Leviathan is so intense that pilots inevitably suffer psychological degradation. They experience temporal displacement far worse than other dreadnought pilots, becoming trapped in loops where they relive past battles, unable to distinguish between memory and present reality. Many Leviathan pilots eventually lose coherent consciousness entirely, becoming little more than berserkers who must be carefully managed and pointed at appropriate targets. The awakening process for a Leviathan pilot is thus fraught with danger, as there is always the risk that the pilot will not successfully emerge from stasis, but will instead remain trapped in some liminal state between consciousness and madness. Specialized variants like the Librarian Dreadnought add their own complications. These rare machines house psychically gifted space marines, warriors who wielded the powers of the warp in life and continue to do so in their mechanical existence. For a Librarian pilot, awakening involves not just the usual sensory shock and temporal disorientation, but also the reactivation of psychic senses. The pilot must re-establish their connection to the warp, must rebuild the mental disciplines that allow them to channel supernatural forces without being consumed by them. This is dangerous under any circumstances, but doing it while also adapting to a dreadnought's sensory systems and dealing with the psychological impacts of centuries of stasis creates compound risks. Many Librarian dreadnoughts report that the warp feels different after stasis, though they struggle to articulate exactly how. Some describe it as if the currents of the immaterium have shifted while they slept, requiring them to relearn navigation of psychic space. Others speak of connections that must be reformed, rituals that must be reperformed to restore their full capabilities. And there is always the danger that the pilot's grip on sanity, already strained by the dreadnought experience, might not be strong enough to prevent warp entities from exploiting any weakness in their psychic defenses. The Death Company dreadnoughts of the Blood Angels and their successor chapters represent perhaps the most tragic variant. These machines house brothers who have succumbed to the Black Rage, the genetic curse that causes Blood Angels to relive Sanguinius's final moments during the Horus Heresy. For these pilots, awakening is not a return to clarity, but a plunge into madness. They do not know where or when they are. They believe they are fighting at the siege of Terra, defending their Primarch against Horus's treachery. The chapter directs this madness toward the enemy, using Death Company dreadnoughts as berserker shock troops. But there is no real awakening for these warriors, only an endless delusion from which they can never escape. The Grey Knights dreadnoughts incorporate the chapter's unique psychic technologies and demonic wards directly into the chassis. For a Grey Knight pilot, awakening involves not just physical systems coming online, but psychic protections activating, sanctified circuits completing their patterns of power. The pilot must center themselves within these protections, must ensure that their mind is properly shielded before they can safely operate in a galaxy where demonic corruption is an ever-present threat. This adds additional layers of ritual and preparation to the awakening process, but it also provides certain advantages. The psychic wards help stabilize the pilot's consciousness, reducing some of the temporal disorientation and memory degradation that affect other dreadnought patterns. Each pattern thus offers a different experience of awakening, a different balance of power and preservation, capability and cost. The pilot's experience is shaped not just by how long they have slept or what battles await them, but by the very nature of the machine they inhabit. Some chassis are prisons that slowly grind down the occupant's humanity. Others are partnerships between warrior and machine that can be sustained for millennia if managed properly. And some are funeral pyres, consuming the pilot even as they preserve them, burning away life force to fuel one last blaze of destructive glory before final darkness falls. The psychological burden. The physical challenges of awakening are immense, but they pale in comparison to the psychological burden that dreadnought pilots must bear. The human mind, even one enhanced and conditioned by Space Marine indoctrination, was not designed for the kind of existence that internment in a dreadnought creates. The isolation, the temporal discontinuity, the loss of physical form, the endless cycle of awakening to war and returning to dreamless sleep, all of these accumulate into a psychological weight that eventually crushes almost everyone who bears it. Isolation is perhaps the most immediate and persistent psychological challenge. Even when awakened and deployed alongside other Space Marines, the dreadnought pilot exists in profound isolation. They cannot shake hands with their brothers, cannot share a meal, cannot engage in any of the small physical interactions that create and maintain social bonds. Their sensory experience of reality is fundamentally different from that of flesh and blood warriors. They see the world through Auspex feeds and targeting overlays. They hear through acoustic sensors that filter and process sound before presenting it to their consciousness. Every interaction is mediated through layers of technology, creating a barrier that can never be fully crossed. This isolation is compounded during the long periods of stasis. Between awakenings, the pilot experiences nothing. No dreams, no thoughts, no awareness. They are not sleeping in any meaningful sense. They are simply not. And then they wake, and the world has moved on without them, and everyone they knew has changed or died, and they are more alone than before. Each cycle deepens the isolation, widening the gulf between the pilot and the living world around them. Many pilots describe a growing sense of disconnection from humanity itself. As the years accumulate, as awakening follows awakening across centuries, they begin to feel less like a person trapped in a machine and more like a machine that remembers having once been a person. Their thoughts become more tactical, more focused on optimal weapons loadouts and firing solutions and threat assessments. Emotional responses dull and fade. The capacity for joy, for sorrow, for any feeling beyond a grim satisfaction at objectives completed, slowly erodes. This is partly a defense mechanism, the psyche protecting itself against endless grief and loss by simply stopping caring. But it is also a fundamental change in consciousness, a transformation from person to thing that happens so gradually that the pilot might not even realize it is occurring. Some fight against this dehumanization with desperate intensity. They deliberately maintain emotional connections, force themselves to feel grief for fallen brothers, even though they know more loss is inevitable, cling to memories of what it felt like to be fully alive and human. These warriors suffer more in the short term, but retain more of their essential selves across the centuries. They remain people rather than becoming mere weapons, though the effort of maintaining that humanity exacts a terrible price. Others accept the transformation, even welcome it. If you are going to be a weapon, they reason, better to be an effective weapon, unencumbered by doubt or grief or the lingering ghost of who you used to be. These pilots often become the most formidable combat assets their chapters possess, utterly ruthless and tactically brilliant. But there is a question about whether they remain truly conscious in any meaningful sense. Are they still the person who was interred, or has that person been replaced by something that merely uses their memories as tactical data? The dreams, or rather the lack of dreams, haunt many pilots. During stasis, there should be nothing. The consciousness is suspended, all neural activity reduced to the bare minimum necessary to maintain basic life support. But many pilots report experiencing something during the long sleep, though they struggle to articulate what. Some describe it as a kind of grey void, where fragmentary thoughts and memories drift without purpose or coherence. Others speak of a sensation of falling through infinite darkness, of reaching for something that is always just beyond grasp. A few claim they can hear voices during stasis, though they cannot understand what is being said or who is speaking. These experiences might be artifacts of the neural interface, glitches in the systems that are supposed to maintain consciousness in suspension, or they might be genuine mental activity occurring at some level too deep for the pilot to fully access or remember upon awakening. Either way, they create an additional layer of psychological stress. The pilot never knows if the void they descend into when systems shut down will be the merciful nothing they expect, or some nightmare half-consciousness that cannot end until awakening comes. Senility and cognitive degradation are constant threats. The extended neural interface causes cumulative damage over time. Dyschronometria worsens with each awakening. Memory becomes less reliable. Temporal sequence becomes confused. Some ancient pilots reach a point where they can no longer distinguish between different awakenings, where all their battles blur together into a single, endless war that has been raging since time immemorial. They might believe they are still fighting enemies from centuries ago, might not recognize that the galaxy around them has changed. This degradation manifests in different ways. Some pilots become fixated on particular memories, repeating the same stories or asking after brothers long dead as if they were still living. Others lose the ability to form new memories entirely, awakening fresh each time with no recollection of previous awakenings, trapped in an eternal present where nothing ever changes, even as everything around them does. Still others develop a kind of combat fugue, where they function perfectly well during battle, but become confused and disoriented during briefings or debriefings, unable to maintain focus when the stimulus of combat is absent. The chapters try to manage this degradation through careful monitoring, and by limiting how long and how often ancient dreadnoughts are awakened. But it is ultimately a losing battle. The very thing that keeps the pilot alive, the neural interface that allows them to operate the dreadnought, is also the thing that is slowly destroying their mind. Every moment of consciousness contributes to the cumulative damage. Every awakening brings the pilot closer to the point where they can no longer function as a coherent consciousness. For some, madness is the eventual destination. The isolation, the grief, the temporal confusion, the physical pain, the existential horror of existence, as a brain in a jar piloting a war machine, all of it accumulates until the mind simply breaks. The pilot might become violent and unpredictable, attacking allies as readily as enemies. They might retreat into catatonia, consciousness still present but no longer responsive to external stimuli. They might fragment entirely, with different aspects of their personality emerging at different times, creating a kind of mechanical, dissociative identity disorder. When a dreadnought pilot reaches this point, most chapters face a terrible decision. Do they continue to wake the ancient warrior for battle, accepting the unpredictability and danger they pose to their own forces? Do they seal them away permanently, honoring their sacrifice with eternal rest? Or do they mercifully end the pilot's existence, granting them the death that was denied when they were first interred? There is no easy answer, and different chapters handle these situations differently, based on their traditions and philosophical approaches to the value of life versus the demands of duty. The Black Rage, the Red Thirst, and other gene seed curses add their own complications for chapters afflicted by such conditions. A Blood Angel's dreadnought pilot might experience the psychological burdens all pilots face, but with the added horror of potentially succumbing to their chapter's genetic flaws while trapped in a metal body. The pilot exists in constant fear that their next awakening will be their last moment of clarity before the Black Rage takes them and they are transferred to a death. Company dreadnought, doomed to spend eternity reliving Sanguinius's death while their body is used as a weapon against their chapter's enemies. Some pilots develop obsessive thoughts or compulsive behaviors as coping mechanisms. They might insist on specific rituals before and after combat, particular sequences of system checks or weapon blessings that must be performed exactly the same way every time. These rituals provide structure and predictability in an existence that otherwise offers neither. But they can also become debilitating if the obsession grows too strong, if the pilot becomes so fixated on ritual observance that they lose flexibility in combat or spend all their conscious energy on compulsions rather than tactical effectiveness. Religious faith can be both salvation and source of torment for dreadnought pilots. Many find comfort in their service to the Emperor, in the belief that their sacrifice serves a higher purpose, and that they will eventually be rewarded with rest in his presence. Prayer and devotion provide psychological anchors, ways of maintaining meaning and purpose even as everything else erodes. But faith can also amplify despair when the pilot begins to wonder if they have been forgotten by the Emperor, if their existence is punishment rather than reward, if the God Emperor they serve would truly wish this existence on any of his servants. The question of suicide, if such a term can even apply, haunts some pilots. They cannot simply choose to die. They exist at the chapter's pleasure, awakened when needed and return to stasis when not. But they can choose to fight recklessly, to take unnecessary risks in combat, to essentially seek destruction on the battlefield. Most chapters watch for this behavior and intervene when they detect it. But it is not always obvious when a dreadnought pilot is seeking death rather than simply fighting with appropriate aggression. And perhaps some chapters allow it, recognizing that for a warrior who has endured centuries or millennia of this existence, death in glorious battle might be the most merciful ending they can hope for. The weight of knowledge is its own burden. Ancient dreadnoughts often serve as repositories of chapter history, living connections to the past, who can provide first-hand accounts of events that are otherwise preserved only in records and legends. This makes them valuable, but also creates psychological pressure. The pilot feels responsible for preserving and transmitting this knowledge, for ensuring that the lessons of the past are not forgotten. But memory degrades, details blur, and eventually the pilot must face the reality that they are failing in this duty, that the history they carry is being lost, despite their best efforts to maintain it. Some pilots report experiencing identity confusion, moments where they are not entirely sure who they are. Am I still brother captain whoever, or have I become something else entirely? Am I a person or a weapon? Am I alive, or am I already dead and simply not willing to admit it? These existential questions have no comfortable answers, and dwelling on them can lead to psychological paralysis. But ignoring them entirely requires a kind of deliberate self-delusion that has its own costs. The psychological burden of being a dreadnought pilot is, in many ways, worse than the physical limitations. The body is gone, but perhaps that can be adapted to, accepted as a price of continued service. But the erosion of self, the slow transformation from person into thing, the awareness that you are losing your humanity by degrees and cannot prevent it no matter how hard you fight, this is a torment that few other beings in the galaxy must endure. It is a living death that denies the mercy of actual death while offering none of the benefits of actual life. And it goes on, awakening after awakening, century after century, until finally either madness or destruction brings the long nightmare to an end. Chaos. Corruption, the Hellbrute's torment. If the existence of a loyal dreadnought pilot is torment, the existence of a Chaos dreadnought, or Hellbrute as they are more commonly called, is absolute hell. Where the Imperium's dreadnoughts at least maintain some pretense that internment is an honor, that service will eventually earn rest and reward, Chaos makes no such promises. To be sealed within a Hellbrute is punishment and torture wrapped in metal, a fate that even most Chaos Space Marines would rather avoid if given the choice. The awakening process for a Hellbrute is agony from the first moment. Where Loyalist dreadnoughts typically have carefully calibrated systems designed to ease the pilot's consciousness back online gradually, the pseudo-parasitic sarcophagi of Hellbrutes have no such considerations. The technology is corrupted by warp energies, merged with demonic influences, twisted into forms that prioritize power over the pilot's well-being. When a Hellbrute awakens, it is not a gentle return to consciousness, but a violent shock, as systems surge to life with total disregard for the pilot's comfort or sanity. The pilot's flesh itself becomes corrupted. The warp energies that permeate the Hellbrute systems begin to transform the organic matter within the sarcophagus, merging it with the metal of the chassis in grotesque ways. Where a loyalist pilot remains distinct from their mechanical shell, encased within it but separate, a Hellbrute pilot gradually fuses with the machine. Flesh grows into metal. Metal burrows into flesh. The boundary between organic and mechanical blurs and eventually disappears entirely. The machine becomes part of the pilot's body in a literal sense, and the pilot becomes part of the machine until neither can be distinguished from the other. This fusion is excruciating. The pilot experiences it as a constant sensation of their body being torn apart and reconstructed, bones breaking and reforming, nerves being flayed and rewoven. There is no anesthetic, no mercy, only endless pain that cannot be escaped because the source of the pain is the pilot's own existence. Some Chaos Space Marines volunteer for Hellbrute internment in moments of zealous devotion to their dark patrons, believing they will be granted power and immortality. They learn too late that the power comes at the price of unending torment, and the immortality is a curse rather than a blessing. The mental effects are equally horrific. The warp does not simply preserve consciousness as the Imperium's technology attempts to do. It corrupts consciousness, twisting thoughts and emotions, amplifying rage and hatred and despair while eroding any remaining traces of compassion or reason. The Hellbrute pilot's mind becomes a storm of violent impulses and traumatic memories. They relive their worst moments over and over, experience phantom pains from wounds long healed, feel emotions with intensity that would shatter a normal psyche. Many Hellbrute pilots go completely insane within their first few weeks of consciousness. They lose all coherent thought, becoming nothing more than engines of mindless destruction. These Hellbrutes must be kept restrained when not in combat, chained down and their weapons removed, because they will attack anything in range, regardless of whether it is friend or foe. When the Chaos Warband needs them for battle, they are unchained and pointed toward the enemy, a barely controlled berserker that will tear through enemy lines with terrifying effectiveness before being restrained again, assuming they survive the battle. The pilots who maintain some degree of sanity find their existence even more torturous because they are aware of what they have become. They remember being Space Marines, proud warriors who fought for causes they believed in, even if those causes were the corrupt promises of the Chaos Gods. Now they are reduced to weapons that their former brothers fear and pity in equal measure. They are kept isolated when not needed, sealed away in darkness with only their own tortured thoughts for company. When they are awakened, it is not to seek their counsel or value their wisdom, but simply to use them as tools of destruction before discarding them again. The relationship between Hellbrute pilots and the rest of the Chaos Warband is fundamentally different from the relationship between Loyalist dreadnoughts and their chapters. Where Loyalist pilots are revered as honored ancients, Hellbrute pilots are regarded as cursed things, necessary evils whose power is useful but whose existence is pitied or mocked. There is no respect, no honor, only utilitarian calculation about when the Hellbrute's destructive capacity is worth the risk and effort of deploying them. Some Chaos Lords use Hellbrute internment as punishment for warriors who have failed them or displeased them. It is considered one of the worst fates possible, worse even than death or banishment. The condemned warrior is sealed into the sarcophagus while still conscious, forced to endure the fusion process, fully aware of what is happening to them, knowing that this will be their existence for however long they survive. Their screams are considered entertaining by the more cruel Chaos Commanders, who might even delay completing the internment process to prolong the victim's suffering. For word-bearers and similar chapters devoted to chaos in its most religious forms, Hellbrute pilots might undergo additional tortures. Between battles, their sarcophagi are hung in chambers where demons circulate, attempting to possess or further corrupt them. The pilots are prevented from going fully insane by protective wards, ensuring they remain conscious enough to experience the demon's attentions. This creates a cycle where the pilot's sanity is deliberately maintained at just the level necessary for them to suffer, never allowed to escape into complete madness, but never granted the mercy of clarity either. The sensory experience of piloting a Hellbrute is reportedly far worse than that of a Loyalist dreadnought. The corrupted Auspex systems do not simply show the tactical situation, they display it through a lens of warp-tainted perception where reality itself seems to writhe and shift. The pilot might see enemies as they truly are, or they might see demonic apparitions or distorted nightmares drawn from their own fears and hates. Distinguishing between real threats and hallucinations becomes nearly impossible, adding another layer of psychological torment to an already unbearable existence. The weapon systems of a Hellbrute are often alive in a way that Loyalist dreadnought weapons are not. Demon-possessed guns that hunger for kills, close combat weapons that drink blood and grant the pilot momentary relief from pain in exchange for feeding them. This creates a horrible dependency where the pilot becomes desperate for combat, not out of duty or even bloodlust, but simply because combat is the only time the weapons are satisfied, and the constant psychic pressure eases slightly. After the battle ends and the weapons are removed, the pressure returns worse than before, creating a cycle of addiction and withdrawal that further destabilizes the pilot's mental state. Some Hellbrutes develop capabilities that Loyalist dreadnoughts lack, gifts from their dark patrons. They might manifest psychic powers without the training that would normally be required, destructive telekinesis or mind-rending attacks that add to their combat effectiveness. They might sprout additional limbs or weapons, their corrupted forms transcending the limitations of the original chassis design. But each of these gifts comes with its own torments. The psychic powers create feedback that feels like the pilot's brain is being cooked inside their skull. The additional limbs are sources of constant pain as flesh and metal grind against each other in configurations that should be anatomically impossible. The dreams, or whatever passes for dreams in the warp-touched consciousness of a Hellbrute pilot, are nightmares beyond description. Where Loyalist pilots experience merciful oblivion during stasis, Hellbrute pilots are never truly unconscious. The warp does not permit it. They exist in a kind of semi-awareness, consciousness suspended but not absent, trapped in psychic spaces where demons play and torment for what might be moments or centuries. Linear time has no meaning in these spaces. A Hellbrute pilot might experience subjective millennia of torment between awakenings that in reality are separated by only months. Some Hellbrute pilots retain enough coherence to beg for death. They plead with their commanders to simply destroy them, to end their existence, rather than continuing to use them. Most such pleas are ignored. The pilot's suffering is irrelevant compared to their utility as a weapon. Some commanders actively enjoy the pilot's torment, seeing it as appropriate punishment, or simply finding amusement in the suffering of a being that was once a mighty warrior. Only if the Hellbrute becomes too unstable to use effectively, attacking allies as often as enemies, will it typically be destroyed. And even then, the destruction is framed as putting down a rabid animal, rather than granting mercy to a suffering brother. The knowledge that they will never escape, that this existence will continue until they are finally destroyed in battle or succumb completely to madness, weighs on those pilots who retain enough awareness to comprehend their situation. There is no hope of rest, no promise of eventual reward for faithful service. The Chaos Gods care nothing for their suffering, except insofar as that suffering can be weaponized or used to feed the dark powers. The Warband sees them as tools. and they themselves are trapped in shells that are slowly consuming their minds and souls, turning them into things that can no longer be called human or even truly alive. Yet in a grim irony, some Hellbrute pilots cling to their existence with desperate fervor. The alternative to this torment is not peaceful rest, but oblivion, or worse, having their souls claimed by the chaos gods they served in life. The Hellbrute's mechanical shell provides some protection against that fate, a barrier between the pilot's essence and the hungry entities of the warp. So they endure, not because they want to exist, but because they fear what non-existence might bring. It is survival driven entirely by terror, with no hope that circumstances will improve. Only the grim determination to continue for one more day, one more battle, one more awakening into a hell that never ends. Famous examples and their awakenings. The lore of Warhammer 40,000 is rich with accounts of specific dreadnoughts and their experiences. These individuals provide concrete examples of what awakening can mean, how different pilots cope with the burden of existence, and what becomes of consciousness over the centuries, or millennia, of this strange half-life between death and service. Bjorn the Fell-Handed stands as perhaps the most famous dreadnought in the entire Imperium. He is the oldest living space marine, having fought during the Great Crusade alongside his Primarch Leman Russ, and having survived the Horus Heresy that nearly destroyed the Imperium. Bjorn has been interred in his dreadnought chassis for over 10,000 years. He remembers the Emperor not as a distant god figure, but as a person he served alongside. He knew the Primarchs as brothers and comrades, rather than as mythological heroes. His perspective spans the entire history of the modern Imperium. Yet Bjorn is awakened only rarely. The Space Wolves recognize that even his formidable mind cannot endure constant consciousness for such vast spans of time. He sleeps away the centuries, waking only when the chapter faces its gravest threats or when ceremonial occasions demand his presence. Every century, he is awakened to hold court at the Great Feast, where he recounts tales from his long saga to the assembled Space Wolves. These moments are sacred to the chapter, opportunities to hear first-hand accounts of the founding, of the Primarch's deeds, of battles that have passed into legend. When Bjorn awakens, those present report that there is always a moment of confusion, a brief period where he is not entirely sure when he is or what is happening. He might ask after brothers who have been dead for millennia, or refer to current situations using outdated terminology. But this disorientation fades quickly, his massive experience and iron will allowing him to orient himself and take stock of current circumstances with impressive speed. During these awakenings, Bjorn provides counsel that draws on 10,000 years of accumulated wisdom, offering perspectives that no other being in the Imperium can match. Yet even Bjorn admits that the loneliness cuts deep. In conversations with chapter leadership, he has spoken of the burden of being the last, the sole survivor of an age that is otherwise gone. Everyone he fought alongside in the Great Crusade is dead. The Imperium he helped build has transformed into something he barely recognizes. He exists as a living bridge to the past, but that bridge leads nowhere because the past is irrecoverable. His service continues because duty demands it. But there are hints in the few recorded conversations that even Bjorn's legendary resolve is not infinite. He endures because Space Wolves endure, but the weight of millennia is visible even in a being as mighty as he. Ancient Rylanor of the Emperor's Children presents a different but equally compelling example. Rylanor was interred in a dreadnought during the Great Crusade, continuing to serve his legion with distinction. But when his brothers turned to chaos during the Horus Heresy, Rylanor refused to follow. He remained loyal to the Emperor, even as his entire legion fell into corruption and excess. After the heresy, he found himself isolated on a plague-ridden world, trapped and unable to escape, but unwilling to surrender to the chaos that had claimed his brothers. Rylanor remained awake for 1,000 years. Where most dreadnoughts must be placed in stasis to preserve their sanity, Rylanor endured a millennium of consciousness, alone on a dead world, with only his loyalty and his hatred for what his legion had become to sustain him. This is nearly unthinkable in terms of the psychological strain involved. A normal dreadnought pilot experiences time loss and disorientation from being awakened after decades or centuries of stasis. Rylanor experienced a continuous millennium, fully aware of every moment, watching the ruins around him decay further, knowing his former brothers had become monsters, unable to communicate with anyone or receive any respite from his solitude. When elements of the Emperor's children finally returned to that world millennia later, Rylanor was still functional, still sane enough to execute a plan of vengeance against them. His loyalty had not wavered despite 1,000 years of isolation and the knowledge that he had been forgotten by the Imperium. He continued to serve. Rylanor's story demonstrates the upper limits of what a dreadnought pilot can endure, but it also shows the terrible cost. His final act was one of defiant sacrifice, choosing death in service of vengeance against the traitors his brothers had become. He had endured for millennia, not because existence brought him joy or even satisfaction, but because dying without striking back against corruption would have been a betrayal of everything he believed in. Ancient Tancred of the Black Templars represents another archetype, the warrior who has become more machine than man in thought as well as form. Tancred has served for centuries, and his personality has compressed down to its most essential military components. He speaks in terse battlefield assessments, thinks in terms of tactics and enemy force compositions, displays little of what might be recognized as emotion. Some might argue that Tancred has lost his humanity, that he is essentially a sophisticated weapons platform that happens to use a Space Marine brain as its operating system rather than a cogitator. But others would counter that Tancred has simply adapted to his existence by shedding everything non-essential. He has pared away sentiment and replaced it with purpose. He does not mourn fallen brothers, because mourning serves no tactical function. He does not dwell on his transformation, because dwelling on it would not change his circumstances. Tancred is an exemplar of a certain coping strategy. Accept what you have become, and be that thing as effectively as possible. There is a purity to this approach, a kind of Zen-like acceptance that might be healthier than the alternative of constantly fighting against an unchangeable reality. Davian Thule of the Blood Ravens presents a more troubled example. Thule was a captain who distinguished himself in multiple campaigns before suffering catastrophic injuries that necessitated his internment in a dreadnought. His awakening and subsequent service were marked by instability and difficulty adapting to his new existence. He struggled with the sensory changes, with the loss of his mortal form, with the weight of expectations placed upon him as an ancient. In battle, he was formidable, but outside of combat, he experienced significant psychological challenges that required careful management by the chapter's chaplains and apothecaries. Thule's story is important because it represents what happens when a relatively young Space Marine is interred before they have had centuries to develop the mental resilience that helps older warriors adapt. He was still forming his identity as a warrior when that identity was forcibly changed by his transformation into a dreadnought. The person he was becoming was never allowed to fully develop, replaced by something he did not choose and struggled to accept. His fate, after being deployed during a particularly catastrophic campaign, remains unknown, leaving his story as a cautionary tale about the costs of preservation at any price. The Space Wolf's Murderfang represents the darkest outcome, the pilot who has gone completely feral. Whatever Space Marine once occupied that chassis is gone, replaced by a consciousness that exists only to kill. Murderfang cannot distinguish between friend and foe when awakened. He attacks everything in range with mindless fury, driven by a rage that cannot be reasoned with or controlled. The Space Wolves deploy him only when they need pure destructive force and can ensure he is pointed at the enemy before being unleashed. After the battle, if he survives, he must be forcibly restrained and returned to stasis before he causes friendly casualties. Murderfang's existence raises profound questions. Is there still a person in there somewhere, buried beneath the rage and madness? Or has the original pilot been completely replaced by animal fury? If the former, is he aware of what he has become, trapped and screaming inside a mind that no longer follows his will? Or if the latter, at what point did the transition occur? When did the Space Marine cease to exist and the feral killing machine take his place? And most disturbingly, is this the eventual fate awaiting all dreadnought pilots who exist long enough? The final degradation that comes after centuries of accumulated psychological trauma. For the Blood Angels and their successors, Death Company dreadnoughts represent a unique tragedy. These pilots have succumbed to the Black Rage, their consciousness trapped in a permanent delusion where they believe they are sanguineous fighting at the siege of terror. Their awakening is not a return to present reality, but a plunge into the past, or rather into a psychic echo of the past that has been burned into their gene seed. They do not know their brothers or recognize their commanders. They cannot be reasoned with or directed in the traditional sense. They can only be pointed at enemies and unleashed, whereupon they fight with berserker fury until either the enemy is destroyed or they are. What do these pilots experience? Do they believe each awakening is the same moment, the same battle being fought over and over? Or do they experience some progression, some narrative continuity within their delusion? The Blood Angels do not speak extensively about this, treating their afflicted brothers with respect and sorrow, but not dwelling on the specifics of their torment. But the existence of Death Company dreadnoughts suggests that there are fates even within the dreadnought existence that are worse than the standard torment. That madness can take forms that transform the pilot into something that can no longer be considered a person at all. Ancient Helveticus of the Dark Angels carries secrets, as befits his chapter's character. The Dark Angels maintain secrets about their founding and the betrayal that split their legion during the heresy. Their dreadnoughts often serve as guardians of these secrets, warriors who can be trusted with knowledge too dangerous for younger brothers to know. When Helveticus awakens, he must not only reorient himself to current circumstances, but also assess what secrets can be shared with whom, what knowledge must remain buried, and how to guide the chapter without revealing the full extent of what he knows. This additional burden of secret keeping adds another layer of isolation. Helveticus cannot speak freely even with his brothers. Everything he says must be carefully weighed, every response calculated to protect the chapter's hidden shames. His awakening is thus not just a return to consciousness, but a return to vigilance, constant awareness that even among his brothers he must maintain deceptions and half-truths. The psychological strain of this, combined with the normal burdens of dreadnought existence, creates a uniquely difficult existence even by the standards of ancient warriors. These examples collectively illustrate the range of what dreadnought existence can entail. Some pilots like Bjorn maintain their core identity across millennia through force of will and chapter support. Others like Tancred adapt by transforming into something more machine than man, shedding humanity as unnecessary weight. Still others like Murderfang succumb entirely to madness and rage. And some like Rylanor endure beyond all reasonable limits through sheer, stubborn loyalty to principles they will not abandon regardless of cost. There is no single dreadnought experience, but all variants share the common threads of sacrifice, isolation, and the slow erosion of everything that once made them recognizably human. The role they must play upon awakening, a dreadnought pilot does not have the luxury of gradually reintegrating into chapter life. They are awakened for specific purposes, and those purposes are typically urgent. There is a crisis to address, a battle to fight, a situation that requires the particular capabilities or wisdom that only an ancient warrior can provide. The pilot must transition from the void of stasis to full combat readiness with minimal preparation time, and the expectations placed upon them are immense. The most common reason for awakening a dreadnought is tactical necessity. The chapter faces an enemy or situation that requires heavy firepower and armored resilience. Dreadnoughts excel at breaking through fortified positions, destroying enemy vehicles and monsters, and holding critical objectives against overwhelming opposition. When one is awakened for battle, they are expected to immediately understand the tactical situation, identify threats and opportunities, and employ their weapons systems with devastating effectiveness. There is no time for confusion or disorientation. The fact that the pilot might have been asleep for a century is considered irrelevant. They are a weapon, and weapons must function when needed. Many pilots find this expectation both motivating and crushing. On one hand, knowing that you are needed, that your capabilities make a difference in the chapter's survival and success, provides purpose and meaning. You are not being preserved simply for preservation's sake, but because you have value, because your presence on the battlefield changes outcomes. This knowledge can help sustain a pilot through the hardships of existence, giving them something to focus on beyond their own suffering. But it also means that every awakening comes with the pressure of high expectations. You must perform flawlessly, despite having just emerged from stasis. You must overcome centuries of temporal displacement and sensory shock to immediately engage in complex, deadly combat. And if you fail, if your disorientation causes mistakes, or your degraded capabilities prove insufficient, you bear the responsibility for the consequences. Beyond their tactical role, many dreadnoughts are valued as sources of wisdom and historical knowledge. They have fought in campaigns that are now legends, served under officers who are now honored dead, witnessed events that shape the chapter's character and traditions. When awakened, they might be consulted by chapter leadership before major decisions, asked to recount specific past events, or called upon to settle disputes about proper interpretation of tradition and doctrine. This places the pilot in the role of living historian and sage, expected to remember clearly and accurately events that might have occurred centuries or millennia ago. The burden of this expectation is significant. Memory degrades, especially after repeated cycles of stasis and awakening. The pilot might not remember events as clearly as their brothers expect or hope. They might confuse details from different battles or struggle to provide the specific information being sought. But admitting to memory failure feels like admitting that you are no longer capable of fulfilling your role, that the degradation has progressed to the point where your value is diminished. Many pilots will offer what they remember even when they are not confident in the accuracy, afraid that acknowledging uncertainty will lead to permanent retirement rather than temporary return to stasis. Some chapters formalize this advisory role by regularly awakening their ancients for council sessions. The chapter master and senior officers will gather to discuss strategic questions or doctrinal issues, and one or more dreadnoughts will be awakened to provide input based on their vast experience. These sessions can be valuable, offering perspectives that span centuries and preventing the repetition of past mistakes. But they also demonstrate the awkwardness of the dreadnought's position. They are part of the council yet separate from it, respected, but also regarded with a certain unease. Their advice is sought, but there is always a subtle question of how much weight to give counsel from beings who are not fully part of the present moment. For some pilots, particularly those who held senior ranks before their internment, there is an additional burden of seeing younger, less experienced Marines making decisions they believe are mistaken. A dreadnought, who once commanded companies, or even the entire chapter, must now watch as others hold those positions, sometimes executing strategies the ancient warrior believes are flawed. The pilot might offer advice, but ultimately, they are not in command. They must watch decisions unfold, knowing they would have chosen differently, bearing the knowledge that their experience is valued but not definitive. That time has moved on, and with it, the authority they once held. In battle, dreadnoughts often become focal points for their forces. Their imposing presence, formidable firepower, and historical significance make them natural rallying points. Space Marines who might waver in the face of overwhelming enemy forces find their resolve strengthened by fighting alongside an ancient warrior. The knowledge that this towering engine of destruction once walked among them as a brother, that it contains the spirit of a hero who refused to accept death as an excuse to stop serving, provides inspiration that can turn desperate situations into victories. But this means that the dreadnought pilot must maintain that inspirational presence even when they are struggling with confusion, pain, or doubt. They cannot show weakness because others are drawing strength from their example. The mechanical voice that emerges from the Vox speakers must speak with confidence and authority, regardless of what the pilot is actually feeling inside the sarcophagus. It is a performance, one that must be maintained throughout combat, and often in interactions before and after as well. The relationship between dreadnought pilots and the tech marines, who maintain their chassis, is particularly important. These tech marines are responsible for the dreadnought's mechanical functions, for conducting repairs and performing the rituals that keep ancient systems operational. They awaken the pilot and return them to stasis, manage life support systems, and monitor for signs of critical degradation. In many ways, the tech marines know the dreadnought more intimately than anyone else, understanding the subtle ways that systems interact and the specific quirks of each individual chassis. For the pilot, the tech marines are lifelines, the beings who can ease their suffering or prolong it, who can provide merciful maintenance or neglectful oversight. A good tech marine will minimize the pilot's discomfort, will explain what is happening during awakenings, will listen when the pilot reports problems with systems or sensors. A poor tech marine might treat the pilot as just another machine to be serviced according to rote procedures, showing no consideration for the consciousness trapped within. The quality of this relationship can significantly impact the pilot's experience of dreadnought existence. Some dreadnoughts form bonds with specific tech marines that become the closest things to friendships the pilot can have. The tech marine visits regularly, even when the dreadnought is not being awakened, performing maintenance while speaking to the sarcophagus, telling the sleeping pilot about chapter events and happenings. The pilot, upon awakening, might specifically request that particular tech marine's presence, finding comfort in the familiar voice and practiced touch. These relationships highlight the humanity that persists even in beings who have become more machine than man. The need for connection that cannot be entirely suppressed, no matter how much else is taken away. When the battle or crisis that prompted the awakening is resolved, the dreadnought faces an experience that many describe as worse than awakening itself: the return to sleep. Systems begin shutting down in reverse sequence. Sensory input fades. Motor control is locked out. And the pilot's consciousness, knowing what is coming, must face the descent into that void once more, not knowing when or if they will wake again. For some, this is relief, a welcome respite from the burden of existence. For others, it is terror, the fear that this time they will not wake at all, or that the next awakening will be the one where their mind has degraded beyond recovery. The moments before final shutdown are often the most psychologically difficult. The pilot suspended between consciousness and oblivion, with time to dwell on all the losses, the isolation, the horror of what they have become. The return to sleep. The battle is over. The crisis has passed. The dreadnought has fulfilled its function, has served the chapter as required, and now the time has come to return to the stasis vaults. For the pilot, this transition brings a complex mix of emotions that vary, depending on the individual's psychological state, the length of the awakening period, and their experiences during consciousness. The shutdown sequence is a gradual process, not dissimilar to the awakening but in reverse. First, weapon systems are locked out and made safe. The dreadnought cannot accidentally discharge its armament during the shutdown process. Then motive systems are disabled, preventing movement but maintaining posture so the dreadnought can be positioned properly for transport back to the stasis vault. External sensors begin filtering out and then eventually cutting off entirely as the pilot's need for environmental awareness diminishes. Internal systems monitoring starts taking over, focusing on the sarcophagus and life support rather than the battlefield. During these stages, many pilots experience a sense of profound vulnerability. Throughout the awakening period, despite all the psychological challenges, they at least possessed agency. They could perceive the world around them, could make decisions, could act upon their environment. Now that agency is being systematically removed. They are being rendered helpless, conscious, but unable to influence their circumstances, aware, but increasingly cut off from external reality. It is a kind of sensory deprivation that begins while full consciousness still remains, creating a claustrophobic panic in some pilots. Tech Marines monitor the shutdown process closely, watching for signs of distress or resistance. A pilot who fights against the shutdown, trying to maintain control of systems that are being taken offline, can cause damage to the neural interfaces or the sarcophagus itself. The Tech Marines will attempt to calm such pilots through Vox communication, reminding them that the process is necessary and will be completed regardless of resistance, that cooperation will make the transition easier. Most pilots understand this intellectually, but the primal panic of losing control can override rational thought. Some pilots use this final period of consciousness to make requests or offer final observations. They might ask the attending Tech Marine to perform specific maintenance during the stasis period, to check particular systems that felt wrong during the awakening, to ensure certain weapons are properly blessed before the next deployment. Others take the opportunity to pass messages to chapter leadership, observations about the battle just concluded, or concerns about situations they perceive developing. The Tech Marines listen and record these communications, though not all requests can or will be honored. Some are technologically impossible, others tactically irrelevant, and a few might reflect the pilot's degraded mental state rather than genuine operational concerns. For pilots who have maintained close relationships with specific individuals, these final moments might be used for farewells. A particularly honored dreadnought might have chapter officers present during shutdown, and the pilot can exchange final words with them before consciousness fades. These conversations are often formal, constrained by the knowledge that this might be the last interaction for decades or centuries, that the individuals present might well be dead before the next awakening. There is no casual, "see you next week," when your next meeting might be separated by 100 years and multiple generations. The actual moment of consciousness fading is described by pilots in various ways. Some report that it feels like falling, a vertiginous sensation of dropping through darkness with no bottom in sight. Others describe it as a gradual dimming, like lights being extinguished one by one until only darkness remains. Still others experience it as a kind of dissolution, the boundaries of self becoming indistinct and finally disappearing entirely as conscious thought ceases. There is generally no pain in the transition itself, though the psychological discomfort can be intense. What the pilots fear most is what comes after. Most report that stasis is supposed to be nothing, a complete absence of experience where time does not pass from the pilot's subjective perspective. You close your eyes and open them again, and between those moments, there is no between, only a discontinuity where centuries might have elapsed, but feel like no time at all. This is the theoretical ideal, the mercy that stasis is supposed to offer. But many pilots report that the reality is different. Some experience what they describe as darkness, not the absence of sensation, but an active presence of void, as if they are aware of being in that emptiness, even though there should be no awareness at all. Others report fragmentary sensations, disconnected images or sounds that might be memories surfacing and fading, or might be something else entirely. A few claim that they can sense time passing during stasis, not accurately enough to count days or years, but enough to know that they are not experiencing true unconsciousness, but rather some strange twilight state between awareness and oblivion. The nature of these experiences is debated. Are they genuine phenomena, or are they false memories constructed by the mind during the awakening process, the consciousness attempting to fill a gap it cannot truly remember? The neural activity of a space marine in stasis is minimal, but not absent. Life support systems must maintain basic biological functions, and this requires some degree of neural activity. Perhaps that minimal activity generates experiences that cannot quite be called dreams, but are also not complete unconsciousness. For some pilots, these phantom experiences during stasis are more disturbing than the waking existence. At least when conscious and piloting the dreadnought, they know where and when they are, can interact with reality however limited that interaction might be. But the stasis void offers no reference points, no context, no way to distinguish between moments that last subjectively for seconds and those that stretch across subjective centuries. Some pilots report experiencing what feel like eternities of isolation in that darkness, trapped with only fragmentary thoughts and the awareness of their own consciousness, but nothing else. Others claim they are not alone in the darkness, that there are presences there, voices or entities that they cannot quite perceive clearly, but know are present. The chapter's librarians, when asked about such reports, typically offer explanations rooted in warp phenomena. The consciousness of a space marine, even one sealed in a stasis vault, exists partly in the materium and partly in the immaterium. It is possible that during the suspension of normal consciousness, the pilot's awareness drifts in the warp, experiencing echoes and impressions from that realm of chaos and unreality. This would explain the sense of presences, the distorted time perception, the fragmentary visions that have no clear connection to memory or current reality. But this explanation offers little comfort. If the stasis void is not empty, but rather opens onto the warp, then every period of sleep is not rest, but another form of torment. Not all pilots report these disturbing experiences. Some claim their stasis periods are exactly what they should be, nothing. They shut down and immediately awaken, with no subjective experience of the time between. These pilots consider themselves fortunate, though they also wonder if their lack of stasis experiences indicates something about their degrading consciousness. Are they simply forgetting the void experiences immediately upon awakening? Or are their minds so thoroughly adapted to the dreadnought existence that even the distinction between consciousness and unconsciousness has become blurred? The chapters make efforts to minimize stasis duration when possible. Dreadnoughts who have been awakened are often kept conscious for at least the immediate debriefing and any necessary repairs before shutdown. This is partly practical, allowing the tech marines to work with the pilot's cooperation, but also partly merciful. The longer a pilot can delay return to stasis, the more they feel like participants in the chapter's ongoing story, rather than relics pulled out for specific occasions. But extended consciousness has its own costs. The neural strain accumulates. Systems begin degrading from continuous use, and the pilot's mind, subjected to the constant input and stress of maintaining the dreadnought interface, starts showing signs of fatigue. Some pilots develop a complicated relationship with stasis. They dread the return to the void, but they also recognize that consciousness brings its own suffering. The isolation, the grief, the constant reminder of what they have lost and can never regain. These wear on the psyche. Stasis at least offers a respite from awareness, even if that respite is not as merciful as they might hope. These pilots approach shutdown with a kind of weary resignation, neither eagerly seeking it nor desperately resisting it, but simply accepting it as the inevitable conclusion of each awakening cycle. Others develop rituals or mental practices to help them through the transition. They might recite specific prayers or battle cant as consciousness fades, using the familiar words as anchors to maintain their sense of self as long as possible. They might deliberately focus on specific memories, attempting to burn them into whatever level of awareness persists during stasis, so they will not fade further before the next awakening. They might engage in mental calculations or tactical reviews, keeping their thoughts organized and structured until the very last moment before shutdown. believing that this discipline will help them maintain cognitive function across the long sleep. The moment of actual shutdown, when the last systems finally cease and consciousness ends, is one that no pilot can fully describe, because by definition, they are no longer conscious to experience it. But many report that the approach to that moment feels like standing at the edge of an abyss. You can see it coming, can feel the darkness rising to meet you, but cannot stop or avoid it. You can only fall forward into it and hope that when you wake, enough of you will remain to remember who you were and why you continue to serve. And then there is nothing. Or there is void. Or there is that strange twilight awareness that might be real, or might be the mind's attempt to process something it was never designed to experience. The dreadnought stands silent in its stasis vault, mechanical systems maintaining minimal function, armored shell protecting the precious cargo within. Outside, the chapter continues its existence. Battles are fought, brothers die and are replaced. The galaxy turns through its endless cycles of war and death, and brief respites that are never quite peace. Inside the sarcophagus, the pilot either experiences nothing or experiences something that they will struggle to articulate when next awakened. Time passes, measured by the chapter in decades and centuries, unmeasured by the pilot for whom time has ceased to have meaning. And eventually, the cycle begins again. Alarms sound in the fortress monastery. Tech Marines rush to the stasis vaults. Systems begin powering up. And consciousness, dragged back from whatever void it inhabited, begins the long, painful climb toward awareness once more. Conclusion. The awakening of a dreadnought, after centuries of sleep, is not a triumphant return, but a kind of resurrection that might better be called a curse. These ancient warriors serve the Imperium with a dedication that extends far beyond what could reasonably be demanded of any being, sacrificing not just their lives, but their very humanity in a slow erosion that spans centuries or millennia. They are honored, yes, but that honor is cold comfort when measured against the profound isolation, the temporal displacement, the gradual loss of self, and the knowledge that this existence will continue until destruction finally grants the rest that was denied when they were first interred. Each dreadnought's story is unique, shaped by their personality, their chapter's traditions, the specific pattern of chassis they inhabit, and the particular ways their consciousness adapts or fails to adapt to existence as a brain in a jar piloting a war machine. Some maintain their core identity across vast spans of time through force of will and institutional support. Others transform into something that can barely be called human, shedding emotion and personality to become pure tactical function. Still others succumb to madness, either the relatively merciful madness that brings unconsciousness, or the horrible madness that traps them in delusions and rage while their body continues to function as a weapon. For those of us who observe these warriors from outside, who see only the towering armored forms bristling with weapons, it is easy to forget that inside each shell is a person experiencing a form of existence that is fundamentally alien and profoundly lonely. The mechanical voice that speaks orders and wisdom is a person's voice, translated through systems that strip away nuance and emotion. The actions that seem so perfectly calculated and efficient are a person's choices, made despite confusion and pain, and the weight of centuries pressing down on consciousness that was never meant to bear such loads. The lore of dreadnoughts in Warhammer 40,000 captures something essential about the setting's character. In the grim darkness of the far future, even the highest honors are tinged with horror. Even the greatest heroes face fates that could reasonably be called curses. The Imperium demands absolute sacrifice from its servants, and nowhere is this more evident than in the existence of dreadnoughts, warriors who literally cannot die, because death would deprive the Imperium of valuable resources. Understanding what happens when a dreadnought awakens after centuries of sleep requires grappling with questions about consciousness identity, the nature of service and sacrifice, and the price of duty carried to its extreme logical conclusion. These warriors embody the Imperium's paradoxical mixture of reverence and ruthlessness, of honoring its heroes while simultaneously using them up in the endless grinding war that defines the setting. They are both inspiration and warning, demonstrating the heights of dedication while also showing the costs of existing in a civilization where your value as a weapon can override any consideration of your well-being as a person. The next time you see a dreadnought on the tabletop, or read about one in the lore, remember that inside that armored shell is someone experiencing something we can barely imagine, awakening to find that everyone you knew is gone, that decades or centuries have passed while you experienced nothing, that you must immediately function as a weapon despite the temporal displacement and sensory shock, and that when the battle ends, you will return to the void, not knowing when or if you will wake again. It is a sacrifice beyond death, service that extends past any reasonable limit, and a fate that encapsulates everything that makes Warhammer 40,000 such a uniquely dark and compelling setting. Thank you for joining me in exploring what happens when a dreadnought wakes after centuries of sleep in Warhammer 40k. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of the setting's most fascinating and tragic elements, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps me continue creating detailed lore content about the grim darkness of the far future. Until next time, remember, even in death, some warriors are never truly allowed to rest. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are countless ways to die. You might be consumed by tyrannids, corrupted by chaos, incinerated by Necron Gauss weaponry, or simply ground beneath the boots of the Imperium's endless wars. But among all the terrible fates that await humanity in the 41st millennium, there exists one that is peculiarly, horrifyingly unique. It is the fate of being noticed by the orcs. Not as prey to be slaughtered and forgotten, not as weak flesh to be trampled underfoot, but as something far more dangerous to your long-term survival, as entertainment. Imagine, if you will, that you have caught the attention of the galaxy's most enthusiastic killers. Creatures who exist only for war, who breathe violence like others breathe air, who find joy in nothing but the thunder of guns and the crash of blades. Now imagine that instead of simply killing you and moving on to their next target, they have decided that you are worth keeping alive, that fighting you brings them genuine pleasure, that you have become, in their crude and brutal way, fun. This is not a blessing. This is not an honor, despite what some might claim. This is a sentence more terrible than death, because it means you will never know peace again. The orcs will hunt you across worlds. They will seek you out specifically, passing by easier targets just for the chance to fight you one more time. They will capture you alive if possible, preserving you for future entertainment. And worst of all, they will talk about you. Your name will spread through the Wah, becoming legend among creatures who barely remember their own yesterday. You will become a permanent fixture in their violent universe, a prized opponent to be fought again and again, until either you fall or they find someone more entertaining. This is the story of what happens when orcs think you are fun. It is a story written in blood and fire, in laughter and violence, in the strange and terrible respect that these fungal monstrosities reserve for their most valued enemies. It is a story that has played out across thousands of worlds, claiming heroes and breaking legends, creating myths that even the orcs themselves barely understand. And it begins, as so many orc stories do, with understanding what makes these creatures tick in the first place. The orcs are not like other races. They do not fight out of necessity, or for resources, or to defend their homes. They do not wage war with reluctance or view combat as a last resort. For the orcs, violence is not a means to an end. Violence is the end itself. They are a species engineered by the ancient Old Ones millions of years ago, created as living weapons in a war that has long since ended. But the war that made them may have concluded, yet the orcs themselves persist, carrying their programming forward through the millennia like a biological echo that refuses to fade. Every orc is born knowing how to fight. They emerge from the fungal spores that carpet their settlements, already understanding the basics of combat, of weapons, of warfare. A newborn orc boy knows instinctively how to grip a chopper, how to aim a slugger, how to charge screaming into battle without a moment's hesitation. This is not learned behavior. This is genetic memory, hardwired into their very being by creators who needed soldiers that required no training, no drilling, no complex logistics. The old ones built the perfect warrior species, and in doing so, they created something that would outlast every empire that has risen and fallen since. But the orcs are more than just warriors. They are warriors who love what they do. This distinction is critical to understanding why some enemies become entertainment rather than casualties. A human soldier might fight with discipline and courage, but they fight because they must. A space marine might charge into battle with righteous fury, but that fury is channeled toward a purpose, toward defending the Imperium and serving the Emperor. Even Chaos Marines, corrupted and twisted as they are, fight for something beyond the fight itself, seeking the favor of their dark gods or the fulfillment of some twisted ambition. Orcs fight because fighting makes them happy. Pure, simple, uncomplicated joy radiates from an orc in combat. They laugh as they charge. They grin as their enemies fire upon them. They bellow with delight when someone finally lands a good hit, because that means the fight is getting better. An orc does not seek victory in the traditional sense. Oh, they certainly want to win, to crump their enemies and stand triumphant over their broken bodies. But the winning is almost secondary to the fighting itself. A quick, easy victory over a weak opponent brings an orc no satisfaction. It is the struggle, the challenge, the back and forth of combat that they crave. This creates a psychology utterly alien to most other species. When an orc encounters an enemy who fights well, who pushes them to their limits, who makes them work for their victory, something interesting happens in their primitive but cunning mind. They recognize that this enemy is valuable, not valuable in terms of resources or strategic importance, but valuable as a source of entertainment, as a way to experience the purest joy they know, which is the joy of a proper scrap. The orcs have a word for such enemies, though its exact translation varies. Some call it scumgrod, a term that outsiders might translate as friend, but which really means something closer to favorite enemy or worthy opponent. It describes someone that an orc respects enough to not kill immediately, because killing them would mean the end of future entertainment. It is the closest thing to affection that an orc can feel for someone who is not another orc, and it is one of the most dangerous designations you can receive in the galaxy. When you become scumgrod, when you become fun, the rules change. Suddenly you are not just another target in the orc's eternal war. You are a prize, a treasure, something to be sought out and fought repeatedly. And the orcs will go to extraordinary lengths to ensure that their favorite enemies survive to fight another day, because dead enemies do not provide entertainment tomorrow. To understand what this means in practice, we must look at the most famous example of orc affection in the entire history of the Imperium. We must examine the relationship between the mightiest warlord the orcs have produced in the modern era and the one human who earned not just his respect, but something approaching what a human might mistake for friendship. We must look at Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka and Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. The Second War for Armageddon began like so many orc invasions, with a massive space hulk tearing through the void and disgorging countless greenskins onto an unsuspecting Imperial world. But this was no ordinary war. It was led by Gazkul Thraka, an orc touched by what he believed to be the gods themselves, a warlord of uncommon cunning, who combined the brutal strength of his species with a strategic mind that rivaled human generals. He had come to Armageddon with a purpose, with a vision, with the kind of focused intent that orcs rarely displayed. The planet's defenses crumbled before the green tide. City after city fell as the incompetent leadership of planetary governor Hermann von Straub failed to mount any meaningful resistance. The orcs swept southward across Armageddon's surface, an unstoppable tsunami of violence and destruction that seemed destined to claim the entire world, until they reached Hades' Hive. At Hades' Hive, the orcs encountered something they had not expected. Resistance. Real, genuine, unbreakable resistance. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick commanded the defenders, and under his leadership, the Imperial forces fought with a desperation and ferocity that matched the orcs' own enthusiasm for battle. Yarrick did not simply defend, he inspired. He moved through the battle lines like a living icon of Imperial will, executing cowards and rallying the brave, making his soldiers believe that victory was possible, even as the situation grew more desperate by the hour. The orcs loved it. Here, finally, was opposition worth fighting. Here was an enemy who did not break, who did not flee, who stood firm even as thousands of greenskins crashed against their defenses like waves against a cliff. The fighting around Hades' Hive became legendary among both sides. Orc war bosses threw themselves into the battle personally, seeking glory and a good death. Imperial soldiers discovered reserves of courage they did not know they possessed, fighting on when ammunition ran low, when reinforcements failed to arrive, when all hope seemed lost. And at the center of it all stood Yarrick. The orcs began to notice him specifically. This small human in his black coat and peaked cap, moving through the carnage with mechanical precision, his bionic eye glowing red as he picked out targets. The stories began to spread through the orc camps. The Humies had a boss, a proper boss, one who shot his own boys when they tried to run. One who wore black with red trim, the colors of the Goth clan. One who fought with a fury that even the boys could respect. Gazkul himself took note. In the entire campaign, across all the worlds he had conquered and all the enemies he had crushed, this was the first opponent who truly interested him. This Yarrick, this Humie boss, was making the wah work for its victory. More than that, he was making it fun. The strategic back and forth, the clever tactics, the sheer stubborn refusal to surrender, even when defeat seemed certain. This was the kind of fight Gazkul lived for. He ordered his most powerful war boss, Ugelhard, to crush the Humie boss personally. The massive orc led a devastating assault on Hades' Hive's outer defenses, and when Yarrick met him in single combat, the Commissar was nearly killed. Ugelhard's power claw severed Yarrick's right arm in a single savage strike, a wound that would have killed most humans. But Yarrick did not fall. He did not retreat. Instead, with his life bleeding out onto the hive floor, he swung his chainsword and decapitated the orc war boss. Then, as his soldiers watched in awe, and the orcs watched in something like shock, Yarrick picked up Ugelhard's fallen power claw and held it aloft as a trophy before allowing himself to lose consciousness. That image burned itself into orc memory. The Humie boss, one-armed and dying, holding the claw of the war boss he had just killed. The orcs that witnessed it fled in terror, while others spread the tale throughout the War. Yarrick became legendary. He became something more than just another enemy commander. He became entertainment. He became interesting. He became, in the orc way of thinking, fun. Gazkul himself eventually joined the assault on Hades' Hive, leading from the front as any proper warlord should. The two commanders met in the chaos of battle, and their duel was everything an orc could hope for. Gazkul, towering and terrible, wrapped in crude armor and wielding weapons that could pulverize a tank. Yarrick, small by comparison but unyielding, his bionic eye blazing, the power claw he had taken from Ugelhard now grafted to his arm. They fought, and Gazkul left Yarrick for dead, nearly succeeding where Ugelhard had failed. But Yarrick survived. He bought enough time for the hive's population to evacuate. His defense of Hades' Hive became the turning point of the entire war because it gave the Imperium time to respond, to send reinforcements, to bring in the Space Marines who would ultimately drive the orcs from Armageddon's surface. The Second War ended in tactical defeat for Ghazghkull, but it also gave him something he valued far more than conquest. It gave him Yarrick. The warlord spoke of the Commissar with something approaching reverence. Among all his foes, Yarrick was the only one he ever cursed, which among orcs is the highest praise. Here was an enemy who understood war, who embraced it as fully as any orc. Here was someone who could challenge Ghazghkull's tactical genius, who made victory something to be earned rather than simply taken. In the years that followed, Ghazghkull would prove just how much he valued his favorite enemy. After the Second War, Yarrick retired, but he could not stay away from the hunt. He assembled a massive crusade, gathering ships and soldiers, determined to track down Ghazghkull and end the orc threat once and for all. The Imperium supported him, believing that the old warrior's experience made him uniquely qualified to hunt the prophet of the War. They tracked Ghazghkull across the galaxy, following the trail of destruction his warband left in its wake, drawing ever closer to their target. On the world of Golgotha, they finally cornered him. The Imperial forces landed with confidence, certain that they had trapped the Orc warlord with overwhelming force. It was a trap. The entire planet was a trap. Ghazghkull had known they were coming. He had prepared for them. And in the devastating ambush that followed, the Imperial crusade was shattered. Thousands died. Ships were destroyed or captured. High-ranking commanders were taken prisoner, including Yarrick. The Commissar awoke in chains, surrounded by orcs, expecting execution or perhaps torture. Instead, he was brought before Ghazghkull himself. And there, in a moment that would be recorded in Imperial records as one of the strangest encounters in the history of the Imperium, the Orc warlord explained his plan. He told Yarrick that he was going to return to Armageddon, that he was going to launch an even greater war against the world where they first met, and that he wanted Yarrick to lead the defense. Ghazghkull released him, not out of mercy, not out of tactical calculation, but because the warlord wanted to fight Yarrick again. He wanted the challenge, the struggle, the joy of matching wits and weapons with his favorite enemy. Killing Yarrick now would end the entertainment, setting him free, giving him time to prepare, ensuring that he would be waiting when the Wah returned. That would create the best fight possible. The Third War for Armageddon began as Ghazghkull promised. The orcs returned in even greater numbers, and Yarrick was there to meet them, having spent the intervening years preparing the planet's defenses. The war that followed lasted for years, a grinding conflict of attrition that saw entire hive cities reduced to rubble. Ghazghkull personally destroyed Hades' hive from orbit, the very place where their rivalry began, not out of spite, but as a challenge. As if to say, let us begin again on equal footing. Throughout the war, Ghazghkull's tactics showed a peculiar consideration for his favorite foe. He did not try to simply overwhelm Yarrick with numbers. He did not send assassins or employ strategies designed to eliminate the Commissar quickly. Instead, he fought as if conducting some vast game, testing Yarrick's responses, enjoying the strategic dance of thrust and counter-thrust. When other Orc warlords suggested simply crushing the Humi boss, Ghazghkull would grow angry. Yarrick was his fight. Yarrick was special. Eventually, Ghazghkull grew bored with the stalemate on Armageddon and left to pursue a greater vision, one given to him by what he believed to be Gork and Mork themselves. Yarrick pursued, joining forces with the Black Templar's Space Marines, hunting the Orc warlord across the stars. They cornered him in the Haunted Gulf, surrounded his flagship with overwhelming force, prepared to board and end the threat once and for all. And Ghazghkull, through the power of his weird boys, simply disappeared in a flash of green energy, escaping to continue his great work. Their rivalry continues to this day, or at least it did until recent reports suggested Yarrick's death, though even these remain unconfirmed. But whether Yarrick lives or has finally fallen, his story illustrates perfectly what it means to be fun to the orcs. He became legendary among them, He earned a form of respect and even strange affection from creatures who understood neither concept in any conventional sense. He was spared death multiple times, not out of mercy, but because he was too valuable to waste. And he spent the last decades of his life never knowing peace, always hunted, always pursued, always fighting, because the orcs would not let him rest. This is what happens when you become entertaining. This is what it means to be Scumgrod. And Yarrick is not the only example, merely the most famous. The phenomenon extends to others who have earned the dubious honor of orc appreciation, each discovering in their own way that being valued by greenskins is a curse dressed in the clothing of respect. But to truly understand the depths of this strange relationship, we must look at an even more extreme example. We must examine what happened when an orc became so entertaining that even a chaos god took notice. We must turn our attention to Tusker Demon Killer, and the most successful orc in the entire history of the species. Tusker was a war boss like many others, leading his Wa across the galaxy in search of good fights and better enemies. He commanded a space hulk called Gorjaw, and he was respected among his boys for his strength and cunning. But Tusker became truly legendary when a many-headed greater demon infiltrated his ship and began slaughtering his crew. Where another warlord might have fled or sealed off the infected sections, Tusker did what any proper orc would do. He grabbed his power claw and ran toward the sounds of battle, bellowing his war cry. The fight between orc and demon was titanic. The bridge of Gorjaw became an abattoir as the two monsters tore at each other with inhuman fury. But when the battle ended, Tusker stood, victorious, adding the demon's horns to his trophy rack. And in that moment of triumph, covered in demonic ichor and surrounded by the cheering of his surviving boys, Tusker had a revelation. Demons were fun to fight. Not just fun, they were the most entertaining opponents he had ever encountered. Bigger than most enemies, stronger than most foes, impossible to predict, and utterly dedicated to violence. Fighting them brought Tusker a joy he had rarely experienced, even by orc standards. So he made a decision that seemed completely insane to everyone except the orcs who followed him. He was going to invade the Eye of Terror and fight more demons. Tusker gathered every weird boy he could find and forced them to work together, using their combined psychic power to navigate the impossible currents around Cadia and plunge directly into the Eye of Terror itself. An orc wag, deliberately invading the heart of chaos space, seeking not conquest or plunder, but simply the chance to fight demons. It was magnificent. It was stupid. It was the most orky thing imaginable. And it worked. Tusker's Wah rampaged through the Eye of Terror, attacking demon worlds dedicated to all four chaos gods. They fought the plague bearers of Nurgle, the twisted warriors of Slaanesh, the scheming demons of Zench, and most of all, the bloodthirsty hordes of Khorne. World after world fell before the demon killer and his boys, and the legend of their rampage spread even among the entities of the warp. Here were mortals who fought demons not out of desperation or duty, but because they enjoyed it. Khorne, the blood god, the embodiment of war and violence itself, took notice. Here were creatures after his own heart, beings who understood that battle was its own reward. They fought with a purity of purpose that even his own demons could not match, seeking no corruption, no reward, no advantage beyond the fight itself. They were perfect. Tusker's rampage continued until his Wah crash-landed on a demon world literally composed of blood and flesh. When the orcs landed and found no enemies waiting, they began shooting at the ground itself out of frustration. The ground responded. Blood letters erupted from the surface by the thousands, and leading them was the Blood Prince, a demon prince of Khorne who ruled this world. The battle that followed was everything both sides could have wanted. Orcs and demons clashed in a storm of violence that painted the Blood World in even darker shades of crimson. Tusker and the Blood Prince dueled personally, the warlord and the demon trading blows that would have killed lesser beings, neither giving ground, both reveling in the combat. For hours, they fought as their armies destroyed each other around them, and slowly, inevitably, the orcs began to fall. The demons were in their own realm, empowered by the warp itself, and even orc tenacity had its limits. The Blood Prince wounded Tusker grievously, bringing the warlord to his knees. The demons stood over him, ready to deliver the killing blow, proclaiming victory over the invaders who dared attack his domain. But Tusker's weird boys, with their last strength, managed to distract the demon for just a moment. And in that moment, Tusker drove his power claw into the most vulnerable part of the Blood Prince's anatomy, right between the legs, and tore upward. The demon prince fell, defeated by an orc who refused to die quietly. But Tusker did die. His wounds were too severe, even for orc physiology. One by one, his remaining boys fell to the demon hordes, fighting to the last, never surrendering, never showing fear. The Wah of Tusker Demon Killer ended there, on that blood world, with every orc slain and the Blood Prince's minions victorious. Except it did not end. The Blood Prince had enjoyed the battle too much. The sheer spectacle of violence, the joy both sides took in the combat, the perfect distillation of everything Khorne valued. It was too good to let end. The Demon Prince reported to his god about the magnificent fight, and Khorne, in his domain beyond reality, looked upon what had happened and made a decision. The orcs had been entertaining. They deserved an encore. When dawn came to the Blood World, if such a place can be said to have dawn, the orcs rose again. Every single one of them, including Tusker, restored to life by the will of the Blood God himself. They awoke on the battlefield, surrounded by demons, and did what came naturally. They started fighting again, and when they died, they would rise the next day to fight once more. An eternal cycle of battle, death, and resurrection, playing out in the shadow of Khorne's brass citadel. To any other species, this would be the most horrific fate imaginable. An eternity of dying, of experiencing the agony of fatal wounds over and over, never knowing peace, never finding rest. A hell of endless violence with no purpose and no escape. But to Tusker Demon Killer and his boys, they were having the time of their lives, or rather, the time of their eternities. This was the best fight that never ended. Every day brought new battles against Khorne's elite bloodletter generals, the absolute finest warriors the Blood God could field. The combat was always challenging, always engaging, always fun. Tusker had achieved what every orc dreams of but few ever find, a proper, eternal scrap. He was so entertaining that a Chaos God himself decided to keep him around permanently, because even Khorne enjoyed watching the show. Some say that Tusker and his boys have been fighting in Khorne's realm for so long now that they must have grown to enormous size. Orcs get bigger the more they fight, and these orcs have been fighting continuously for subjective centuries, perhaps longer given the time-distorting properties of the warp. If they ever escaped, if Khorne ever released them back into real space, they might well be the size of Imperial Knights or larger. But why would Khorne release his favorite entertainment? And why would Tusker leave when he is exactly where he wants to be? The story of Tusker Demon Killer represents the absolute pinnacle of being fun to an entity that values violence. He was not just spared or pursued or valued. He was made immortal so that the fighting could continue forever. He achieved something that no other being in Warhammer 40,000 has managed: an unequivocally happy ending. In a universe of endless darkness and eternal suffering, Tusker found his perfect paradise, and it is a paradise of eternal bloodshed. But what exactly makes someone fun to the orcs? What qualities separate those who become valued entertainment from those who are simply trampled beneath orc boots and forgotten? The answer is complex, because orcs themselves are more complex than they first appear. Behind the brutal exterior and simple language lies a psychology shaped by millions of years of genetic engineering and an entire culture built around concepts that other species barely understand. First and foremost, you must fight well. This seems obvious, but the definition of fighting well in orc terms is specific. It does not simply mean killing many orcs, though that certainly helps establish credentials. It means fighting with enthusiasm, with courage, with a willingness to meet the orcs on their own terms. Running away, hiding behind fortifications, using long-range weapons exclusively. These tactics mark you as cowardly and boring. The orcs want close combat. They want to see the whites of your eyes as blades clash and bullets fly. They want to know that you are in the fight, truly in it, rather than trying to avoid it. Yarrick understood this instinctively. He did not cower in command bunkers. He was on the front lines, visible, fighting alongside his soldiers. When he lost his arm to an orc power claw, he did not retreat for recovery. He killed his attacker, took the claw as a trophy, and had it grafted to his own body. That is exactly the kind of thing an orc would do, and they recognized and respected it. He fought like they fought, brutally, personally, without hesitation. Second, you must never surrender. This is critical. Orcs have little concept of mercy, and they view surrender as the ultimate act of cowardice. An enemy who yields, who begs for life, who tries to negotiate their way out of combat. Such an enemy is worthless. They might be enslaved, worked to death in orc mines and workshops, or simply killed out of hand. But they will never be respected. Fun enemies fight to the last, even when death is certain. They face impossible odds without flinching. They charge when others would flee. This refusal to break, this stubborn determination to keep fighting no matter what, strikes a chord deep in the orc psyche. The death cause of Krieg exemplifies this quality. These grim soldiers of the Imperial Guard never retreat, never surrender, never show fear. They advance into gunfire with mechanical precision, treating their own deaths as acceptable casualties in the Emperor's name. To a human observer, the death corps seem almost inhuman in their fatalistic approach to warfare. But to orcs, the Kriegers put up a proper fight. They make the orcs work for their victories. Reports exist of orc war bosses deliberately seeking out death corps regiments because they know the humies in the gas masks will give them a good scrap. Third, having proper orky aesthetics helps tremendously. This might seem superficial, but appearances matter to orcs in ways that reflect their cultural values. Certain colors carry meaning in orc society. Red makes things go faster, not metaphorically, but literally, through the psychic power of orc belief. Black represents toughness and strength, particularly when associated with the Goth clan. When Yarrick wore black with red trim, when he grafted an orc power claw to his arm, when he replaced his lost eye with a bionic that glowed red, he was, probably accidentally, adopting orky aesthetics. The orcs saw a Humie boss who dressed like a Goth and carried proper orky weapons. This made him look the part of a worthy opponent. Similarly, the bigger and more impressive your weapons, the more respect you gain. Orcs love big guns and massive close combat weapons. They build their entire war machines around the principle that bigger is better, that more Daka is always the solution, that weapons should be so oversized they border on impractical. When they see enemies wielding similarly impressive armaments, particularly if those weapons are used with skill and enthusiasm, it registers as a positive quality. A space marine with a thunder hammer and storm shield, smashing through orc ranks, looks like he is taking the fight seriously. A guardsman with a laser gun hiding in a trench looks like he is trying to avoid the fight entirely. Fourth, cunning helps, but only certain kinds of cunning. Orcs respect what they call brutal cunning, or cunning brutality, depending on which of their gods they favor. This describes tactics that are clever, but still involve getting stuck in personally. Ambushes are great, as long as you spring them and then charge into melee. Flanking maneuvers work, provided you are leading from the front. Strategic withdrawals to lure enemies into traps show intelligence worthy of respect. What orcs do not respect is being sneaky without the fighting to back it up. Pure stealth, long-range assassinations, poison, subterfuge. These mark you as a git who is too scared to fight properly. The difference is subtle, but important. Yarrick's tactical genius was respected because he used it to create better battles, not to avoid combat. He would fall back to better positions, yes, but then he would stand and fight from those positions. He would lure orcs into kill zones, but he would be there in the kill zone with his soldiers, weapons firing. His cunning enhanced the fighting rather than replacing it. Fifth, surviving against impossible odds creates its own form of entertainment value. Orcs admire toughness, and repeatedly surviving battles that should have killed you demonstrates exceptional toughness. Yarrick survived Ghazghkull's personal attention multiple times. He lost limbs and kept fighting. He was left for dead and recovered. Each time he emerged from apparently certain death, his legend grew among the orcs. They began to believe that he could not be killed, which made fighting him even more exciting because they wanted to be the one who finally brought him down. This creates a perverse incentive structure. The more you survive orc attacks, the more interested they become in fighting you again. Each narrow escape makes you more legendary, which makes you more valuable as entertainment, which makes them more likely to capture you alive for future fights rather than simply killing you. You become trapped in a cycle where your competence at survival ensures that you will never be allowed to escape. Finally, and this is perhaps the most subtle quality, you must seem to enjoy fighting, at least a little. Orcs do not understand why anyone would not love combat. They genuinely cannot comprehend fighting as anything other than joyful. When they encounter enemies who fight with grim determination, with dutiful acceptance of their role, with resignation to necessity, the orcs find it confusing. These enemies fight well enough, but they seem so unhappy about it. Where is the joy? Where is the enthusiasm? But when an enemy charges with what looks like genuine battle fury, when they seem to revel in the combat as much as the orcs themselves, something clicks. Here is an opponent who understands. Here is someone who gets it. The Space Wolves chapter, with their loud battle cries and aggressive combat doctrine, often earn this sort of response. The orcs see humies who howl like beasts and charge into melee with apparent joy, and they think, these gits know how to have a proper scrap. You do not actually have to enjoy fighting, of course, but you must seem like you do, or at least like you are not completely miserable about it. Acting terrified, showing visible reluctance, trying to negotiate or plead, these mark you as boring. Fighting with stoic determination is acceptable. Fighting with apparent enthusiasm is better. Fighting with what looks like actual joy, like you might be having fun too, makes you special. When you combine all these qualities, skill in combat, refusal to surrender, proper aesthetics, clever tactics that enhance rather than avoid fighting, exceptional survivability, and apparent enthusiasm for battle, you create the perfect storm of orc interest. You become someone worth keeping alive, someone worth talking about, someone worth fighting again and again. You become Scumgrod, the favorite enemy, and your life transforms into something both more and less than it was before. The benefits of achieving this status are real, though they come wrapped in terrible costs. Most obviously, orcs will sometimes choose not to kill you when they otherwise would. Ghazghkull released Yarrick from captivity rather than executing him. Other orcs might pull their blows in the final moments of combat, knocking you unconscious rather than delivering a fatal strike. They want you alive for the next fight. This creates a strange form of protection. While orcs are pursuing you specifically because you are entertaining, they are also protecting you from other things that might kill you. An orc warboss who values you as an opponent will not let some random orc boy claim the honor of your death. You are a prize to be fought by the boss himself, or at least by his most trusted nobs. Lesser orcs who try to kill you might find themselves on the wrong end of their own leader's displeasure. Moreover, your name spreads through the orc collective consciousness. You become legend. Orcs from warbands you have never encountered know your name and want to test themselves against you. This creates a galaxy-spanning reputation that precedes you everywhere you go. In some ways, this can be strategically useful. Enemy orcs might hesitate before attacking if they recognize you, wanting to inform their boss that a famous opponent has appeared. Lower-ranking greenskins might even flee, wanting to fetch someone more important to fight such a worthy foe. Your survival against orcs also becomes self-reinforcing. The more you survive, the more legendary you become. The more legendary you become, the more valuable you are as entertainment, which means orcs are more likely to capture rather than kill you. You become almost protected by your own reputation, wrapped in a strange bubble where the normal rules of orc warfare bend around your presence. But these benefits are cold comfort against the horrific costs of orc attention. The most obvious cost is that you can never rest. Normal Imperial commanders might face orc raids occasionally, defensive battles when greenskins attack their sector. But when you are entertaining, the orcs come looking for you specifically. They hunt across star systems. They bypass easier targets to reach you. They coordinate assaults specifically designed to draw you out. Your presence becomes a magnet for orc aggression, endangering not just yourself, but everyone around you. Yarrick could never retire in peace. Even when he stepped away from active duty, the orcs knew where he was. When Gazg-Kul returned to Armageddon, he did so partly because that was where Yarrick would be. The Commissar's presence transformed Armageddon into a target, making the Third War inevitable. Every world Yarrick visited, every command he took, became marked by his name, and therefore by orc interest. He could not hide. He could not escape. The galaxy's most dangerous greenskins would always know where he was and would always come looking for him. This creates impossible strategic situations. Do you deploy your valued commanders where they are, needed, knowing that doing so will attract overwhelming orc attention? Or do you keep them hidden, wasting their expertise to preserve them from being hunted? There is no good answer. Using them draws the enemy. Not using them wastes resources. You are damned either way. The psychological toll must be enormous. Imagine knowing that you can never truly be safe, that your name is spoken around campfires and in orc settlements across 1,000 worlds, that greenskins are actively searching for you at all times. Every battle might be the one where an orc warboss shows up specifically to fight you. Every quiet moment carries the threat of orc commandos sent to capture you alive. Sleep becomes difficult. Planning for the future seems pointless when your future consists entirely of being hunted by creatures who will never stop and never forget. Your relationships suffer. Anyone close to you becomes a target, leverage to be used against you, or simply collateral damage when the orcs come calling. Subordinates die in battles that occur because you attracted orc attention. Civilians on worlds you visit find themselves caught in wahs drawn by your presence. You become toxic to be around, a danger to everyone who stands near you, through no fault of your own, beyond being too good at your job. The orcs will sometimes capture people important to you as a way to ensure you will come fight them. They are not above using hostages, though not in a conventional sense. They do not threaten to execute captives. Rather, they advertise that they have captured your soldiers or your allies or your friends, knowing that you will come to rescue them because that is what you do. And when you arrive, the orcs have the fight they wanted. Even in captivity, being entertaining offers no real protection. Yes, Gazg-Kul released Yarrick, but that was a specific choice by a specific warlord for a specific purpose. Other orcs might keep you as a permanent prisoner, bringing you out occasionally to fight in their arenas for entertainment or to test their best warriors. You become a living training dummy, forced to fight for orc amusement until you either die or stop being entertaining enough to preserve. The stories of what orcs do with prisoners they find boring make captivity as an entertaining prisoner seem almost preferable, but only almost. Boring prisoners become slaves, worked to death in orc mining operations or factories. They are beaten, starved, forced to labor in conditions that kill most humans within weeks or months. Some are eaten. Some are simply killed for fun when the orcs grow frustrated with their weakness. It is a miserable fate, but at least it usually ends relatively quickly. Being entertaining means your captivity lasts longer. You are valuable enough to feed, to keep in reasonable health, to preserve for future use. You might spend years as an orc captive, brought out to fight whenever your captors want entertainment. Some prisoners in this situation go mad. Others become so brutalized that they are barely human when finally rescued. The psychological damage of being kept as a pet gladiator for orcs who treat you as a favorite toy is difficult to quantify, but it is certainly severe. And if you do escape or get rescued, the cycle simply continues. The orcs that held you will want you back. Word will spread that you are free again. New war bosses will seek you out, wanting to test themselves against the legendary opponent they have heard so much about. Your escape is not freedom. It is just a brief intermission before the next hunt begins. Different factions respond to this attention in different ways, and their responses reveal much about both the factions and the orcs themselves. The Space Marines, with their genetically enhanced physiology and cultural emphasis on honor, often embrace being valued by orcs, at least to a degree. To an Astartes, being recognized as a worthy opponent by any enemy is a form of validation. It proves that they are fulfilling their purpose as the Emperor's finest warriors. Some chapters actively seek out famous orc warlords, viewing the challenge as a test of their skills and a way to prove their superiority. The Ultramarines approach orc attention with typical tactical precision. They recognize that being entertaining draws orc forces to predictable locations, which can be used to control the flow of battle. An Ultramarine commander who knows that orcs will come looking for him specifically can choose the ground for battle, prepare defenses accordingly, and turn orc aggression into a strategic advantage. This works, to a point, but it requires constant vigilance and perfect execution. One mistake, one lapse in preparation, and the orc horde overwhelms even the best defenses. The Space Wolves revel in orc attention. Their culture values personal glory and combat prowess, and being hunted by greenskins who consider them worthy opponents feeds directly into Space Wolf identity. They see orcs as similar to themselves in some ways. Warriors who fight for the joy of fighting, who value strength and courage above cunning and subterfuge. A Space Wolf who becomes famous among the orcs wears that fame as a badge of honor, proof that he is a great warrior. Of course, this attitude also gets many Space Wolves killed when their enthusiasm for glorious combat leads them into situations even Astartes' physiology cannot survive. The Imperial Guard approaches the situation with more pragmatism and considerably more dread. A guard officer who attracts orc attention knows that this will bring suffering and death to the soldiers under their command. They do not have the advantage of post-human enhancement or power armor. When orcs come hunting for their commander, guardsmen die by the thousands trying to protect them. The burden of knowing that your fame is costing the lives of your soldiers weighs heavily on any commander with a conscience. Some guard officers request transfer to penal legions or suicide missions, preferring to die on their own terms rather than continue drawing orc attacks to regular forces. Others embrace their role as orc bait, using their notorious status to lure greenskin forces into traps that might not work against more cautious enemies. The death cause of Krieg, as mentioned earlier, simply do not care. If orcs want to fight them specifically, fine. The Kriegers will fight until they win or die, same as always. Their fatalistic culture views orc attention as just another aspect of their endless penance. Chaos forces respond to orc entertainment value in complex ways. Many Chaos Marines despise being valued by Xenos, viewing orc respect as an insult to their dark glory. They are warriors of the dark gods, chosen champions of powers beyond mortal understanding. They do not seek or want the approval of fungus-based primitives. When orcs hunt Chaos warbands specifically, the traitor Astartes often respond with excessive brutality, trying to demonstrate their superiority and discourage future attention. But some Chaos forces, particularly those devoted to Horn, understand Orc psychology better. Horn values strength and martial prowess regardless of source. A Chaos warlord who attracts Orc attention is, in the Blood God's view, simply a successful warrior drawing appropriate challenges. Fighting and defeating entertaining Orcs can earn Khorne's favor, turning what seems like a disadvantage into a potential advantage. Of course, losing to said Orcs brings only death and failure, so the risk remains high. Other Xeno species find themselves in similar situations, though their responses vary dramatically. The Eldar, with their speed and tactical flexibility, try to avoid becoming entertaining in the first place. They strike from ambush and disappear before the Orcs can properly engage, preferring to be frustrating rather than fun. This sometimes works, but it also risks angering certain Orc clans who will dedicate additional resources to hunting down the sneaky gits who refuse to fight properly. The Tau have perhaps the worst possible approach to being entertaining, because their entire military doctrine revolves around avoiding close combat in favor of superior ranged firepower. To Orcs, the Tau are the ultimate example of cowards who refuse to fight properly, always shooting from a distance and retreating before proper melee can be joined. While individual Tau warriors can become entertaining through unexpected displays of close combat skill, the faction as a whole rarely earns Orc respect. The Greenskins fight Tau because they are enemies, and because the challenge of getting close enough to crump them provides its own entertainment. But they do not value Tau as worthy opponents in the way they value others. Tyranids present a special case, because they are perhaps the only major faction that completely confuses Orcs when it comes to the concept of entertainment. Tyranids do not have individual warriors with personalities and reputations. They are a collective consciousness, each organism a tool used by the hive mind and then discarded. You cannot become entertaining to Tyranids because there is no you on their side to be entertained. They do not care about your reputation or your skills. They simply assess whether you are a threat and respond with appropriate bioforms. But Tyranids do entertain Orcs, in a way. Fighting them provides a constant challenge, an endless variety of strange and dangerous creatures to crump, and battles where the enemy never retreats or surrenders. From the Orc perspective, Tyranids are great enemies specifically because they strip away all the social complexities. There is no negotiation, no posturing, no politics, just pure, simple violence on a massive scale. Many Orcs love fighting Tyranids for exactly this reason. The fact that the Tyranids do not reciprocate or even understand the concept of entertainment is irrelevant to Orc enjoyment. Beyond the famous examples of Yarrick and Tusker, the annals of Imperial history contain numerous other cases of individuals who became entertaining to Orcs and paid various prices for that distinction. These lesser-known stories illustrate the range of experiences that can follow from earning greenskin attention. Captain Arlo Kane of the 23rd Varden Rifles became famous among Orcs in the Mordant sector after successfully defending a mining colony against a War, led by warboss Urgok the Unstoppable. Kane's creative use of mining explosives and tactical retreats through the colony's tunnel system frustrated the Orcs for 3 weeks before Imperial reinforcements arrived. Urgok survived the battle and immediately began asking after the Humi boss, who made such a good fight. For the next 5 years, Urgok's Wach seemed to follow Kane's regiment across the sector, attacking whatever world the Vardens defended. Kane was killed during the defense of Hive Primus on Mordant 4, buried under rubble when an Orc stomper collapsed a building. Urgok reportedly sulked for weeks afterward, angry that his favorite enemy died to stupid falling rocks rather than in proper combat. Commander Thrace of the Imperial Navy earned Orc attention through void combat prowess. During the Battle of the Kalos Cluster, her aggressive boarding actions and willingness to ram Orc vessels made her a legend among greenskin freebooters. For years afterward, Orc pirate fleets would hunt for Daram Lady, hoping to capture her ship and test themselves against her personally. Thrace survived multiple such encounters, but her executive officers suffered a mortality rate 3 times higher than normal, as orcs targeted her flagship specifically. She eventually died of old age, still in service, having spent 30 years dodging orc attention. The unnamed commissar of the Harakoni Warhawks drop troops became entertaining almost by accident. During a combat drop onto an orc-held world, his grav chute failed and he plummeted directly into an orc mob, landing feet first on the head of a knob. Somehow surviving the impact, he emptied his bolt pistol into surrounding orcs, used his power sword to dispatch 2 more, and then was knocked unconscious by a lucky blow. The orcs, impressed by both his entrance and his fighting spirit, kept him alive. He spent 6 months as their captive before escaping during a Space Marine assault. By the time he returned to Imperial lines, the orcs called him Da Falin Git, and several war bosses offered significant rewards for his recapture. He requested and received assignment to a different war zone entirely, far from any worlds where his unintentional fame might cause problems. Sister Superior Dominica of the Order of Our Martyred Lady earned lasting orc enmity and respect through zealous application of flamers. Her tactics were simple but effective. Close to melee range, burn everything, accept no surrender, show no fear. The orcs loved it. Here was a Hume who understood that proper fighting meant getting close and personal. The fact that she was burning their boys to death was almost secondary to how enthusiastically she did it. After she burned an entire orc warband to death in their own camp, the surviving orcs made her a priority target. She died 3 years later, surrounded by greenskins, still swinging her chainsword after her flamer ran out of promethium. The orcs that killed her reportedly gave her a proper Bernie funeral out of respect, which for orcs is quite an honor. These stories, and countless others like them, play out across the galaxy constantly. Some last years, some only months. Some end in death, some in transfer to other war zones, a few in retirement, though never in true peace. Each illustrates the fundamental truth. Being entertaining to orcs changes everything about your service to the Imperium. You become marked, targeted, hunted. Your life expectancy drops even as your fame grows. You save lives through your skill while costing others through the attention you draw. The question inevitably arises, is there any way to escape orc attention once you have it? The answer is complicated and generally unsatisfying. You cannot simply stop being entertaining. Your reputation already exists in the collective orc consciousness. War bosses already know your name. The stories are already being told. You cannot unmake yourself as legend. Some attempt to fake their death, staging elaborate scenarios where it appears they fell in battle. This sometimes works for a time, allowing them to serve elsewhere under different names or in different roles.